Hello guys, how's it going? Come on, so many people already. Are you guys excited for later? Big day today, yeah, I agree. I think we have a bit of like preparations to do. Let's make some sheet maybe. How about that? Season 11. Okay. There's a lot of stuff where we can like, look at the test and like, collect just data and stuff. So I think sheet 1 is Selig oopsies. Let's start with that. Toughness. Progression. So that will be interesting. So we do something like build, content, toughness. I wanna correct a bit of like, okay, where, like, what do we do, what difficulty or something. Maybe tier. Something like that. Hi, Roll. Most cited been about PTR since season 4. Yeah. I mean, this is basically just like another expansion that we're getting here. Without campaign and all that, I guess, but kind of wild. 28 months, appreciate the Roll. Okay, so this is some stuff I wanna check out. Okay. Item. We're gonna do something like items and then skills. There's certainly some things that I have forgotten. Hold on. I mean, item includes aspect, I guess, but maybe not. Maybe it's do like misc. I think there's like access to guidance, for example. We can take a look at that because of the new static changes, where we have ridiculous amounts of extra resources, and now they like try to cap everything. They put like, I don't know, 500 cap on peaceful boots and so on, and cap it like but not everything. What time is PTR? I think it's gonna be in 5.5 hours. Hi, YouTube. What's the first thing I will test? I don't know. I guess one thing would be log in and see how much toughness do we have. And then, I don't know, do a pit and see what happens. Oh no, that's just our existing characters. Although, I guess all of our existing characters will be like half empty because of the Chaos Armors. Is Golden Necro gonna be good? I can't really say exactly how good, but I think it should be decent. Like, Golem is already playable, I think, and it's about to get a lot better, so should be fine. I don't really expect it to necessarily be like the best build out there also. But yeah, you basically have like, the... okay, Skelly Warriors is dead again, right? Since the Reap stuff is going. They need to bring back the Reap stuff. That was kind of fun in Season 10. Then you have the Mages. I guess we have like the overall, just like, I don't know, Mendeln, all the Skellies kind of build. And then we have Golems now. Coping hard and thinking that game is getting slower and penshot compounds is gonna be good. Well, the game is getting slower. Especially for the Sorks. But penshot and combo points is still penshot and combo points. And the rogue stonks are way down. He saw something about armor and resist. What is that about? Yeah, TLDR, it's like D3. Will the tower have new maps or use old ones? I think we have to wait and see. You assume Belial spawning as a boss in the pit scales of pit tier. Yeah, I guess it will be small Belial and not big Belial. And I mean, it should definitely scale of pit tier, right? It doesn't make sense otherwise. So I think that PTR, it doesn't say when the PTR is going live exactly. Okay, 10:30, actually we're doing a bit earlier. 10:30 PDT, 3:11. Yeah, so it's 6 hours, apparently. We have a lot of time to prep. Any news about stash tabs? No. Hi, Nicola. Best place to grind for items. I got this. And legendaries in the pit with Gamba. How much of the stuff did I already know about? Around 70% of it. I didn't, like, we didn't have like patch notes and like these like class changes and stuff, so this is completely new, for example. But yeah, in terms of like the tower, I knew the general idea about, you know, like the toughness and so on. So that stuff, yes. What do the Renown changes mean? Now every season again we need to complete Lilith to get skill points. No, you do. There's no Renown anymore at all, basically. There is no Renown anymore. The main thing is that you don't get your skill points at level 1, you get them from the capstones, but you do them as you level your character. It's like part of the journey now, basically. Okay, so our objective for now is figure out what Zedek will break. A few things are already obvious. We have Hoda, which is not changing, I think. This one here, Furious Hammer of the Ancients. 5% crit damage for every 10 Fury. Should maybe do like some, I don't know, expected gain or something column. I should probably, let's just call this effect. I just want to see like roughly how much stronger they are than they should be. Paragon per 10 Fury. Kinda wild, okay. How's Ancestral Guidance? Okay, it's 1% per spirit. Oh my god. Okay. So if you have like a typical, I don't know, let's say 100 resource, right? On something like Ancestral Guidance, and then we gain how much? 3% for each point of primary stat. So say 2,500 willpower times 3 divided by 100, so times 75. So we have 7,500 resource. Maybe we'll boost it a bit higher, so something like 10,000. So if you boost it a bit more, times 100 to 200, I guess. How much would that be in pit tiers? Actually, 1.28. This is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I don't know, something like 18 pit tiers or so, 4 times 100. Something like 23 pit tiers, 4 times 200 or so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 19 pit tiers for 100. 20, 1, 2, 22 tiers. Kind of funny. Okay, so das. I mean, this is obviously fake, right? This is not gonna happen. It's just they forgot to cap it. So they're gonna cap Ancestor Guidance and Furious Hoda and so on. I just wanna I wanna have this so that when we look at all the clickbait, we understand how clickbait it is. And, we actually understand what is the real value, right? Because the real value will be, I don't know, 2 or 3 pit tiers. And realistically, you're not gonna run Sadek on a build like this or something like that, right? So you're just gonna say, fuck it, most likely. And then this is gonna vanish. Hi, Bassett. Morgan. Today is the start of D4 saved Cobium. Yes. When is the full release date? 9th of December. Yeah, the season of Luke Reborn, and now season 11 will be the season of D3 with Toughness and GR with Pylons. Is Double Swing coming back? Well, they are buffing Ground Stomp to now pull enemies, which helps something like Double Swing. And I mean, generally, I guess the game will be a bit slower and not crazy and so on. And then also like Double Swing size is, for example, not as good as Upheaval size or Hoda size. So there's that. Overpower stonks are down already from like 2 seasons ago. So who knows, maybe there's some real reason to run Double Swing again. Also, like, charge stonks are up, and charge needs some sort of single target damage solution. So Double Swing could be good for this. Actually, where is Double Swing right now? See it here and here. It's kind of middle of the pack. It's kind of close to the others though here. Hoda, Rupture, Upheaval, Lift Blow. What about Push? Yeah, same. Yeah, we'll see, I guess. I don't really expect too much on Double Swing. I don't think they specifically changed anything about Double Swing. No more D4 bad meme. Yeah, what are you gonna meme about then? Yeah, but you won't be won't see healing person on the ground anymore. I don't think they stopped dropping. So they just said that they give you like this automatic potion refill so that you kind of get them back slowly. But they still exist. No way we're going to change on D4 bad and will be D4 good. Yeah, what can you do, man? This is the way it goes sometimes, I guess. That's the secret. Every RPG is always bad. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think that this community in general has, you know, unreachable standards. Like across the board. I don't know. It seems like you can never win. You started a hardcore bump and the first two died before level 6. Nice. Oh yeah, Bastard, you don't need to collect the statues for the future anymore. I'm not sure if you understood this, but there is no Renown anymore. There is no statues, there's nothing. I guess the one thing that will probably carry over is the map. So the map you probably have to uncover, that's it. Is there ever a time in ARPG isn't bad? I don't know. Okay, good luck, Bassett. No statues? How would it make the new players hate the game and quit? I don't know, man. I'm sure they'll find a way, though. Do we know the season theme? Yeah, the season stuff is the Sanctification and the, like the, what is it called? Blessed and Corrupted Gifts or something like that. Any chance we can use shields in the 4? Well, there is like a slight hope that Barbs will use shields at some point. They used to have shields, apparently, at some point in the past. Because back in D4 open beta, there were locked shield transmogs on a Barb that he couldn't unlock. But, yeah, who knows. It would be fun, actually, if they made like some shield skills for Barbs. If you want to satisfy the Diablo community, don't make any Diablo game. Yeah. Just re-release Diablo 2 again, it's gonna be fine. Uber shields. Yeah, we need a mythic shield. That's what will make it good for sure. Season 11 has no borrowed power. Yeah, the Sanctification is borrowed power. Which is kind of comparable to old seasons, I guess. You get like, you know, a bunch of extra legendary aspects and random stats. I mean, we'll see what exactly will be in the system, if there's gonna be some big surprises. But if we just assume we're gonna get like, you know, 3, 4, 5 extra offensive aspects and like a defensive or 2, utility or 2. Yeah, that sounds pretty comparable to like, you know, Season 7, Season 8 themes or something. Act 6 in D2 rumors. Oh, Megalol. I mean, they did tease something like, I don't know, 4 months ago or some shit on Twitter for the 25th anniversary. And then just nothing happened. So I don't know, maybe they are cooking something. You want a shield on rogues. I mean, back in the 3 release, we used to play one-handed crossbow and shield on hardcore. I found that pretty cool, actually. No way they will push any new content to that game and waste of money. Yeah, this is kind of my impression as well, to be honest. And I mean, okay, they could earn some money by releasing something new there, and maybe they will actually recoup the investment. Likely they will, I guess, right? So it could still be worth it, but it seems kind of weird to do anything for it too, to be honest. You love Diablo 2, always did, always will. I mean, if they actually make an Act 6 in Diablo 2, I'm literally gonna play it. I didn't expect to basically ever play Diablo 2 again. But who knows, if they make an Act 6, maybe they're gonna do something else, you know? Could be fun to blast a little bit of D2 again. I actually had a really good time when D2R came out, so why not? The new generations don't know about D2. Yeah, we need to do something about that. We need to mandate Diablo 2 in high school. How about that? D2R looks amazing. It's the best remaster in the history of gaming. I mean, it is a pretty incredible remaster, to be fair. One corpse rush and play number reduced by 80%. They need to release seasons? Yeah, I mean, they have seasons in D2. They're just got like not doing anything there, right? There's no patches, there's no themes. It's just, okay, here's another reset, enjoy, right? Reinforced Scourge. I think we should kind of continue here. Is this 10 per 1? Yes. What is that other thing? Ember's Gift. How often does that proc? 10 seconds, 20 seconds cooldown. I wonder if there's like any other like percentage-based recovery methods. Dark mode, Google Docs. Yeah, this is not a regular setting, right? I would like to do a dark mode, but it doesn't seem to exist. So all I can do is this, I guess. But the problem is if like you start like doing copy pasta or something, then this becomes white again, which is kind of shitty. Yeah. But since we are gonna be, yeah, we're not gonna move much around. It's fine, I guess. How good or bad is rogue changes? Relatively bad, I think. Like rogues suffer in two ways, which is that the clone is going down and their attacks are going down. And they were already like on the weaker side and had relatively strong season effects. So they're gonna lose on all fronts. I think rogue's relatively dead class, to be honest. The way it's looking right now. And there might be like one or two builds that are kind of like holding up. Denies a new pencil drop in front of you. Well, it sounds like it drops from the enemy that you hit, so generally all around you. How about Zorg? Yeah, Zorg will be a dead class just because everyone is gonna uninstall with the teleport changes. Otherwise, Zorgs will be fine. You don't understand the decision to bring Renown grinding back. Well, it seems you clearly don't understand because you don't get it, I think. There is no Renown grinding anymore. Renown is gone, basically. Have I ever done the poll about getting stat items in D4? You think the majority is against it? I think so too. And I have not done that poll. Why use Spear of the Kanda on Zork? Because you can get 99% of your total resources. Multiple times per second, depending on the build. And that sounds pretty OP when you have like 10,000 maximum resources that you can potentially spend on some stuff. But I'm not sure if Zorks are actually in possession of some insane effect here, like Furious Hammer of the Ancient that's uncapped. What else was there? Artful Initiative. Well, that is going to be interesting. I'm not sure how to like really quantify this thing. And he spends 70 energy, release a cluster of exploding stun grenades. I think it's 4 grenades or 75. I guess if you assume something like 10,000 energy and we spend it all, I mean, I'm not sure how you're gonna get it back. How many grenades would this be though? Okay, let's try to quantify Artful Initiative a little bit at least. So let's say we play Twisting Blades, it costs 30, we attack 6 times per second. So let's say we somehow spend like 200 per second. And now we spend, I don't know, let's say 2,000 per second. We could proc this thing like 30 times. It's like 120 grenades. I don't know. Times 5 to 10 maybe? I guess it really depends on like how much resources can you get back. Times 5 to 25. I mean, the thing is that most of the time it's not the only source of grenades. In fact, usually it's not even the best source of grenades. So you have the death trap grenades usually. You have the stealth thing that's kind of slow. You have the shadow step thing that's kind of slow. Yeah, so the grenade one, like smoke grenade, you can spend that really fast. This is like, I think, how I did a grenade build last time with Trickster's aspect. So the Artful Initiative, it might even be less damage, I'm not sure. 728. And this is 1170, so that's actually also more damage. So it's not that crazy, I think. So 5 to 10. Which would mean... How do I do logarithm here? Log. Wait. How can I like change what logarithm? We have scientific already. I mean, it's not that hard anyway. I can just do a few. Arrows, Storms, Rogue. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. That's not happening. Okay, and what else is actually capped? Capstone. Capeleke. How did they name this? Can now only consume. Okay. Search for consume. So they did kick, Capeleke, Bone Spirit, Beastfall, Payback. Okay. So they kept a bunch of effects, but not everything. So what else? I guess you have to kind of like look through everything one by one to see Will I level to 60 or use the boost? I'll definitely level, but not on day one. We're definitely gonna do more endgame stuff first. Do you need to do a class quest in PTR? If you use your old characters, it should be fine. Gonna make Sorcerer hideout build for Eternal. Nope. Oh shit, man. Let's turn off this season thing. Okay, so... Wait, the items are here anyway. Oh no. Okay, any other ideas, guys? Any other effects where we have like uncapped scaling? Or something like, you know, scaling with amount of resources and stuff? Peaceful Boots is capped. Meladni's. Yes, actually, I think that wasn't changed. That is like 0.5 per one, right? Oof. So you have Meladni's and Hoda together. That's gonna be fun. You have to actually calc this. No, they're removing Renown, basically. There's no grinding Renown. Okay, Selig will be equipped here anyway, so you can't put anything there. Okay, let's check for some aspects. This added ability is already capped, right, from previous season. Yeah, okay. And I think the Hydra aspect is also capped. Yeah. Well, I guess let's continue with... actually, anything else on the rogue here? Don't think there's anything here. Okay, this is all pretty simple stuff. And, I don't know, energy... Increasing energy regeneration. So, I mean, this technically works for the recovery, I guess, when you don't take damage for 6 seconds, but you kind of want to get it in a better way, right? Gain 15 energy. And cast at full energy. Wait, what? Successive casts increase flurry damage and store 10 energy up to 3 times. Wait, it changed this at some point. Wasn't it just like reducing the cost? Interesting. Actually, I never tested if like Beastfall Boots has like a similar mechanic to Kapaleka. I wonder if this could actually be something. Flashbang. Oh my god. Why does that move over? Every 100 energy spent grants 50% of her life as barrier. So it will be very easy to cap out on barrier, but that's it. Okay. Seems like there's not much else here on the rogue, right? In terms of like giga resource stuff. Angry D4 bad noise intensifies. Oh no. Wait, the command? What? Ah. The pasta of the day. Okay. There you go. That is a lot of damage. 5% per 10 fury. So if you have like 10k, it's like 5,000, it's like times 50. Okay, times 50, let's say 2 times 100 maybe, or more. So it'll be like half the tiers of that, roughly. Nah, I mean, actually less. Sorry, a bit more actually. So this would be... So this is 16 to 19. It's kind of funny, man. Look at this. It's like half the benefit. Yeah, 50 to 100 and 100 to 200. The tiers is only 3 tiers difference. It's kind of interesting to look at this, right? Yo, Chronix. How could you, man? How could you? Shake my SMH, man. Okay. Okay, this is 0.5% per point. So it's actually the same scaling as the Hola. It's basically exactly the same. So wait a minute. So Hoda with Ramanatnis actually gets 2 separate times 100 multipliers from this. Seems good, guys. So that means that times 10,000. So if we combine this, Hoda plus RMO, oh boy, this will be a lot of presses. I need to figure out how to do the logarithm on, like when I just do this, like what, the log from 5. There's like I'm not sure what are the English terms for this, like it's to the base of 10 or something, right? Yes. But how can I change the base on the logarithm? Yeah, this is the national logarithm. I'm not sure how to do this, yeah. Function. Oh. 1 second, guys. Okay, I'm back. This was not actually for me, so they just rang the door here randomly. Okay, so where were we? Alright, we wanted to check Hoda and arm O, so I'm just gonna do this manually now. So we're talking about 32 to 38 tiers. Holy. That's a lot of tiers. And you can probably push this further. This is only with 10,000 maximum resource. Maybe it could be more. Especially on bars where you have a lot of strength when you like you equip some. Okay, counter battle frenzy. But yeah, either way, I mean you can like roll strength everywhere, put GA strength everywhere and so on, right? Make Hoda great again. Well, we're looking at a oopsie buff of maybe around 40 pit tiers for Hoda. So that sounds very powerful. We'll be testing leveling. Now we're gonna do leveling, you know, sometime this weekend or something like that. I'll definitely do it, but not today, I think. Hoda players already playing D5. Yeah, I mean, this is obviously, like, everything you're doing here on this sheet right now is just stuff that exists on the PTR that will not make it to live. So keep that in mind. This is already, you know, guaranteed getting deleted. Surely they don't cap Hoda. Surely they will cap it, you mean? Yes, okay, I'm just looking for like other effects. What else do we have? Bob might have some other things. Like, okay, what about the ring? No, right? No, this is just 100 Fury. Okay, there's no other scaling there. Let's see what else we have. There's a lot of gain. Kick is capped. You definitely stack Varus of Berserker very fast, but I guess that's not really a problem. For every 25 Fury spent, okay, this is capped at 120. There's Warbringer. For every 75 Fury spent, you gain 15% max life is 45. Warbringer. For every 300 you spent. Okay, this is already capped. What else? What are the caps? Yeah, some effects don't have caps. And some effects also give you percentage-based resource recovery. So for example, on a Spiritborn, it's extremely easy to just have Perma Scourge running. You get 10% resources before resource generation scaling. You can get like 20+% resource per second. And just be completely immortal with that. I mean, I think Spiritborn's stonks are up in general though, because unyielding hits aspect, everyone's gonna run around with 5,000 armor. And previously, you only got an offensive bonus on that, and now you get a defensive one as well. So Spiritborn is gonna be insane, I think. The experiment is gonna be like across the board ridiculous. Plus a bunch of new builds. Yes. Unitech, thanks for the 7 months, man. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not a fan of the idea of adding sets to this game. You know, the thing is that sets don't really contribute much to what needs to be solved. We already have 100 different builds that are, you know, competent enough if you want to play them. You know, what you're gonna do with sets? Okay, you're gonna have 120 builds suddenly, or 150 builds, or whatever. But you already have an overwhelming amount of builds in the game. So adding sets doesn't really add anything to the game that is relevant. It just, you know, makes the item pressure like per slot even harder, and you know, we have so many options in every slot for uniques and legendary aspects and whatnot. Like sets really serve no purpose. Isn't it strange that DLC class is always broken? Definitely not a coincidence. Yeah, I mean, the main reason why it was so OP in the last few seasons is usually bugs. Especially in Season 6, I guess. You need something to incentivize people to doing anything besides the best builds. You need different leaderboards for different builds. Yeah, I don't have an issue with different leaderboards for different builds. I think that would be superb. It's just kind of hard to do in this game because you can have builds based on an item, you can have base builds on a skill, based on a fucking passive, right? Like they're literally trying to push like Bad Omen on Druid as like a damage source potentially. I don't know, you can have a build based on, you know, grenades. You can have a build based on a fucking season power, right? Like there's so much shit. So how do you make a leaderboard for that? So yeah, I guess they have to make some sort of like, you know, they have to then basically have recount for the damage done, and then they sort it by damage source, and then, you know, it would, you know, if like more than 50% of the total damage, or maybe like just the largest portion of the total damage output no matter what kind of effect it is like calculated as, okay, this is the build or something like that, right? And then you can filter by this. So this is like the only way to do this, I think. That's why sets, that's easy to do leaderboards. No. I mean, okay, you have to see that. Like, what are you gonna do with sets exactly? Like, let's say we have like 15 viable builds per class right now, right? You wanna make a set for each one of those builds, just so that then we can make a leaderboard out of it? I mean, that's kind of stupid. Like, even Diablo 3 has only 5 sets per class. And then the non-class, like no set board. Yeah, and I mean, sets are just like not as fun. If you want to make leaderboards really diverse, they would need to do a good amount of engineering. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they definitely should do that, at least long term. I think it's okay if like the leaderboards come out and there's no filter for build or something. But realistically, we want filters for build, right? We want to say, hey, this is a flurry, and this is a pencil rogue, and this is a death trap rogue, and, you know, here's a grenade rogue, and so on. So that's cool. Having 100 builds, but no one is running it is kind of a meme. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious that people usually gravitate towards the better builds because those are, you know, making it easy. Those are being covered the most. Those are being theory crafted the most. So obviously there's like, you know, several factors playing into like this kind of like whole like meta, you know, building up to like most players playing that. That's just how it is. But even so, there's always something else to do and some other build to try. Is the new dungeon leaderboard activity good? I would say not yet, but it will be. Sets diminish the value of any leaderboard rewards if people can play off-meta shite or with no competition to get rewards compared to meta builds. I mean, if there were rewards attached to every set leaderboard, then people would try hard those set leaderboards accordingly. So I don't think this is a problem. Could X-Files find a home with those two? Nah, X-Files is terrible, I think. I'll do a level character from level 1, but probably not today. There's like other stuff to see. I want to see Asmodan. I want to see like, you know, toughness values. I want to see this, you know, the tower and like the elites and so on, right? This sort of stuff. So we have some work to do there. Will the season 1 Flurry Rapid Fire Rogue be back this season? No, unfortunately. I wish, man. Yeah, I think this whole discussion about like sets and, you know, like what they could do, how they should look, and why. I don't know. Like, I would just say don't do fucking sets. That's it. And I don't think they will. So, isn't it like one of the dust level aspects that also works with how much Fury you spend? Let's see. Actually, can I just type Fury? How about this? After spending 100 Fury, each point of Fury generated while maximum Yeah, after generating 103, your next direct damage deal creates 2 Dust Devils. Can this proc multiple times? And also, how do you generate so much fury? Wait, does it even work when you are at cap? Maybe you don't even need static for this. I have no idea about this aspect. Devilish. Okay. Oops. Stop bringing Australian mechanics. This is an American game. Holy man. Just because your mechanic is from Australia? They speak English too. We need to kill rage baiting. But what about our exclamation mark pasta? I didn't have lunch yet. Seems like there's not much else that I can find here on the barb, so let's move on. Oh, actually I should check the class mechanic. But I don't think there's anything here. But it's all like some little effects. It's fine. Druid though, Energize. Is Energize capped? Dealing damage has a chance to fully restore spirit. Restores 100 instead of fully. Okay, and Earth Might as well. Okay, so both of these are capped. So there's not really much hope here, I guess. Can I not search for this? Or that's just not... It's like no item. Resource. Yeah, it seems like it doesn't search actually. Cooldown. Okay, we can't search these stats. I mean, there's not really much here, I guess. What do we have here? Can't do Nick anyway. Oh, aspect of the calm breeze. Wind shear. Shit. Okay, they got this one too. Alright. Mangled. 4 to 12% maximum spirit generation per second. Uh-oh. This one was missed. Okay. This is also rejuvenating when falling below 20 spirits. Okay, this is not really feasible, I guess. 30% chance to fully restore. Okay, that chance could be 45, but this is not really good enough. Because when you're at 0 spirit, you're basically dead, right? So you don't want to do that. Okay. Okay. Anything else? What does the new static text say exactly? Any damage you would take is dealt to your primary source before your life. Okay, so this doesn't like consume or something like that. So I was thinking about like the Spiritborn Midnight Sun. But it says the bigger you spend, so this should not interact with static. That is actually kind of interesting. Midday Hunt, maximum vigor increased by 50%. Hmm. What type of pause do we have in Season 11? We have Sanctify effects, which is like basically extra legendary aspects across your gear. Is there any truth to pit tiers? The truth is, the tier you're running almost does not matter at all. And there's no breakpoints, really. Well, actually, there is a somewhat of a breakpoint, which is that the scaling changes after pit 100. Before pit 100, it's 21%. After pit 100, it's 28%. But yeah, realistically, it doesn't really matter. As long as you can do it anyway, then you just do it. Otherwise, you go lower. What party here in Ivana? Will Season 11 bring new builds? I mean, you have plenty of builds in the game, and you don't have metas always shifting. I mean, if you think that there's only all the same builds all the time, then you should take a look here, because you have plenty of builds. And especially Season 10 had a lot of new builds. Season 11, we're gonna go back to some more eternal meta, I guess. But, you know, they're still like doing balance changes, and, you know, the entire game is gonna be different, so that alone is gonna shake things up. So... a short commentary on Twisting Blades, is it still that? Actually, Twisting Blades is probably like one of the most consistently kind of decent builds since the game started. And it still is, actually. Although a bit less than the other seasons lately. But yeah, next season there's probably better potential for Twisting Blades, just because the game is probably slowing down, and just mowing down like entire screens of monsters is less important. So Twisting Blades just kind of by default gains a little bit of value from that, because it's not a screen clearing ability. But I'm not sure where I will land exactly. Are we making a unique tier list again? Nah, unique tier list seems to be dead for now. We decided in Season 10 to retire the items and the runes tier lists, because it was just like a lot of work for not really, you know, a good output, basically. Slowing down, let's reveal everything will die in seconds. Yeah, certainly not in a tower, at least. You know, the tower is designed to be a slow-paced game mode. Okay, I don't really see anything here. There's nothing here. Any weapons? It's kind of sad that it made like all the mythics potentially worthwhile, but Nezuka is just still forgotten. It's just useless. It's a lot of additive damage though. Like just the additive is like 400. And then 675 is like 1000. 1300. Okay, I mean, just the additive on that thing, if you do elites crit all power, it's like almost double damage for most builds, I guess. But then it's only against one target. The main problem this thing has is just like it's only one target, right? So if you somehow have a build that is like really good at AoE clear and kind of sucks on bosses, I guess this is fine. But then you get an ad boss, and suddenly that ad boss, like you marked the wrong guy. And then you have the other problem that there's not many Spirit Bomb builds that don't actually hit at least 5 times per second, right? Like almost every Spirit Bomb build hits more than 5 times per second. So that's another issue. You have always liked Spirit Bomb's Centipede aspect and theme. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna get a Centipede main hall plus Devourer build next season, actually. You're gonna probably get a Gorilla main hall build for Thorns, you get a Jaguar main hall build for the Beast Strike, and then a Centipede main hall build with Devourer. Plus all of the Capaleka stuff has big stonks. And yeah, we'll see about like some of the other like, more obscure stuff like Touch of Death and so on. I guess it's technically Capaleka as well. Everything Capaleka is gonna be pretty good, I think. Yeah, I guess Razor Wings might go down a lot. We'll see if that's gonna survive. Also, how's this with the Tempers actually, Razor Wings? Let's see. We have 3 charges. Now if we do this, we go to 6. How about 7? Let's just do 1 by 1. Okay, we go. At 15% bonus, we go to 4. At 30% bonus, we go to 5. And this is 40% bonus, we go to 6. So if we assume a GA for this... Actually, wait, I can do it, right? We can do exactly 50% upgrade if you don't go to 12. But we do like... This is 15, 20, 25, this. Okay, so this is the new value. If you put a GA on razoring charges, you can get 7 instead of 3. Because of whatever reason, 3 plus 50% is 7 in this game. So typically your charges are 3. Then you get 17 plus neck. You can get another 7 there. So 24 charge. 24 charges is okay. So if you have 2 rings and an amulet with GA Razor Wing charges, you're gonna have 24. I think I was playing with like 32 charges this season or something, and that was, you know, basically completely fail-safe. Even 24 charges is relatively comfy. So Razor Wings is still a build, but I'm not sure if it's really gonna be like that strong. What happens to teleport? You have a forced 5 seconds cooldown on teleport enchant. It might be slightly less actually from Enchantment Master though. But I guess we'll see. You want a reverse item search at Maxwell, you find a triple Apex Uniques and want to search it, there's a good build for it. Yeah, but this is apparently some kind of difficult and very costly technology. So because you basically have to pull all the planners from the entire site. I think one day Nezuken will have some love. Yeah, one day. I mean, it doesn't need much for Nezuken to become a good item. If they make it suddenly work with like all enemies around you instead of only one guy, that would already potentially be something. Or if you ever get like, I don't know, what, I'm not sure what build it would be, but you know, some build that hits very slowly. Seeker, for example, right? If you get like a Seeker build, the thing is it already has vulnerable built in and so on, so it doesn't really benefit from like all of the perks of that item, but okay. I guess Rushing Claw also hits slow enough on a single target. Yeah, I mean, I can investigate again if maybe anything changed about this Taurus. But I remember we discussed this like 2 years ago or something. It's always a good idea to get a fresh PTR install. I guess I could do it. Can I pre-download it? I guess you can pre-download anyway, right? Yeah, I remember last time PTR was like almost unplayable actually, so maybe I should do it. We have a lot of time anyway. 147. Ooh, Homunga. Okay. Crackling Energy should allow perma teleport. Yeah, I need to hit a lot of stuff though to reset your cooldowns fast with that. Okay, is there anything else I want to check here with Spiritborn? Let me check the Paragon notes and the glyphs. Sapping is now changed to be flat vigor as well, right? So they changed that. I'm not 100% sure about fitness. Generate free vigor. I wonder if it's like once per skill use or once per hit. You can get a lot of hits for a lot of resources. Okay, let's check Necromancer. Do we have anything here? There's definitely a bunch of like resource related stuff here. This is already capped. You gain 10% maximum essence for 5 seconds. I mean, okay, but it's not really something crazy. Oh. Oh, they didn't actually change this. Dreadful Bone Spirits. And this doesn't even have the requirement of critting, it's only here. But I mean, you kind of need... the problem is like it consumes all remaining essence. And this is like a default thing. So I don't think you can realistically use this with Select. Because they did cap the Bone Spirit itself. Wait a minute, it consumes 500. So they kept the consumption, but you get 30% of your maximum back. So you can actually use this to like recover. This is capped. Okay. Don't think there's anything here. What about some uniques? Place nerf in teleport, now time to nerf evade build. I mean, to be fair, it takes a lot more effort now to get evade build to the point where you're just permanently evading. And on top of that, it's gonna be relatively weak compared to other good builds. So I think the times of evade superiority are kind of over. And it's gonna be a build for just the evade enjoyers. You definitely do a bunch of testing with Static today. It's gonna be some interesting stuff here. Okay, Necro's done. What about Rogue? Have we done Rogue? I think so. Barb is done. Druid. Sork. I think I haven't done Sork yet. You reduce the cooldown by 1 second for every 50 mana you spend. Can this multi-proc with Hydra or something? I wanna test this. I think so, right? With max CDR, 2 teleport CDR tempers, and 13 ranks of teleport, you can get normal cast and 1.2 cooldowns. I mean, 1.2 seconds cooldown on teleport is kinda insane. Tactical challenge intensifies. I mean, to be honest, I'm very surprised that PoE2 decided to do Spectres. I did not expect to see Spectres in PoE2. Because making a skill like that, like a revive skill, with like, you know, hundreds of different enemy types in the game, there's like so much fine-tuning you have to do to make this like not a horrible experience for everyone. And then it's like only like, you know, potentially one little build on one very unpopular class where this would matter. Is there any drops today on Twitch? I'm not sure actually. Is that drops? Maybe. There's a dagger. Oh shit. Is that mentioned here? And these are the patch notes. I think there's like the other post, right? There was like a second post. And a queuing for PTR. I don't think there's a queue yet. Usually there's no queue at all. Is it this? No. I don't see anything about drops. You just watching the video. Are we not talking about the fact that durability thing for Sanctification is utterly useless, especially in hardcore? Okay, so you're talking about this here, right? Yes. Making an item indestructible is utterly useless, especially in hardcore. It's generally useless. And that's just like part of a system like this. So they have the option to make your item go poof or give you indestructible. Which one do you prefer? So this is basically the shit outcome. And instead of making your item go poof, you still have your item. So they decided to be a little bit more lenient. Penitent Ponyard, one hand was for Breaker's chat thing. Okay. So no drops. When are we getting YouTube drops? Holy. Just make it bound like Torchlight. I mean, an item is already bound at this stage, right? It's already tempered. Tempering will make it bound. Masterworking makes it bound, and so on. Replace an existing affix is the worst idea. I mean, it could also be a YOLO. I'm trying to upgrade my item, and maybe it replaces the right thing, and I get some super affix, right? Like, I mean, the thing is, it says a pool of special sanctification affixes and replace an affix with a random sanctification affix. So the question is this the same pool? Because then this one is just strictly better than this, right? Because even, I don't know, okay, maybe you have fawns on your pants and you know the fawns build, right? It's useless. But technically, having the fawns is still better than not having it, right? So if this is the same pool of affixes, then this one always wins over this one. It's basically, I think basically this is like a list of, you know, top to bottom, like best to worst results. Okay, and legendary power is obviously insane. Greater affixes, I guess depends, but generally nice. The sanctification affixes, I mean, maybe they could be better than just making a GA. It depends on what they do. We saw one example or so where it was like 8% lightning damage, which would generally be stronger than a typical greater affix, I guess. But definitely worse than a typical legendary power. And then, okay, here if we replace an affix, I guess it depends on like how available is the sanctification, right? If you can do this like all the time and you get like infinite orbs, then you just YOLO it all the time on your gear, right? Until you get something, and then at some point you're gonna get a good item, and then hopefully get something like this, and then at some point you get another item, and hopefully get something like this, and so on. And then it's just like the brick basically, but not really brick. So I guess this one can brick your item more than this. So there's basically two brick options, where one can potentially actually ruin the item. If you have a Shaco and you remove the cooldown, well, it's not a Shaco anymore, right? So there's that. But if you add this, okay, it's like whatever, nothing happened basically. Can you make a brick emote? Yeah, we can do brick emote, I guess. That sounds good. You can also get affixes that don't fit into your build. Yes. I mean, it depends, like, I guess we'll see. Like, we saw one example of, like, the lightning storm gloves, and they rolled lightning storms. So I wonder if the system is, like, smart, and there's, like, some sort of limitations to, like, what elemental types can roll, or if it's, like, completely random, and you can get lightning damage on a rogue or some shit. You do not sanctify items you're wearing, you sanctify items you're building for endgame. Yeah, exactly. I think, you know, people that have not interacted with such a system might be thinking like, hey, why the fuck do I want to do this? But the reality is it's going to be super fun. And it's going to be like a very interesting progression feature that it's just always cool to do this. Letter for brick items only. It's the random like affix based on item type. I would expect that it respects the item slots, right? So if you have like a weapon, it's gonna be offensive. If you have a ring, it's offensive or resource and so on. But I guess you'll see. What would it cost? There's like some new like thing. Heavenly sigils. I mean, you have to figure out how much they're dropping, but I hope they're gonna be pretty frequent so that we can just like, do this a lot. I think it is more interesting to be limited by items, not by this sanctification currency. It will always be cool until you roll indestructible on your perfect item, completely breaking it. Yeah, I mean, it's not completely breaking it. Like, if you roll indestructible, literally nothing happened. You can still use the item. So the only thing that can actually make your item relatively unusable is this one, right? Everything else is just an upgrade. So there's only one outcome that is not an upgrade. But yeah, of course, if you have like, cooldown reduction temper for your ultimate skill on your ring, and then you sanctify it and it removes the cooldown reduction and now you can't press the ultimate anymore, well, you have to get a new ring, right? So that's just how it is. You could luck roll 3 times with Masterworking on one stat and then gets replaced. No, you cannot do that because that system is gone. Where am I from? I'm from Germany. Some uniques want to replace the outcome. Well, that is only true if the replacing has better affixes than adding, right? Because otherwise... Okay, I guess there is some cases where you want to replace a stat on a unique that is actually a downside, right? Like, for example, resource cost reduction on a Rotting Lightbringer is more of a downside than an upside. So it wouldn't hurt to get rid of it. But on the other hand, it's a two-handed weapon. You probably want to put a two-handed Legendary Power on it. I think Legendary Power will always be the winner. Lightning Rest on Tempest Roar. Lightning Rest is a very good resistance in Season 11. Shadow Rest on Lucent. Okay, Shadow Rest is kind of whatever, I guess, but they certainly added new Shadow affixes too. How the outcomes weighted? Yeah, it's probably going to be something like, I don't know, 5%, 10%, 10%, 10%, and then 50% or some shit. I'm guessing extra aspects won't stack. Nah, they can't make aspects stack. Like, if you get the one you already use, then you put another one. Like, there's aspects that won't even make any logical sense if you stack them. Equal 20%. Yeah, it's exactly 5 outcomes. Maybe they gave them all the same chances. Do you need that much Lightning Rest? Maybe in the new system? Dude, I'm pretty sure you're gonna be very happy about your Lightning Rest on your Tempest Roar now. Trust me. Like, in fact, all of these items that have like some random shit res that you just kind of didn't care about because you just capped it with all res anyway, like, that is suddenly actually an upside. And not a small one, I think. Do the extra aspects work on Barb always, or when you switch a weapon? I mean, there's like a few specific effects that only are working when you have the weapon in your hand. But most stuff is general. Materials shopping list. Dude, I think Materials is gonna be a very good item again. Yeah, I'm not sure about Death Trap. Death Trap sounds like a build that will just like not work the way it did. I mean, okay, you can always play the exposure reset version, right? But it's like not the same. If rest is important in season 11, does that mean Anis will be decent now? Well, Anis will be decent for actually 3 separate reasons, maybe 4. So number 1, you are probably nearly immune to poison damage. Number 2, you have Giga Life on hit on this thing. Number 3, you have Giga attack speed, and the attack speed caps are not that easy to hit anymore. And number 4, the skill scaling stonks are down, so item damage scaling, like Andariel's proc, for example, the stonks are up. So maybe we're gonna just see Andariel builds return as well. And not just a stat stick. Do you understand correctly? Get a specific legendary power, you actually actively look for a chance. 1 in 5, and then 1 divided by number of legendary aspects. I mean, first of all, we don't know if this is a 20% chance, or less, or more. And then we also don't know if they, you know, give us all the aspects, right? Maybe there is only a few aspects in there, or something like that. They give us a few examples, but yeah, maybe it's the entire pool, maybe not. I would be surprised to see the entire pool in there. And also, I mean, generally you will not look for a specific legendary aspect unless you somehow need to make an exact combo of specific uniques in this and that slot, and you just have no room. I guess like rogues could be a good example here, right? If you're talking about, like, let's say Death Trap rogue, you have Scoundrel's Leather chest, you have the Death Trap pants, you have the Beastfall boots, and then maybe you need the Shaco to get the cooldown. And suddenly you have no defensive slot, right? There's not a single defensive slot. So in that case, one of those needs to hit Umbras so they can get your Dark Shrouds. To then remove your Dark Shroud rune and put another rune, if that is somehow really relevant, you know. I guess you barely ever run into that situation where you really need a specific legendary power. Because even in that case, I don't really see what could be such an insane benefit, right? When you get Juggernaut or Metamorphosis on evade build. Yeah, there's certainly some aspects that will just brick your build. Like, yeah, Juggernaut on evade build is just like, okay, goodbye. It's like an actual brick. But I mean, okay, this happens. It's fine. You know, some people have Sank only builds with 2 OP legendary powers on weapon. I mean, I guess we'll see if like the 200 aspects are also doubled. I guess they are. It kind of makes sense that you get more 200 aspects. Which actually means that there will be more builds that will not run 200 weapons when they can avoid it. Like, okay, Barbs and Rogues are forced, but yeah, like, you know, Necros, Zorks, Druids will generally prefer one-handed offhand to have more aspect slots in most cases. Because you can't put your big aspects on the neck anyway. And usually you don't have that many really big aspects that you want to double. Usually you only want to use a 2-handed weapon when you have like a really big aspect. On the other hand, there's also like another pull in the opposite direction, which is you just run out of aspects to take for your build, right? Like if you already have like your top 4 aspects in your build and then you sanctify another 5, well, what the fuck are you gonna put, right? So it could also be that a 2-handed weapon might be preferable for some builds because there's just no aspects to take anymore. You know, maybe Edge Masters doesn't work, and you know, Rapid or whatever, like, you know, some of them They're like either super tiny or just maybe not working at all, and then there's like no options anymore. I think they need to give Necro 2 more slots for gear. I don't think so. A lot of build options based on Sanctification outcomes. I mean, it's definitely a very cool system. I think it's just like an even cooler version of what we did with Chaos Armors, right? Where Chaos Armors really opened up some stuff in the late game after grinding. And I think we might have something similar here, but with a bit more control. And you can like, you know, move stuff around and so on. So it's gonna like take out a lot of the frustration of Chaos Armor farming, but still offer like a pretty similar like late game progression tool. It kind of makes Uniques more viable too. Yeah, that too. Uniques, like you might even throw, I don't know, like a random battle trance into a Barb build now. Just because you have too many aspects. And there's no offensive aspect anymore. So what are you gonna do? Okay, you throw in a battle trance, you get something, and then you sanctify it. Where maybe previously, like, you know, let's say like pre-sanctification, you would run normal neck, and then at some point you're gonna put a battle trance because you just don't have anything else to put anymore. You just get the aspect on your neck in the end. Does it give the possibility to reroll sanctification on items? Nah, I disagree. I like the, you know, this is the final step moment. And, you know, we're not gonna see like, you know, 2 or 3 or 4 GA drops that are actually sanctified with the right stuff very commonly. And I think that's good. The thing is that, you know, you're just gonna do this with like your 1 GA gear, right? It drops as 1 GA, you masterwork a second GA, and then you sanctify. And from there, you can still try to get like these small upgrades of extra GAs. But I like that the actual GG gear is like extremely hard to do. I'm going to try specific classes or try them all. I will focus a little bit on Spiritborn, I guess, which I currently expect to be probably the best class, and also is my main, and I do maximum guides and so on. But I'll definitely do a bunch of everything, because with like, you know, how the game works now, with all of the changes, we have to actually see, okay, like, you know, what can the classes even do? Like, how's their toughness? Like, how's their survivability and so on. Ultimately, I think the 4th affix on most gear, while they also nerf monster survival, but increase their combat efficiency means we may in fact be stronger, and those 4th affixes may trump a lot of uniques. It's actually the reverse. You get a 4th affix from your legendary items, but you lose a temper. And a temper, in almost every single case, is going to be stronger than your 4th best stat on your item. Because the temper, you put the stuff that you care about. The 4th best stat is just like, whatever, a random willpower or something like that. Any plans for Sork test? I'm definitely interested to see Frozen Orb. I'm a big Frozen Orb fan. We'll see what else. They nerfed monster survival. Yeah, I mean, realistically, they could have done anything, right? They said that monster power went down and player power went down. But I mean, player power went down by a factor of, I don't know, times 50, times 100. So, they must have nerfed monsters a lot. And I don't think they did nerf them that much. Did I include a 20% and weapon damage buff in my crafting video? Are you talking about the masterwork changes, right? Good question, actually. Not 100% sure. But either way, it won't really change the overall picture. You can pre-install PTR. They changed from Ratness in Season 10, yeah, it now just works everywhere. So progression should feel real smooth now without going from 0 to 1000 based on masterworking. Yeah, that is true. I think in general the progression is gonna feel a lot better for like everyone. Because you start at like a lower and slower point, and then you like, slowly build it up towards some endgame builds. So I think it's gonna feel really nice. And yeah, in general, like with like the masterworking not like supercharging your build suddenly, it's gonna be kind of cool. The PoEification of Diablo 4 with Sanctification will be the biggest mistake so far. I completely disagree. I think the game needed something like this from the start, pretty much. And now we're finally getting it. And I hope it's gonna be as successful with this season theme. Like, the thing is that compared to PoE, in Diablo we have, dozens of copies of like identical items. Like in PoE, you don't have that. Every item is different. But in D4, we do have dozens of copies of every single item. What are you gonna do with them? You're just gonna render them. For what, right? Like, this is perfect for this game, I think. This is, we can do something with this shit. I think it's gonna be very fun. For casual players, this will be a nightmare? I don't think so. I will not be angry because my opponent Rob 60299 rolled perfect Sanctification and can never beat his leaderboard rank. Well, we don't know how much gear matters in the tower right now. And how much other factors matter, right? I mean, the ideal outcome is that gear matters, I don't know, let's say a quarter, player skill matters like half, and then luck matters a quarter again, or something like that, right? So this is kind of like roughly the ideal scenario, I think. And yeah, it could very well be that the Tower of 1.0 is like 70% gear, 20% skill, and 10% luck. And then once they, min-max this mix of factors to be more skill-oriented, we're gonna be fine. So I'm not really too worried about it right now. Stop giving me hope that skill will be 50%. I don't know, We'll see later, I guess. Skill will play a role, at least. The question is how much of a role, right? In Diablo 3, skill does matter quite a lot. And you want to go more in the Diablo 3 direction, where in Greater Pushing, the skill ceiling is relatively high. So if they can replicate something like that, then it's gonna be okay. Any S tier build predictions? Yeah, just play Spiritborn. Did you also remove Greater Affix gear? Do you still don't pick up items without Greater Affix after one day? Nah, you'll pick them up to salvage them. You want the salvage mods anyway. But yeah, like no GA loot doesn't matter. You only use items that have GAs. I'm really upset that a person that puts more time and effort into the game can place higher on the tower. Now, we're not upset about that. It's just that, okay, like how much should the gear matter and how much should the player skill matter, right? And there needs to be at least some sort of like a better player can be the worst player in the tower, right? There needs to be some level of, okay, I can be, you know, I can play 3 tiers better than this other guy, even though he has better gear than me, right? There needs to be some sort of like a skill element involved in order to make this interesting. Because if you make it only gear related, well, we have to pit again, right? And everyone hates the fucking pit pushing. Like, who the hell is pushing pit, right? It's just fucking boring, and it's just literally a stat check with like a very tiny skill element. And we need to go more in the skill direction and less in the gear direction, basically, in the tower. You don't think that kind of balance is possible in E4? It's very possible. Yeah, I fully expect that at least the first iteration of the tower is not gonna be enough on the skill side and too much on the gear side. So yeah, on softcore with like, you know, grouping, trading, RMTing, everything. Yeah, the leaderboards are gonna be relatively meaningless, I think, in the, at the very least season 11. And then I guess season 12, you're gonna get like some big changes to the tower, and then, you know, I guess they're gonna work towards what I just explained. But I don't think we're gonna start with that. Yeah, I guess like the real leaderboards will be on hardcore, where there's generally not really any grouping going on, generally not really any botting and RMTing and duping going on. And it's just like much cleaner, basically, right? You get to fight Diablo in season 666, for sure. You still think they should have leaderboard for pits? Nah, that would be a big mistake, I think. Like, pit leaderboard would be so fucking bad. Like, the pit is just not it, man. All those things still exist in hardcore. I mean, duping seems to be fixed in general, so that doesn't seem to be an issue. And yeah, sure, someone can always RMT on hardcore as well and whatever, but it's generally not really a noticeable problem. Like, when I look at like the helltides.com leaderboards, for example, like there's barely many entries in the first place in hardcore. And now, of course, with an in-game ladder, there's gonna be a bigger incentive for people to try to get there, like, you know, like, you know, push to the max and, you know, try by any means necessary, right? What are the main changes? Well, it's basically another expansion, but it's actually just a season. We're getting a free expansion. kind of. I have a bunch of videos on this patch, so you can check those. What's going to happen when the new changes fail and literally almost everyone hates them? What are they going to do then? I don't think there's a very high risk of that. Like, you know, we haven't played it yet. Yeah, most people haven't. But I think the chance of people that try it and then saying, I hate this more than before, is very low. So I think most people that end up trying this will like it more than before. And this is probably across the entire spectrum of, you know, from most casual to most elite. So I think it's gonna be just fine. Because realistically, they need some big shit to keep the game relevant. You know, okay, Diablo 4 is big. You know, it's still the biggest RPG out there. But I guess it has been bleeding a little bit. So they have to do something, right? And yeah, this is definitely a step in the right direction overall, I think. This is a Diablo community, there's a chance people hate it just will just hate it regardless. Yeah, I mean, people are always bitching. It's what it is. How much of this did I test when I visited Blizzard? Oh, like 70% maybe. But there's a lot more that did not announce yet. Big what? You lie. Well, just because you don't like the game doesn't mean it's not a big game. Yeah, there's a little too much going on here, guys, so... Okay. Until when I'm gonna keep on nerfing? I mean, we'll see it how it feel, right? Obviously, you know, from season 10, there's only one direction, right? We can only go down from here. Looking at, you know, how crazy the season 10 was. So either way, season 11 would have been a big nerf to everything. And now they're like combining it with a big game rework in general. And kind of like recalibrate. Someone redeemed it earlier, bastard. What's the best leveling build for Sork? I don't know what people are doing. Hydra, I think, or ball lightning. Are we having a PTR build in mind? I didn't really like prep any planners. I think there's not much of a reason to do that. Because, you know, we have to see, like, okay, how much defenses do we need? Do we put defensive items, defensive aspects, whatever, right? And, I mean, everything else, you just take the Season 10 planner or the Season 9 planner and just kind of use that as the baseline. I'm gonna cook planners, like, later. It's pretty tiring dealing with massive system reworks, even when they're needed and wanted. Yeah, it seems like they have tried like multiple different things and then like iterating, right? And I guess for the people that kind of like stick to the game and kind of come back season by season, it's like not too bad to kind of like, you know, integrate that new knowledge. But for people that, you know, haven't been here for like the last 2 years because they quit in season 1 or something, they're gonna come back and not only are they gonna play a completely different game, but they're gonna play a completely different game that is completely different from the one year earlier. It's kind of funny actually how they kind of like missed, you know, like entire like eras of this game. But I mean, that's what it is, right? So it's good that the game is developing. What class first or PTR? I think we're gonna look first on the Spiritborn. There's like, I think Spiritborn has the most interesting stuff to try here. And just like new builds. I mean, Barb is gonna be interesting with like leaping and charging and so on. I want to see how fast we can leap actually. So maybe we're gonna do like some little tests. How fast can we leap? So that's gonna be something. So this is gonna be something. Beast Strike. This is like the new Jaguar main hall. How does it even work? Gorilla main hall. Bonds. Maybe plus protector. Actually, it has to have protector actually because of Wishakpa. Okay, Fell Soothsayer is definitely waiting for some double dipping opportunity. And as far as I'm aware, they have not actually fixed any of the double dipping on Fell Soothsayer aspect. And what we can do now these days is we're gonna have something like a redirected force or whatever, like an unrelenting aspect. And then we also have our Fell Soothsayer sanctified, double, two-handed, with all of the old double dipping included. So this effect, chains, becomes stronger with each chain, double dips on each chain. Bosco boom. So that's gonna be fun. I kept telling them for 5 seasons, man. They've finally done something about Jaguar Hall, but this thing is still there. So let's see. Bar plus select equals, I wouldn't call it profit, I would call it clickbait. But I guess it's a matter of point of view. Oh. Actually, it's the same, right? Instead of buff, revive DT, make tracing blades and dog good will be fresh air. I think it would be still fun to have Death Trap as like some kind of like late game option. But I mean, okay, if like Death Trap is not viable for season 11, and then they're gonna maybe look at it again, and in season 12 they're gonna make some tweaks to it, that's okay too. But I think it was kind of cool that Death Trap was like this like super good, very late game build that he kind of like had to progress towards. I think it's not a bad thing to have in this game, where it's like you actually have to play the character for like 30 hours or 50 hours or whatever, and then you actually have the gear to even, you know, make this super crazy build. I think this is good. So it would be nice if we kind of can keep something like that in the game. The Renown changes, you don't get it, who wanted that? Just 12 points at the start of the game, just felt awesome. I don't know, to me they always felt odd. At the very least. It's like, okay, you load in, and the entire skill bar is already full at level 1, and it's like, what? That seems very strange to me. And just like some really shitty shortcut into the leveling journey. Because now, you know, like, you start leveling and your skill bar basically never changes until maybe you unlock your ultimate, like after 15 minutes, and then you're gonna throw in the ultimate. And then you have like another 3 hours to go or 4 hours to go where just nothing changes, right? But now when you start with no skill points, there's like a smoother curve now, right? You don't start here, but you start here, and then you can go like this slowly up, where here you start this and then you go very slow like this, right? So that was something I really didn't like. So I kind of like the Renown change where we start with 0 skill points. you get your first one, you click your basic skill, you get another level up or two, you get a core skill, and then, you know, you start unlocking more stuff. I think it's gonna feel a lot better. And then there's like a better sense of progression as you go through the leveling. Dream would be to return support builds. Yeah, we have support druid on Maxwell for like the last 5 seasons already. So now we're gonna see people actually click on it. No more Renown, yeah. We got Renown last week for hardcore. Oof. Did I build on Maxwell for the PTR? I mean, we generally don't really post builds on PTR. I mean, I might, you know, make some planners and post them and whatever. But realistically, PTR testing is just like, you know, random shit I'm throwing together without planners. And I don't really like post a lot of stuff. I'll post videos and whatever, but not necessarily make a planner for anything because I don't have time for that, right? Like we have 1 week now, and I have to use every minute I can to actually play the game and not sit there and make planners. So you're gonna make the planners after the PTR. We'll see if they're balanced well. Yeah, I could definitely imagine that it's gonna be like some random elite affixes that absolutely wreck us, that they probably have to tweak or whatever. And also, like, I guess there's gonna be new bosses. Maybe those are a little bit out of whack. Or like maybe like there's like a certain level range of monsters, like maybe between level 40 and 50, somehow monsters deal way too much damage. So I'm definitely expecting to see some stuff like that. But I think overall, since I have like this like kind of like progression, like, you know, scaling system with like, you know, player level goes up, monster level goes up. Yeah, and it could be like some kind of a curve where it's like a bit of like a dent, right? It's like, okay, you know, if you say, okay, like, you know, player power, right? If you do this, where's the fill? Okay, so level, power, right? And let's say players are yellow. So previously, this was like, okay, you start at level 1 and you have 12 skill points, right? You start here. And then it kind of goes slowly, slowly, slowly. Then you get some legendaries. And then it kind of like flattens out and goes slowly, slowly, slowly. And it gets another legendary and another legendary. And then you kind of like at level 60 here, right? So there's like that. Season 10. And now season 11 will be, you start here and it kind of like progresses more smoothly. You wait longer for the legendaries, right? And then you get like your skill points from the first capstone, and then you get your first legendary, and then it kind of like just kind of gets closer to this, right? Also, so it's like more smoothed out, I guess. So I think this is kind of how it's gonna go. And then monster power, I mean, I don't know, right? Could very well be that, you know, monster power is probably like relatively linear, something like this. And then, for example, here, like previously, you got like the legendaries and suddenly like Giga Strong, and you go like to Penitent immediately, and then it kind of like it gets closer and closer to get another power jump, and you kind of like stay above it. But maybe now it's like, okay, you can't just go to Penitent, you actually have to like kind of grind for it, and then maybe here gets some nice power spikes, and you get maybe to Penitent territory, or maybe like later when you actually have your stuff, then you go to Penitent, and before that you're gonna play on Expert, or you're gonna play on Hard, and so on. Leveling feels worse. No, it's gonna feel a lot more fun, I think. It's gonna be more fun. Like, the thing is that, for example, before, like, you know, you have to see that every time your power goes up, right? Like, if you look at this graph here, like, you start with nothing and kind of end up at the same. So you have like a generally bigger growth as you go, where, like, you know, if you look at the total, like, this is longer than this, right? So there's a bigger growth, which means you get more dopamine as you level. So that's the idea, I guess. Because there's constantly little things to get. But previously you get a lot at the start, and then you get a lot at level 15 or level 20, and then you just kind of get nothing. And it just kind of slowly goes up. Where with Season 11, you know, you have a slower start, but you get more on the way. And end up at the same spot, basically. No, we don't have to Renown again. Let's go make playing the campaign fun. Yeah, the big question is actually, they said that the difficulty scaling now affects the like static rewards. So I wonder if this means campaign quests. If it affects the campaign, you're gonna beat a giga fast. Like normal Vessel of Hell campaign, you can beat like level 60 in like 2.5 hours or so, maybe faster. But if now experience scaling works in a campaign, you can do like sub 2 hours or 1.5 hours or something like that. It's gonna be ridiculous. What's my favorite build in the game? Flurry RF. Leveling right now is atrociously bad. Yeah, I agree. Like, leveling since the expansion has been really bad. Before the expansion, leveling was the best part, man. You know, like 1 to 80 or something. That was like the most fun. Like the first like 5 hours or something. That was amazing. And now it's just like this fucking slog. Like, all you do is just like kill random monsters in Helltide until you eventually hit 60 and that's it. But now there's like, you know, you have like something to look forward to. You have like, you know, the big drops that happen at some point. You have your skill points you unlock from the capstones. You have to do capstones. You know, there's like these 2 capstones while loading, a 3rd capstone at the end of the leveling. So yeah, it's gonna be cool, I think. What is my opinion on new DLC, new area, new content? No comment. Leveling is going to take longer, we're going to be weaker. If they don't give us some good seasonal story or something, it feel bad. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean that leveling has to take longer, right? I think it's fine for leveling to be in the range of a few hours to 60. And that, you know, worst case, they can just lower the XP requirement, right? If previously versus blasting through Penitent, and now Penitent is only reserved for like, you know, you get lucky drops and you play a good build and you're doing it well, or for your alts even. I wouldn't mind if Penitent leveling is only for alts, honestly. That would be fine too. And, you know, just they can just squish the XP requirement to make sure we don't spend like an eternity on leveling. But it's gonna be much more interesting, I think. Like, you know, why is it that we start a fresh season And, you know, some characters go straight to Penitent and never change it on the season start run, right? And just imagine how much more powerful you could be if this was your twink and you have, you know, tempers ready to go, aspects ready to go from like level 5, right? Like, you can get so much more power than the Penitent difficulty offers in terms of difficulty. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why is Penitent the highest we can do? And why can we do it in the first place on a fresh character, right? It doesn't make any sense. Happy PTR day. Yeah, we have a few hours to go, but it's gonna be fun. Should do a progression curve for a second as a second character, 300 progression. Yeah, I mean, we can continue this experiment, I guess, if you want. Alright, if we do this here, we do like the post leveling. So I guess previously, if you're talking about the like level 60 and then let's say, I don't know, Paragon 200, right? Let's do that. Okay, P0 power. Well, let's say Paragon 250 maybe. Where's that? Oh. What the fuck? Okay, I guess I can do this. So I think Paragon 250 will be kind of like this. Is enough. So I guess previously when you start, let's start here, right, at the bottom. So you like fresh 60, you have like no power. And then you find like a few aspects, it kind of goes up. And then, you know, at some point you're like, okay, I'm going Torment 2, right? Most of the time you get like Torment 2 pretty much almost immediately. So you unlock Torment 2, you like Paragon 50 or something like that. And then usually in Torment 2 is like the time when you start gambling or you start like doing some bosses for like some uniques. And suddenly you have like a power spike like this, right? You have this insane power spike. So here it's just like, okay, you get your 750 loot, you get your first 800s, you get more 800s, you get your big unique, you get another big unique. And then, okay, you're going straight to Torment 3. And then you kind of like, okay, you get better gear, you masterwork up a little bit. And then, I don't know, you hit like some breakpoint because now you can masterwork your gear in Torment 3. And it goes like this again. You get an ancestral version of your weapon. It goes like this again. You get your like legendary nodes unlocked and so on. And then you go to Torment 4. And then here's like Torment 4, right? And then you just kind of like min-max your gear and it kind of goes very slowly up like this. You get more Paragon nodes, you get more glyph levels, and so on. And then it's just kind of like you get mythics. You get another power spike here, and then another mythic here. And then at some point it's like kind of outscale everything, right? So I guess we can like do some denominations here, like T1, T2, T3, T4, maybe something like that. Right. And then previously you had like this Torment 4 issue where, okay, we like fucking no ones, right? We're like Paragon 125 or some shit, and already chilling in Torment 4. And then all the other stuff after this is like completely irrelevant, right? Like who cares about mythics? Who cares about actually masterworking your shit correctly? Who cares about chaos items and so on, right? So basically, like all this stuff here that was just kind of completely pointless. Everything to the right of this here. Yeah, and I think what they have to do is they have to like smooth this out more, right? So if this was season 10, then okay, we kind of like start similar. You get the first items. And then, you know, you go to tournament 2. So I think it's going to be kind of similar. You get your first uniques. You're still going to work on that similar. So maybe a little bit weaker because, you know, monsters are harder and whatever. We kind of like have a similar progression. But then, okay, maybe it's going to be like a little bit flattened, right? So across the board, it's going to be like a little bit flatter. And you just kind of have to like work more towards it, right? And you have like these little like ups piece by piece here, basically. And because now you're gonna like level your Paragon a bit longer, and then you're gonna get the level glyphs a bit later. And masterworking is not as impactful anymore. So like maybe at this point you already have like everything masterworked, for example, right? Maybe it's like Paragon 200, you have like everything unlocked. And then at some point you're gonna break through this T4 barrier. And then, okay, like there's still mythics, but they're not as impactful as they used to be. And then there's like something else. So if that curve goes more like this, and like, you know, we don't have these crazy jumps here, it's like the same thing that we just had on the leveling, right? Where you have like these insane jumps. You know, just from like one item or something like that. And okay, they can probably still exist, but they might be a little bit smaller now. You can't masterwork the, you know, this one piece that gives you like this ridiculous boost anymore and so on. And then, you know, like this is like the range where like, okay, you do like Sanctification and so on. And once you're like in Town 4 and you have like copies of your items. So yeah, I think if the curve is like more like this, it would make a lot more sense. And then also like, you know, Town 4 becomes like an actual goal. So this is kind of like what I want to see at least. Let me look at the new progression. What about fast, easy, lame fix means to make T4 pit 75? Yeah, I wouldn't worry about this. I mean, they have certainly rebalanced monsters. I think they even said that. But let's say they didn't rebalance monsters. Like every build is going down like 20 or 30 pit tiers anyway. Just from Chaos Armorers and Season Theme and so on. Yo, thanks 555. That'll be a long journey. And Paragon 200 is like a very short goal, right? In terms of the overall grind you can do. We have our nice little Paragon calculator. We can actually check. Current Paragon is 200, 300. Wait, can we do lower than 200? Okay, so I know that I think Paragon 300 is roughly 25 trillion XP total. Billion? I think it's billion actually. Million, billion. Okay, it's 25 billion. And 200 to 300 is 24. So, yeah, it's basically like getting from 0 to 200 is like roughly 4%. Or something like that. I'm not sure what's the exact number. Yeah, we can't even go below 200 in this calculator, so too bad. Which is stupid. No, I think it's fine. Like, you have to see that when you farm Paragons, right? You have... I guess I'm just gonna keep painting now. So we have power and Paragon just from the Paragon system, right? Okay. And then we have, I don't know, 100, 50, 200, 250, 300. Like this, right? So it kind of goes like this, right? You get like the most important Actually, you start with a bunch of points, right? You start here, because you already get like your first node pretty much instantly, and then you get your second node, and then you get your third node, and then you get your fourth node, and then you get your like last glyph, and then you like max out the glyphs a little bit, and then it kind of like nothing really happens anymore. So that's basically how Paragon works, right? Where like after 200 you have like almost everything, and then at 300 you have not really anything more. But if you look at the like time requirement, right? So this is like power, and then let's say time. So let's take this number, this color here. So time is like this. And then goes like that, basically, right? So it takes like almost no time to reach 200. Then, you know, okay, 250, you're kind of like done with everything. And then it takes you a lot of time to get to 300. And I think this is actually perfect. Because it still gives you like something to like work towards, but it doesn't really matter. No one really cares. But you have a goal if you want it. Progression will be better like that for sure, but still the reroll do not feel great because he started 200 plus. I think there's nothing wrong with like alts going to Tournament 4 very easily. Or maybe like going to Tournament 3 right away, and then, you know, you're getting a few things in Tournament 3, and then you go to Tournament 4 soon. That's just how it is, and I think this is okay to get like an alt online faster. Hi, Gris. People flipped over the original stat squish, and it turned out to be nothing. Yeah, the stat squish was a massive failure, that's for sure. Give me a character found option. I think you should definitely have that option. Especially when it comes to like, you know, doing these community events and stuff. That'll be very cool. And yeah, I mean, the early progression of a character is very fun. And I remember there was actually some discussion around this. Who knows? Maybe. The time it takes from 250 to 300 is ridiculous. It could be rebalanced. Yeah, but it also doesn't do anything, right? If you look at the orange curve here, like going from 250 to 300, like, okay, this goes down for no reason, but I guess it should technically still go up a little bit, right? So I take the orange. So it has like this very slight progression, right? Where it's like, okay, you get like a little bit of extra +5 main stat or whatever. But the thing is that going from 250, it takes a lot of time, but also it doesn't do anything. Yeah, it's exactly the same in all the other games as well, right? Like Diablo 2, you go to like level 95 in like a day or two if you're blasting, and then going from like 95 to 98, okay, and maybe another few days, and then like 98 to 99 is like fucking 2 weeks, you know, just the last level. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, I think. This is exactly the same system here. It depends on class and spec as well. The balls are not balanced. Yeah, that is true. Spirit Bonds definitely get the most out of high Paragon, and Necros get the least, I guess. So they can say, okay, like maybe for the Spirit Bond, the curve would be like this or something. And then for Necros, the curve would be, I don't know, it just kind of like flattens out here, and then it would be like that. But I mean, this doesn't really matter in the big picture, I think. You listen to the COE video. Well, I think Elements aspect definitely needs some update. This is not gonna be good the way it works. So let's see. You have summoned the progression until 60 and then boom, 200 Paragon to spend. Okay, would you guys prefer if you make an alt that you don't have access to like all of your Paragons from the start? Interesting. Could be like respec and anyway get a bit faster. Yeah, I wonder if this could be like a solution where you have like some sort of like accelerated progression, but you still kind of like go through everything just like way faster. Just get rid of Paragon, make it actual levels. Now that would be hilarious, actually, if we go all the way back to like, you know, okay, 100 levels, here you go. We've come full circle. Like, hey, we have capstone dungeons. Oh, hey, we removed capstone dungeons. Oh, hey, we bring back the capstone dungeons. Exactly like that. Like, hey, we have like this armor and resist system that doesn't have like any hard caps. Oh, yeah, we're making like a Diablo 2 armor and resist system. Oh, hey, we went back to the old system again. And then we doubled them. Dude, I'm very glad they doubled the capstone dungeons. That's a good thing to double. Actually, more than double. Yeah, sometimes the J. Wilson approach is very good. Max level 100 is a super smart concept. Yeah, I think Paragon system is not bad, but they have like consistently worked towards making it more bland every season. And at this point, Paragons are just like, okay, 50% damage, 60% damage, 50% damage, 60% damage, the end, right? And then the glyph is like, okay, 10%, 10%, 10%. But maybe if you're lucky, 10%, 12%, 10%. Yeah. Like there's like one interesting Paragon board that comes to mind for me, which is Warbringer on Bard. Right? Is there like any other like interesting Paragon board out there? But Warbringer is at least something where it's like, you know, it's not just a random fucking damage multi. It's like, okay, I can fix my Fortify and like, you know, in the future actually get a lot of healing from this with this. It's like, okay, do I want to use this or do I maybe go for another damage board or something? There's also a Weapon Master, I guess, which is like mildly interesting. But yeah, look at this. This is just a damage multi. This is just a damage multi. This is just a damage multi. Like all this shit here. And the glyphs are even worse, man. I think they should like delete half of these glyphs on every class. And then actually start adding like, I don't know, unique glyphs or some shit that are actually cool. And then they can also delete half of these boards and give them like actual interesting effects. Like we had that in the past, right? And it's just like, it all just vanished. Like Inner Sight, okay, it wasn't really, what is it, Leiranas? It wasn't really a good effect, but at least it was interesting, right? We had this Inner Sight, 100% dodge effect, and there could have been like some reasons to use that or so. Not that I'm really a fan of making 100% dodge effects, but it was interesting. Or something like Tricks of the Trade, right? It's like you use a melee skill and then you use like a follow-up range skill or like Dance Macabre also that has to become a buff for 10 seconds, so it's just basically perma up. But previously it was like, okay, the next skill cast only is buffed. So you actually could like make a rotation out of this or something like that. But it was changed because I think it was like, it was, it was like too macro heavy that people played this with Death Trap or some shit. Because Death Trap resets everything, and then people were like spamming a macro that casts concealment every time or something like that. Maybe we shouldn't reset all of our cooldowns 5 times per second. Maybe. And then something like Dance Macabre could have been a real thing, right? I mean, look at this here. This is all just damage buffs, basically. There's like one somewhat interesting one, which is like Inner Beast, but it just sucks. I guess there's Enchantment Master, which is like mildly interesting. Everything else is just damage buffs. Dude, I was running Searing Heat on my Ball Lightning Sword because it gives you 60% damage multi on a fucking fireboard. What? Yeah. Let's not talk about Necros. And then, yeah, this also has effectively just become like, okay, 60%, 60%, 60%, and so on, and that's it. With like Viscous Shield being like a somewhat interesting node because of the barrier requirement, and Drive of the movement requirement. But everything else is just like all the same shit. Most people don't interact with Paragon. They just copy what's on the website and get back to grinding. Yeah, I totally see that. But I think the Paragon system could have a lot more interesting stuff and depth to it. And instead of making it more interesting, they actually work towards making it less interesting. It's literally just like math it out, what is the highest damage multi with the least points, and that's it. And I mean, I can do that, but it's just like, it's not very interesting at all. Yeah, imagine you have like a Paragon board that says, okay, like all of your skills now get the Centipede tag. All of your skills now get the Darkness tag. Or something like that, right? Suddenly you actually have something to work with and so build around. It's like, oh man, I unlocked this thing. Now I suddenly can use like 3 new aspects and this unique. And I can make something cool. And now my skill also looks different, right? Anything that doesn't say plus X% damage will be better. Yeah, basically. I mean, it's fine that there's also damage in the Paragons or so, but yeah, I feel like they kind of completely gave up on trying to make anything that is like remotely interesting balanced. Because people just always went for damage, because they just made the game not require anything else than damage, right? No one cared about anything than damage. People care about how high they can go in the pit. How they go high in the pit, you need damage. Pit has almost zero skill expression. It has almost no defensive requirements. So the only thing that is left is damage. But if you include, reasons to have utility choices, reasons to have defenses, and maybe some sort of like customization of your build, where not everything is just about how much damage can you do to kill the higher pit boss, well then you could have had like a much more interesting system, right? But you just kind of like, we were forced towards just taking all the damage because the game was too easy, monsters were threatening, and Pit had like just nothing going on. Infinite GR systems to do that to a game. I don't think it's necessarily the problem of the Pit existing. It's just the Pit sucks. I think you can have an infinite system, and still people wouldn't necessarily care too much about just the most damage. PoE has Delve, which is arguably an infinite system, similar to Pit. And people don't make their builds just built for Delve to go to like, you know, like the giga damage output and whatever, right? Which RPG has something like required skill level to beat content? Well, I mean, that is not really like an isolated factor, right? If you play a good build, you need less skill. If you know the game better, you need less skill. If your build is more maxed out, you need less skill. So you can't really say it like this, like, okay, do you need skill or not skill? Like, you know, you can have a high skill requirement or a low skill requirement depending on other factors. You just need like the combined package to be enough, right? You can overcome a challenge in these games with luck, with skill, with knowledge, with just a build, with more grind. But yeah, I guess like the biggest skill expression that we can see is like PoE, in particular the gauntlets and bossing in the gauntlets and stuff like that. Plus, like, I guess speedrunning. I guess again PoE. And then I guess you have like Diablo 2 speedrunning. Is also very skill and knowledge based. And then yeah, I guess D3 pushing, I guess. D3 pushing is like probably like one of the examples of like, you know, min-max characters, and you have like this kind of like PvP element, so to say, with the leaderboards. So this is what they're gonna bring with power now. So I think out of all of these possible scenarios, I think that Diablo 3 Great Earth pushing is probably the most interesting one. Because it's like not something that you have to go out of your way to do. It's like part of the game, right? It's part of the journey. You keep playing your same character and then you do the pushing at some point. Where for like speedrunning, you know, you have to like constantly restart, and you know, it's like a very artificial thing. Where in Diablo 3 it's like integrated, you know. I'm sending hardcore event rewards today. I sent out some codes on Discord, and Chronix is gonna do some others, so maybe you're gonna get you some Chronix for us. You want my latest video pinned at the top, or do we want a PTR command for patch notes? Either way works best. That. I mean, if you have nothing going on, I guess if like someone remembers to pin a video, I'm fine with that. If there's no other pin, patch notes is fine. Infinite Paragon killed the skill aspect of D3. Yeah, I didn't exactly do that, but yeah, the Paragons were like too big of a factor, that's for sure. You think the season have any good changes? I think there's plenty of good changes. Any infinite system, you eventually get to a point that your skill is what keeps you alive to do any real hit being a one-shot. Do a 1-point shrug and just go full damage. Well, in that case, if you shrug and say, okay, I get one-shot by everything anyway, then this usually means there's like a very high impact skill element, right? If you get one-shot by everything, it's very hard to actually even do anything at all, right? This is basically like Diablo 3 1.0, when, you know, going to like Act 3 or Act 4 on Inferno, like almost no one was able to do this, besides like the very best. So in that case, you have actually a very high skill ceiling. But what we had in Diablo 4 lately was we had a very low skill ceiling. We had like almost no skill element at all, because, okay, we went for all the damage we could, but we still wouldn't die, right? We were just facing everything anyway. So it was like the exact opposite end of the spectrum, where you just didn't have any skill involved, because you don't die. And then it just becomes a stat check. At least when you have like an infinite damage requirement, but you get one-tapped, okay, you have a stat check, but you also have a skill check. Now, of course, like one-shotting is not exactly the scenario I would like to see, right? Like getting one shot is just not very fun unless it's like the big bonk from the big boss or something, then that's fine. But you know, you don't want to get one tap by like every little, you know, arrow hitting you from off screen or some shit. So in that case, it's just a miserable game experience. So they have to find a balance to where it's like, you know, it's like tough to survive, but doable. Any info about Renown rework? Yeah, it's basically gone. Twitch like FU on pinning. Yeah, Twitch and pins. Sometimes like refreshing helps. Okay. You wonder how the tower will work with a skill in mind when all aspects of defeat get with pushing. Feel like a happy accident, and the players could learn that knowledge to be better, not design intent. Yeah, it's hard to say like how much of the defeat greater with pushing was actually intended versus okay, this it just happened to be good, right? It could very well be that a lot of stuff was just by accident, and then people really enjoyed it, and they found all these little details. This might be similar with the tower as well. But I think now that we have had greater rifts for like over a decade, and with leaderboards, they can definitely learn from that and develop the system further, right? Like, I think one thing that could be interesting with the tower would be that, you know, maybe on regular intervals, there's like a changing rule set to it, right? Similar to how I had the gauntlet with like the new maps every time. Okay, we don't have like fixed maps in the tower, but, you know, maybe there's like new effects or, you know, new enemies or new bosses or whatever. You can do all kinds of stuff. New pylons. So that could also be interesting. Like, you know, I'm a big fan of Mythic Plus, and you know, we have like the big Fellowship hype right now, for example, right? I'm not 100% sure how Fellowship works, but it's basically Mythic Plus the game. And you also have affixes and stuff, right? Like, why not do something like this? Like Mythic Plus affixes in like a great effort pushing scenario? I think that could be pretty cool. I swear if the pylons are damaged, conduit, shield, and cooldown, I might lose it nothing. Well, realistically, what other pylons would we expect? Bliss learning from the past. Yeah, I don't know. I know what I said. Do you see any rogue build viable for endgame? Not sure where rogues will land. I think rogues are gonna be relatively down bad for the most part in this PTR. Like they were already one of the weaker classes and lost a lot on top of that. So in before shielding piling comes back with reflect damage. Oh man. Install PoE 2 pylon. Blast wave. I mean, blast wave is a shrine, not a pylon. Now it's Epoch has a lot of interesting pylons. Yeah, they have like all these like random like player skills that like, you know, shoot out stuff and so on, right? But I mean, is that interesting enough? I don't know. Like, I don't really mind the idea of just having like a damage pylon, a shield pylon, and so on. Like, you know, if defenses are important enough, a shield pylon can be very interesting. And likewise with the damage pylon, right? It's fine to have a very basic type of pylon, I think. If it's like impactful enough and there's like some strategy around it, that's all we need, right? The problem is that, like, for example, in D3, you have like the speed pylon, which is like literally a downside on half the builds, so you don't even click it. And then at most, you just run a little bit faster as like the upside. It doesn't really help you, right? Then you have the power pylon, which is like very good. You have the corner, which is even better. You have a shield, which, you know, sometimes matters, and other times it doesn't matter at all. I guess it's just how it is, where sometimes builds are just so tanky. But if we assume that maybe in D4 with like the new toughness system, you're not just invincible by default, and no build is invincible by default, and you always have to like consciously make a few decisions in order to fix your defense, then a shield pylon becomes a valuable option as well, right? Because you're never going to be at the point where it's just like invincible. You're always going to be at a point where, okay, it can help you to be invincible for a time. But in D4, for example, some builds just like by default, in D3. In D3, some builds just by default are invincible. You know, they just can't die. You know, if you're talking like ALD holder barb or whatever, right? Some builds just have so much toughness from all of the random items they throw in there that you just don't care. Cornet being a pylon, the devs wouldn't. I don't know. Maybe. In D4 we get a fireball pylon that would quadra dip and not be 99% of your damage. Oof. Shroud pylon +1 to all skills, grandfather pylon plus giga health, teleport pylon gain teleport. You can do some fun stuff like that actually, that would be cool. Like there's actually the teleport pylon and then you get like 20 seconds of you know, like basically free teleport enchant with no cooldown or some shit. I mean, why not? That would be kind of fun. Could definitely like include a bunch of like player skills and so on that suddenly kind of come in there. If you had Nemesis Bracer effect in D4, every pylon would be more interesting. Yeah, I agree. Nemesis Bracers is something I wouldn't mind to see come back. Or it could also be like one of the like, you know, affixes. I mean, we talked about Mythic Plus earlier, right? If it makes let's say a Mythic Plus type system for tower, there could also be like a Nemesis Bracer affix, for example, also. Is Maxwell planner updated for PTR? I'm not sure if we have like new PTR version yet. I pinged Riff earlier to check it out, since we had the download already. Let's see. Headhunter pylon. Yeah, the thing is that you get headhunted and suddenly you would also have to like somehow tweak the damage of all these elite affixes, right? Because like in D4, there's not really like affixes that are not just damage, right? Everything is just damage in some way, right? There's the mortars, the explosions, the lightning enchanted, whatever, right? There's like no PoE-esque affixes on monsters, like, I don't know, haste aura or just hasted, or, you know, more armor or whatever. So these things don't exist. I mean, maybe they exist now, but realistically, like a headhunter type effect would be just a random shit shooting out from you. Basically what we had in the Chaos season now, right? We click the Chaos Rifts and then we like shoot out random shit. And it didn't really do anything. Which items will still have DR? Yeah, Teriel has it, and Shaco. And then there's a bunch of aspects. They did remove DR from a bunch of other items though, like on the Spirit one, for example. I remember they did the 2 helms. They lost their DR. So yeah, Harmony doesn't have DR anymore in his decks now, I think. But the thing is that most Spiritborn builds are going to be fine because he's going to have 5,000 armor anyway. I think you're going to be kind of chilling on Spiritborn. Do we get new skills? Nope. Yeah, PTR patch is ready to download. Are we sure Teleport Enchant is really dead? Well, it's not like dead. I think people will still run it. But it's much worse. It depends on like what exactly they mean. So it could be that it's not that bad because it says like the cooldown cannot be reduced, right, or something like that. Teleport. Yeah, evade becomes teleport with 5-second cooldown that cannot be reduced. And boot implicits kind of specifically says attacks reduce evade cooldown by 1.5 seconds, right? So this is the same keyword here. So I would expect that this does not work. And then there's also cooldown reduction, which has the same word basically. So I think the only thing that might work for this is Enchantment Masterboard to make it like a, I don't know, 3.75 or something. Yeah, if the boot implicit still works, then you would basically do like a 3-cast teleport. I want to try Dance on Knives for leveling, but you're afraid to be stuck afterwards or endgame for a very weak character. I mean, they are trying to make Dance on Knives a thing, right, with the new pants. I'm not sure if that's enough, but it will be okay, I guess. What makes people think Doc is bad? Well, the pure Dance on Knives is just not very strong. It's like definitely one of the weaker builds. And there's like the Poison Trap stuff that we were doing in Season 10. But now I think people are kind of like hyped for like some actual Dance on Knives build. Kind of wish Doc was more like Strafe, no need for stacks and whatnot. Yeah, I think they should have just made it like cost energy, and then you just solve the energy, and that's it. And that would solve a lot of other problems that a build has. Curious how Necro will perform with triple golems. Yeah, the golem stuff is gonna be kind of interesting. I guess Doc might be something worth checking out. Teleport enchant. What else is like on the menu for tonight? I really need to check actually. 5k armor versus 1k armor for the Spiritborn. Like how much does Unyielding Aspect actually add to our survivability? I think stacking armor is just gonna be such a big deal for Spiritborn. Or, I mean, like in D3, when you have like two imbalanced values between armor and res, it becomes relatively little impactful at some point. So in D3, I'm pretty sure it's going to be similar here. You had like the perfect ratio was 1 to 10. You wanted to have exactly 10 times more armor than res. And that was the ideal distribution between the damage reduction values. Because the more you stack of one, the less valuable it becomes effectively compared to the other. And the other one kind of catches up in value, and then you're gonna try to, like, you know, if you have like 2000, if you have 200 all res and 1000 armor, you wanna try to add more armor and not another 100 res, for example. So it's gonna be kind of similar here, I think. Now armor also affect elements, yes. That is true. But at least this is how it works in D3. And it's effectively the D3 system. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the same here, where you have like this 1 to 10 distribution, or maybe it's not 1 to 10, maybe it's like 1 to 8 or 1 to 5 or whatever. With new Organic, Blizzard is trying one more time to make people play without the standard skill bar full of death skills. Yeah, they could try that in much better ways. But I think this new Sorkunique is actually very good. I think it's actually going to be used. What I would actually like to see is, like, you know, actual utility options for our mastery skills and stuff. Like, Firewall is kind of there, right, with the burn stuff, but we just don't really have burn builds, so no one cares. But, you know, stuff like Firewall, stuff like, I don't know, Meteor gets a 10 seconds cooldown, but it pulls everything in on a screen. Or, I don't know, stuff like, you know, Blizzard, you know, has like a gigantic freezing zone and maybe applies extra cold damage taken or something. Right? They can do like a bunch of stuff like this, where it's like, okay, you put down the Blizzard and then you start casting your Frozen Orbs in the middle, or, you know, stuff like that. You know, Tug and Draft. Yeah, I hope they're gonna change the elements aspect. We'll see. There's an aspect that's the same as the Soul Unique. Yeah, they changed that. It used to be an aspect of 10 years destruction, which is now a defensive one. It's renamed as well. And it actually heals you. So that combo could be very good. So you're basically gonna have like core skill. What's the thing? What's it called? Maze. Here. Or Zivane. Does anyone know what that means? Yeah, so this used to be an aspect. I think it's that actually when you have no defensive skills, and now you actually have the option to keep one, for example, right? But it's a very powerful item. Has very good stats. So even if you have like 2 defenses on your bar, it's still very good. If you have 1 on your bar, you can like only keep teleport and ignore the others. You can go teleport, teleport enchant, and this weapon. It's gonna be pretty solid. I think they could fix the dense and ice stacks easily by counting the recharge of stacks by flat movement speed instead of meters traveled. Yeah, that's actually something I also suggested. Like, they should just make it some sort of like, while you channel dense knives, you regenerate charges at a certain rate, and that rate multiplies with your movement speed. And then you would solve all of these issues, like, okay, you do small turns, it doesn't count properly, and then you don't get the charges back, like, pff. You never understood the point of pure speed farming builds in D4. Well, I mean, the content is very easy, and at some point you one-shot everything, so the only thing that matters is speed. When was the last time I played D2? For me, that was when D2R launched. I played for a few weeks. Does the tower drop anything? I don't think so. What setup would I recommend for trying upheaval out? Animation got shorted and Mind Arsenal got buffed. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I tried anything with upheaval, to be honest. I would probably try to do something with the Red Furor Ring, Crown of Lucian, like, Giga, Fury, Generation, and Spending, so that you get the guaranteed crits, maybe Banish Lord procs. I'm guessing Tower will be the RMT leaderboard. Yeah. Will the Tower lead to a surge in botting? I don't think that a lot of people really bot on their main accounts in this game. I think like the main thing is just like, the dupes, but they have been deleted in Season 10, so maybe they will not come back. And then it's just RMT basically, right? People buying gold or buying items directly. I'm not sure if like botting is really such a big problem outside of like bots providing that gold for RMT. It's not like in D3 where people like, put on the bot to grind Paragons or something like that. But yeah, I mean, like, the longer the progression and the grind, the more incentive there is. And now with like leaderboard, there's yet another incentive. So yeah, who knows? Maybe people are gonna start botting on their main account, but yeah, I don't know. I really don't know much about how bad is the problem of botting in D4. It's relatively invisible to me. Upheaval hasn't been fixed, it's just a worse Hoda. Yeah, there might not be a big reason to do upheaval, but maybe like in the future I would like try to give them each like a specific role. I feel like Hoda, especially like the shockwave they added from the mantle of Mountain's Fury, it effectively feels exactly like Death Blow, and Death Blow is not far off from upheaval, so they're all kind of like the same skill. So they definitely have to like give them all like a bit of like a reason to exist. Will there be significant changes to Paragon boards? No. I like this game, so I'm gonna make a computer to play it for me. Well, I guess some people don't really look at it that way. Like, they like it and they have fun or something. They're just kind of like, there's also like this perspective of, okay, I want to get it done, right? I want to be efficient with my time. and so on. And so technically, like, you know, logically, like, you know, one thing that we really care about, or like many people care about, is efficiency in this game, right? Efficiency is kind of like one of the best ways to become better at this game and to like show that you're a good player, right? Like anyone can do T4 Lilith if you grind long enough and you have a good build. The question is, who can do it faster? Who can do it earlier, right? So this is like where the efficiency part comes in. And it's just a logical conclusion that you're gonna employ a machine to do it for you because you are not good enough and you're not efficient enough. And you have to sleep and eat and so on. So if that is like the only thing you care about, then it makes perfect sense that you have a bot to play it for you. And work. Basically, we go back to Season 9 builds and adapt to Season 10, Season 11. You can do that, or you can just take Season 11 Season 10 builds and then remove the Chaos Armors. Yeah, I mean, Season 10 definitely had a bit of a shakeup on some builds. But then also, if you go back to Season 9 builds, there might be like a bunch of patch notes you missed and so on. Go to school, I'm missing farming hours. Yeah, exactly. You've seen people do T4 Lilith for the first time this season. You think low amount of time and power can help some people to do something, or the removal of mechanics. Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's like some people that, you know, that play D4 and they like it and they play it a lot even. Maybe they have hundreds of hours or whatever, and they just never really get the capacity to deal with the Lilith mechanics or something, you know. And then, I mean, it's just how it is, right? Not everyone is gonna complete everything. And then, of course, if you like take out the challenge, then maybe people will go in and do it. Chaos Armors are Season 10. They're gonna be gone. Most bots aren't made to progress their account, they're made for RMT. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was talking about earlier. Like in D3, people usually bought it on their main account to get Paragons and also loot, I guess. And there were also like the bounty bots, but I'm not sure if they're really a big thing anymore. So these were like separate accounts and you just collected the bounty caches from them, which kept your own account safe. Because if you bought your main account, then there's a risk of getting banned. And, you know, people get banned like every season or something, right? And they come back every time. They just wait for the sale, buy 10 accounts, and then, you know, they're set for the next 2 years. That's how some people play Diablo 3. So, in D4, yeah, there's like not really a big reason to bot on your main account and risk getting banned, right? Because Paragon is both easy to get and barely matters after some point. And items are generally not bound. So why would you want to bot items on your account? You know, almost nothing is account bound. You just trade the items. So yeah, that's not really an incentive. You're just putting your account at risk. But yeah, obviously for like the RMT economy, it's like a huge economy. You know, we're talking probably about, I don't know, millions, you know, in dollars that people are paying for RMT and botted gold and items every season, right? If you like add all the people together, it's like an insane economy. So in that case, botting is obviously very lucrative. I hate that RMT destroys the economy for trading. Yeah, I don't think it has been really that bad in Season 10. Like, the main factor was really like the dupes and stuff. So they were a problem. And okay, RMT is still there and like impacting the economy, but I guess it's maybe not large enough of an impact. We'll see, I guess, how it will be. I guess Season 10 just barely had any trade going on because they also had the Chaos Armors, right? There was just like barely any items that they could even trade. Like 2 or 3 legendaries was like the maximum. Yeah, like most of the time like a legendary weapon, maybe an amulet, maybe a ring, and that was basically it. Among Us. Thank God D4 doesn't require trade all up match. Yeah, that's true. You can like SSF your way relatively well. Will I do leveling? Not sure about today. I think we're gonna check out a bunch of the, mechanics, some of the new stuff, the tower, and so on. I'm gonna leveling like one of these days though. With the new system, it should be easier to get the right GA gear. Yeah, I guess that's like one thing in like the new system, which is that you can force the GA you want on any item, right? So this is like something that's actually really cool about making builds in Season 11, I think, where it's like, okay, you know exactly what you got. If you put a GA on a stat, you will have exactly that value, right? You know exactly I'll get 30% cooldown on my Shaco. I will get 25% cooldown on my temper, and so on, right? But previously it was always like this, you never knew, when you like double masterwork it or triple masterwork it or whatever, it could get really crazy. And now it's just like, okay, you put it, I don't know, Wrath of the Berserker cooldown 15%. And then you make it like a GA basically or something, and then it becomes, basically a bit more. Something, yeah, just I think 6 masterwork and 1. This is this 50%? Yes. Yeah, just basically it's gonna be always like this, right? If you have Wrath cooldown, you put a GA on it, it's gonna be exactly 22.5, and this is what you got. And I think that's gonna be really good actually when you make builds. He's gonna have the list. Okay, I need to hit this, 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 and I have the build, right? And it's not gonna be just like shitty. Oh man, okay, I finally got a tempo. Okay, let's start the masterwork this thing. Oh yeah, I need like a triple masterwork. Oh my god. Okay, I got a double. Shit, reset. I got a double again. Shit, reset. I'm out of mats now. Okay, I have to go farm again, right? But I think that is gonna be really nice actually. I'm looking forward to that. Especially for all these like breakpoints, attack speed breakpoints, cooldown breakpoints, resources, whatever. There's gonna be so many things that it's just gonna be like so like much more simplified now, thanks to this new masterworking system. And I kinda like that. Wonder how many builds got wrecked because their weapon temper can't be triple masterwork crit. Yeah, I mean the impact of that should be relatively comparable across the board, I think. But then there's like some examples of builds that didn't have a weapon temper. Like if you're talking about I don't know, shocking impact Zorg. I have no idea what it would tempo that thing, but there's probably not much, right? Because that's not even a skill. That's just a random passive. I don't know, Zaramos maybe is here, maybe you can talk about that. Or Stinger Spiritborn, right? Stinger Spiritborn doesn't have a weapon temper. Stinger hits twice, doesn't matter, because you have the swarms. The swarms don't spawn from extra hits. So you put like some random shitty passive on it. So in that case, you're gonna lose less, of course, because the weapon temper didn't matter much. But then you have rogues, and rogues usually had 2 weapon temperers that synergized, right? You had to cast twice, and the Shadow Clown, and now both are lower. So that is completely fucked. Like the rogues are just fucked with that. Unlucky, I guess. Hydra heads, yeah, true. Hydra heads, that's a big one. Chesterly, Shadow Clown. Yeah. I kept saying that for 2 years. Do you not see this here? Huge stocks of builds that use unique weapons. Yeah, that depends. I mean, some uniques are really good because of their stats. And other uniques are really good because of their effects. I think generally it's the effects that matter more than the uniques. But not being able to master or grab some of those stats can really matter a lot as well. What would GA Hyder be now instead of plus 12? I think it's gonna be plus 6. I guess you can check it. So if you want to check what happens when you get a GA, it's 6 masterwork and 1 crit. So you can check any stat to yourself now, basically, like this. So let's do... Yeah, it's gonna be 6. Instead of 12. So you get 2 from... Okay, wait, you have 4 default. Then you get 2 from the amulet, it's 6. And then you get another 6, so you have 12. Instead of 18. It's a 1/3 loss. Slightly less than 1/3, actually. It's not even not that terrible. Like, if you compare this, I don't know, let's look at cast twice Frozen Orb, for example, right? So previously you had 77. And now you're gonna have 52. It's not that different from Hydra, I think. I think Hydra loses a bit more, but not that much more than something like Frozen Orb. If you look at this. 18 extra heads means you have 1900% damage, right? And now you're gonna have 1300. So this is a 32% loss. And if you look at Frozen Orbs, it's this divided by 177. It's a 14% loss. Okay, so... If we can get into conclusions too early, they might change tempers before Season 11 after PTR. They could, but right now there's no reason to assume that. I mean, at the very least, this is what you're gonna see on the PTR, right? So there was nothing in the patch notes about tempers changing or something. Why is everyone celebrating those coming changes? This will be the greatest nerf in the history of any Diablo. Exactly. This is why. Not sure you'll be able to get 100% chance to deal double damage with X skill on Druid. Yeah, the basic attacks usually have a higher chance, and the core skills have a lower chance. And then there's like a bunch in between. But yeah, I mean, Druids didn't have 100% cast twice anyway, because they didn't have extra weapons. It's basically just the classes with extra weapons, like Rogues and Barbs that get to 100%. And the other classes didn't get 100% in the first place. Look at this Frozen Orb here, for example, right? This was 77. Now the basics, I think, might be enough. He has Frostbolt, cast twice. Okay, what do you want, man? Dog. Okay. Seems like he wants to chill here. Barb, Selig, and Ramanatni will be OP. Yeah, like we checked this out earlier, so this is, I call it the Selig Oopsies tab. So Ramanatni will probably give you something like a 50 to 100 times more damage, which is like in a range of 16 to 19 pit tiers. You can combine that with Hoda, so you can get 32 to 38 pit tiers on that. At least for 1 week. Yeah, the clickbait is gonna be real, guys. That's for sure. Lamatia, I think you are being hyperbolic. Will Heartseeker get 100%? With 1 temper? No, but with 2, I guess yes. I guess we can look around a little bit. Rogue. Let's take a bow. I mean, Heartseeker starts relatively strong. You get very close, actually, 97.5. I'm glad they removed damage resistance aura. Yeah, that's gonna be great. The damage, the fucking damage. I wish they would make like some other auras. So when they have like these new elite affixes, I hope there's gonna be some cool auras in there. You know, like hasted aura, or like, you know, like some of these auras from Diablo 2, I think were pretty cool. I'd like to see this kind of stuff. Where sometimes you walk into a room and there's like 3 elites, and then you're gonna be like, okay, like which one do I take out first? Right? And this guy has the aura buffing this. This other guy has that affix. I don't want to deal with this. Like, this actually makes interesting combat. Or I don't know, even better if you can, like, you know, disable them as well, right? Like, similar to Suppressor, maybe you could, like, you throw the smoke grenade on the guy, and then his aura is off for 5 seconds. You take care of the other guy. Like, I want stuff like that. Is Arvarian ever gonna be good? Maybe. I did talk about this in my Mythic video. But Arvarion is the only item in the game that still has a percentage restoration. So with a lucky hit, you can get 99% of your total resources. Well, okay, there's Mangled Aspect, which I guess is technically item-based. And then there's a few skills, one from Altkin. But these are the percentage resource recovery options that I found. And yeah, Arvarion is by far the strongest. So if you want to make a combo with Selig, you can equip Arvarion and just constantly refill like 10,000 mana 5 times per second. And then I don't know what you're gonna do with it, but maybe something. What's the power level in Diablo I would prefer? Like Pit 80 high end? I don't know exactly. If you're talking from like a season 10 perspective, I think reaching 100 or so on like, you know, the best builds would be fine. When are they going to change modders, embrace into pseudo headhunter and make it a mythic? If anything, they should make Fists of Fate a mythic. But also they shouldn't, because that would make it easier to get, actually. Mother's Embrace, I don't know. Why do you have 150 PTRs? Well, it's intentionally designed as an infinite system. You're not supposed to beat it. It's like, you know, you can go higher if you're stronger, and you can see how far you get. That's the whole idea of it. So there's actually, you know, one last system in the game where you can actually see the power gap between builds. Was in sponsor the 80. I mean, also, like, there's obviously room for growth then, right? So maybe let's say that in season 11 the highest pit that we can do is 80. Then, you know, they have room to go up from there, right? They can say, okay, in season 12, hey, maybe we're gonna introduce another system, and, you know, now we go up 5 tiers because of this new thing, or maybe the season theme is stronger or something like that. And then maybe in season 13 they're gonna be like, hey, we also have this other new thing, and now you have like an extra layer you can put in your character and like something to progress with, and then you can squeeze out another 5 tiers and so on, right? So you don't want to like rebalance the entire game every time you do something new. Any max will be hard to max the glyphs. It's not that hard as it seems, but yeah, it will be a bit of a grind. The question is, why do you want to max the glyphs if you're farming 80s already? What do you need glyphs for? Torment 4 is pit 55. I mean, we have Paragons to grind in this game, if you want. You can grind 300 Paragons. What for? You know, it doesn't do anything. Gives you like a tiny increment of extra power. And this is the same with glyphs, just that the glyphs give you slightly more power a lot faster. Right? If you grind a Paragon 300, you will have all of your characters. Like if you have 5 characters, they will all be decked out with 100 glyphs. All of them. Even if you just farm like pit 70 or some shit. Is Blizzard mana region, pseudo exile region? Ah, true. I think they didn't change Blizzard, right? Yeah, we were running Blizzard in season 10 actually. Yeah, looks like I forgot that actually. I should definitely add it. Blizzard. What is that called? One mana regeneration for every 20. Yeah, this is insane. Wizards and Blizzard. That's another part of the oopsie list. Get me in as a Maxwell Rider. I mean, to be fair. There's this. So. Is there any comparison how much Paragon 83 is Paragon 300? I would say like 3,000 Paragon in D3 is like Paragon 300 in D4 or something like that. It's not very high. Maybe a bit less even. Like it takes around 80 hours. If you play like a meta build as fast as you can, it's around 80 hours to go from Paragon 0 to 300 in D4. Like people can do this literally by Sunday of a season start. How does Arm O work with Hoda? It just works. They changed it in Season 10. They just didn't change the tooltip. I mean, 80 hours obviously is still quite a grind for a lot of people. And also, like, I was talking about, like, the kind of like speedrunner perspective, right? So I have played a lot more than 80 hours in this season, and I have not reached Paragon 300. Because I played like 12 different builds, and I did like the hardcore event, and, you know, I did a lot more stuff than just grinding Paragons in the pit, basically. But I'm Paragon 298. Actually, today, before the start of the PTR, I guess I could have grinded the last 2 levels, but it is what it is now. Maybe I'll do it afterwards. It's more interesting to like discuss, I guess. They should add more XP outside of pit, and they are doing that actually, and they actually said that I think everything scales with difficulty now. I wonder if that actually means everything, because if it does, then Vessel of Hate campaign leveling is going to be ridiculously fast. But yeah, at the very least, it sounds like we are at least getting something and not nothing anymore. So that's good. Because previously, if you weren't farming pit, you know, like I can literally play an entire day, 15 hours, and not get a level up. Or even half a level up, depending on what I do. And then I can go to the pit for 3 hours, and I get my level up from start to finish. So that's obviously a bit out of whack. Please let us not play a campaign again. I mean, it's optional, right? But yeah, it is the fastest way to level currently. Does everything scale with difficulty? They made it sound this way. And they talked about it in the Sanctuary dev chat. I guess I should probably put it here. XP, reward, difficulty, scaling. They did talk about side quests at the very least. So this could maybe involve campaign as well. He grinded 500k warp and got 1 level from 293 to 294. Nice. Yes. Is 150 gonna be achievable? Well. If we do this, it's gonna be close, maybe? Maybe doable. But I mean, this is a PTR clickbait only feature. If you see that, and that's not gonna make it to life. Blue excavation point level meta. Let's go. The grinding pit to 300 and never playing again. Currently up to 287. Endless insight. Yeah, I wouldn't say that. You're 60% of the way. Hi, Violet. What am I leveling with? I mean, I'll definitely have to test if campaign leveling is buffed by the difficulty settings. That would be insane. I know Cornus is going to do a lot of leveling testing anyway. I'm not going to do leveling today, I think. But I will probably kind of like pay attention to the Paragon gains from different activities and just kind of see what happens, you know, pit versus hordes versus dungeons and so on. Hope campaign won't be leveling meta. Yeah. I have to get your Philly, need to do some PoE leveling practice. You're already prepping for like PoE 1 launch, Bonkers. Actually, it's in like in 10 days, right? When is the reveal? In 2? You're doing a Raven build, doing pit 100 in 230 runs. Yeah, I should probably go down a little bit. I'll go to like 90 or 95 and do it faster. I just speedrun your son through trick and treating. That's good. No PTR on Steam. Yeah, it's only for Battle.net usually. Sounds good, Wonkus. You have any build in mind already? Or are you just waiting for later until we get patch notes and stuff? Wait, when is the reveal again for PoE? It's in 2 days, right? Surely. I downloaded the PTR already. It's the new version already. I can, let's look. Do we have data mine out actually? Any data miners? Wowhead is usually kind of fast on that. I know Riff is working on Planner as well as we speak. I actually just wrote to him. So maybe you're gonna get the Maxwell Planner updated as well. I don't see anything here. Okay, we'll see. I'm not sure if we have like an ETA, but hopefully tonight you might get the data mine already on the Planner. So Riff is working on it. It's gonna be nice. And they can create items and so on with the right rules with Temperers and Masterworks. Did show dual dagger build on Twitch drop announcements, so copy levels are at max. Okay. What are you hoping to see from an assassin rework, Monkas? Okay. We'll see. There's a planner. How does a pit scale with harness and challenge again? After that scale changes? We don't know how they changed the scaling. It could be very likely that they actually changed pit scaling. Because they said they nerfed monsters. So that sounds like they also nerfed monster HP, and maybe we're not going down that many pit tiers. Like from a season 10 perspective, without any changes to monsters, we're probably losing like 30 tiers on most builds, or yeah, maybe 20 to 30 or something like that. Because most builds probably lose like 90% of the power thanks to chaos items and chaos perks. And the sanctification stuff is not nearly enough to make up for that. Masterworks is lower, Tempers is lower, and so on. But yeah, it could also be that they nerfed monsters by like 90% or something. And maybe we're actually not losing a lot of pit tiers. We'll see. Maybe just make the monsters like harder, but not very much tankier or something like that. So that could be something as well. This is a balancing giga patch, yeah. In PoE, I mean. For Hydersorg, which emerald will be better? Wait, you wanna like argue Stelic versus Ophidian? Yeah, I think Ophidian is still the way anyway. Will Evades still be a good starting build? Yeah, I expect Evades will still be good. But it looks like the Capaleka builds are winning more than Evade in this patch. Later on. So it depends on like how hard is Torment 4, mostly. Like Evade, getting to the point where like perma-evade without any weaving will take a bit more effort. It's usually very easy to do with just like Masterworks and Tempers with the evade cooldown and so on. We're doing fast pit 140 when Spirit one were new. Yeah, I mean they were kind of funny and buggy in many ways. And then they tried to balance it out a little bit after that. Okay, man. Need to lie down a little bit or something. Yeah. Because I have a bunch more stuff to check before we start. We have like around 2 hours now until the PTR. 2:30 actually, it says. So we'll see. Maybe it goes up a little bit earlier. Here's my beautiful paint. Why is this thing so large? Can I make it smaller? Why is this window so fucking large? Okay. Season 6 was your only P300 season with 2-minute bit 150 runs. Oh man. I also found Paragon 300 only in Season 6. And then I did it almost again in softcore. But then the other seasons I did much less Paragons. Because I generally just focus less on pit. And I would focus more on like playing different builds and playing like all of the game. Right? Because when I play like a season for like 300, 400 hours or so, like I can't just fucking farm pit, man. Oof. It was actually very refreshing in Season 10, where we did a lot of different things. I think Necro should have Corpse Lance. Dude, I love Corpse Lance. I really hope we're gonna get a Corpse Lance build in D4. I think GA Armorex will be worth again. Yeah, I mean, even right now, GA Armor is a relatively good solution. Especially like in early Paragon levels and stuff. At some point you don't really need it anymore. And then you kind of don't care anymore, but yeah, GA Armor, if they don't change the stats themselves, it is gonna be very valuable. This might actually be the #1 stat to put on your Armorers. It's a very valuable stat. And now that there's no cap on armor, and defenses might matter, I think this might be one of the top things. You know, maybe you have the option to put like % armor on your neck, or 3 life rolls on your gear, or something like that. And 3 life rolls could be 3 dex rolls, right? And 3 dex rolls beat any other stat you could put on your neck. So if you look at it this way, yeah, it's also very easy to get the armor. I mean, for the Spirit Bombers with like unyielding hits, for sure. Like unyielding hits is gonna be so ridiculously good. Spirit Bomb in general is gonna get massive stonks. Like with rebalanced monsters and not just like the blocking and the dodging mattering, like Spirit Bomb is gonna be overall better in survival. Because Spirit Bomb didn't really have a lot of damage reduction effects. That was the main issue, right? It had like block and dodge, and then almost nothing besides a bunch of barriers, maybe. But other classes have barriers, and they have damage reduction, and they have fortify, and you know, all this kind of stuff. And Spirit Bomb just kind of had nothing. Is it possible that we're gonna see +3 different passive amulets meta on all builds? No, I don't have a fear of triple passive amulets becoming a real problem or something like that. The thing is that with less masterworking, the passives lose more value. So if you look at this here, I mean, it's a relatively minor effect, but I'll show it to you. So when you have +2 to a passive, right? And then you masterwork it. But like rather you GA it, it goes to +3, right? And there's no other upgrade you can get anymore. It can be 1, 2, or 3. This is now the range of what your passives can be on an egg. And you can't do something like this anymore, where you can potentially +7, right? And some passives were ridiculously good. Now, those good passives will still be good, but you're gonna get less of them. And for the other passives, you're not gonna get really much either. And the thing is that after like the 1 or 2 really good passives that fit for your build, you don't really have a lot of good passives most of the time. The typical passive is like 3, 4, maybe 5% if you're lucky per point. And you're gonna get 2 points, right? It is not really a difference to like this. Like if you're looking at, I don't know, let's say Evulsion. Let's see something like this here, right? So Evulsion is 6%. It's actually a relatively strong passive. 6% for bone skills per point. So that's 12% together. Relatively good. But a crit chance is not that far off from that. And I don't know, it's like a weaker passive. He's a 5% passive, right? This is 5% per point. Depends a bit on a class, depends a bit on a build. Here, look at this, fueled by death. 3% per point. You get 6% from 2. If you have a passive like this, that is probably worse than 8 crit. So and then you also have something that probably almost every build will run, which is just armor percent. I think armor percent on a neck, if they don't nerf it, is going to be kind of like the #1 thing to get. That is a lot of fucking armor. So that will probably trump everything. And then you have another thing which you'll generally want, which is movement speed, because with less master working on your boots, you're not gonna just reach movement speed cap. So for anything like speed farming related, basically outside of tower, movement speed is probably #1 priority, armor is probably #2 priority, and then, okay, you roll whatever is the best passive, and then it's like 1 slot left or something like that. So I think this is kind of how it's gonna go. What's the best build for damage this season? In season 11? Dude, you're asking some questions. I mean, Spiritborn is going to be pretty OP, I think, compared to the other classes. I think Spiritborn probably gets the most from the toughness changes. And also doesn't really lose too much on a lot of builds with the masterwork changes. And gets like potentially 3 new builds. You vote for Kickbarb top 1. Holy man. Can't wait for Sanctification to boost your life per second, plus 666. Well, I expect we're going to be very glad about getting a GA life per second roll now. Spiritborn OP, but I got a lot of nerfs. Wait, what nerfs? Okay, they changed Potent a bit. And I mean, Spiritborn loses a lot from the season theme. But yeah, Spiritborn in general had a bit of a survivability issue that no other class had. And for example, Annealing Hits is just like free real estate, like a lot of it, I think. Plus they're also getting a really good new item. Plus they have very good synergy with Silic. And potentially Shattered WoW. Yeah. I think Spiritborn is going to be very good. Is Barb, Kick, a bug, and PTR? I don't know what's bugged on a PTR, we haven't played it yet. But yeah, people are definitely trying to make a Kick build, I guess. And give away stuff before PTR? What should I give away, Nekon? Finish should give magic and normal items value like in PoE with bases. That's not a bad idea. But this only works when you have loot filters. So first you have to make the loot filters, and then you can talk about making magic items or normal items valuable. Selic. I was talking about the Mythic Neck. So this thing is changed, and there's a lot of potential for this to be very strong on the Spiritborn. Yeah. Think about the new sword weapon. I think it's very strong. I think this will be a must equip for every single build. Well, it will only be a must equip for builds when it's like significantly stronger than alternative weapons. Incinerate, for example, has Flame Scar, which is a relatively powerful item for that build. Ball Lightning, okay, has the offense, I guess not a weapon. So you could combine it. Yeah, I'm not sure about some of the other builds. It seems like a very powerful item, but the thing is that if you run with no defensives, you're not gonna have teleport on your bar. If you don't have teleport on your bar, with the nerf teleport enchant, you're gonna be kind of slow. So for like speed farming scenarios, I think this weapon might not be really that strong, but it will be a very good progression weapon and then a very good pushing weapon. And potentially you could even set up your character in a way where maybe when you do bossing, you just like swap out the weapon and like, you know, 2-3 skills and start blasting or something. It's a 50-50 player, season and eternally tired of the shakeups if you go tier items. Yeah, okay, you're playing a seasonal game, man. I'm not sure what to say. I mean, if anything, you can probably keep your like ridiculously masterworked items on Eternal, and they're not going to be like completely useless suddenly. So I don't think they're going to turn off your old items, and the old items definitely beat the new items. So if you're playing on Eternal, you're just going to have like some ridiculous OP stuff that you can't get again. What Spirit build will I try? I'm probably going to try a bunch. You know, I just want to kind of get a general feel for the game and so on, and try things and so on. You know, we can do the build cooking at some point later, especially once we get a planner update and so on. For now, it's more about seeing the new stuff, the new systems, the tower, and so on. And I was going to do this with like a bunch of builds, I guess. Don't think magic items will be valuable unless they give us some kind of recombinator mechanic. I mean, way back, they said that magic items will roll higher stats, I think, similar to the 2. And then it's just never manifested, basically. But yeah, I mean, maybe they're gonna like put a bigger focus on crafting in the future, right? When an expansion comes. And then you can say, okay, like magic items drop, and they're like the starting point for crafting an item. Or maybe you can do something where like make an item out of it that is not the same as a drop in whatever form that could be, right? I think the first dance I'm gonna do is Spiritborn here. I'm definitely gonna do a bunch of stuff on Spiritborn. Definitely gonna try a bit on Sorg with like the Frozen Orb and just in general like the new weapon is very interesting. Yeah, maybe later this week I'm gonna do like a Golem Necro just because Barb stuff is interesting with the charging and the leaping. And Barbs in general are looking pretty good. Think you can still reach CDR for stuff like Shadow Step? Shadow Step is not that hard, I think. I know, I haven't really looked into that. It's 9 seconds base. And then you get minus 3 seconds there. So you need like 60-ish%. Yeah, that should probably be doable. So you get 31 right there, and then you get a Shaco. That's another 30. That is, yeah, it's 15% from the rings. Yeah, you can easily do that actually. How much is a temper if you didn't do assassins? Kinda low. Okay. Should be no problem, I think. Maybe this season will be the return of Barrage. I mean, Andaria's stonks are going up a little bit, but I'm not sure if it's enough for that. Any chance I can show what the other looks like in D4? No chance. Maybe with the warm-up mechanic that I have for the season, I can keep some version of that moving forward with crafting. Yeah, I mean, I like the idea. I've been asking for like a corruptions type mechanic for a long time, and I'm glad that they're doing it. I think Diablo 4 is a very well-suited game for such a mechanic. It's gonna be pretty fun. Which class will be stronger? Yeah, my money is on Spiritborn right now. Spiritborn is looking pretty good. Outside of like, yeah, this, I guess, right? So that is going to, like, all of this is 100% getting fixed after the PTR. So if we ignore all of this, I think Spiritborn is going to be very good. Could be that Sork is also pretty good. At least Frozen Orbs has some stuff going for it. The new weapon is pretty good there. I have no idea about the golems. I don't really expect golems to like suddenly be the best build in the game or something. What else do we have? Barbs. Barbs looking pretty solid across the board, I think. But I guess we'll see. What is a sheet? That's just some stuff that I put together earlier. I'm just kind of like, you know, preparing to take notes. Here I'm gonna do some toughness data. We should make a sanctify sheet actually. Flashbang. Sanctify. So I guess we do something like slot. Outcome. Anything else? Aspect or stat. And then like we kind of just collect it. You know, I'm just gonna do like a 500 items or some shit and see what happens, I guess. And then like we sort it later. Is there anything else I would like to like collect in data? Woody is trying to save the rogue family. Yeah, I think rogues are not looking good, to be honest. How long will it take to determine the sweet spot for toughness per torment here? I don't think it will be that long. But I wonder if you're gonna feel some differences between builds and like characters and stuff, right? Because you have like access to different like defensive tools, like, you know, Zorks have ice armor and flame shield, and they will probably run with less toughness than like a barb or something like that. So that's definitely going to be interesting to see how this will develop. I guess generally the toughness values will be kind of comparable. It's going to be like maybe plus minus a range of like double or triple between all the builds basically. But that's still quite a range, right? Okay, one guy can maybe get away with like, you know, 3k health and the other guy with 5k health. What is that cheat? This is for the PTR. Imagine if that few classes will not have a problem with sustain using a new Mythic Amulet. Yeah, okay, but I mean, if you use a new Mythic Amulet, you don't have a normal Amulet, right? And then you lose a lot of power there. So you only want to use Selig if you get an offensive benefit from it. Sure, you can equip Selig and then be very tanky and just try to get resources somehow. But if you don't have an offensive benefit from it, then it's not going to be worth it, I think. The calculation here for what? Okay, so this one is all of the effects and skills that they forgot about when they changed Selig. So we're gonna see some funny stuff here with bombs, for example, being way too powerful. Beware the clickbait. Then here I'm gonna track toughness. Here I'm gonna track sanctify, and here's just like a list of stuff that I want to check out, so I don't forget. Adaptability is capped at 500. So most effects that previously were like scaling with resources are now capped at 500, 300 or something like that. So it doesn't go too crazy, but they forgot a few things. So this is why I call this sheet here the Selig oopsies. So all of these will disappear soon, but on the PTR they exist. Yeah, one thing that's gonna be really huge. So if Selig plus Kepeleke, for example, is gonna work out, Kepeleke with 500 resources is pretty good. Usually you have like half of this. Now the question is, does this still interact with Starless guys and like resource cost reduction and so on? Because this could actually mean a nerf to even the regular builds. So it usually works as you have, let's say, 250 vigor, and then you have a Starless, and then a Starless 50% RCR makes Kepeleke count as a double the vigor consumed. So the multiplier is larger. So in that case, Kepeleke builds could actually be nerfed and have zero synergy with Selig. But maybe not. And then this could be like a pretty big, good damage buff here while making very tanky. So I guess we'll have to like wait and see a little bit. I wonder if we're gonna use any of the other reworked rings here on the Spellborn. I mean, Riffing Moon, I had that in the old Stinger build, but only for like T4 farming. Now I get a bit more cooldown, so I guess that makes it a bit more chill. Unless you don't use the ring. There's different ways to get the vigor back, but getting 500 vigor back is kind of hard, so you probably have to combine it with Midnight Sun. So Kepeleke, Midnight Sun, and Selig. Kepeleke. Is there like anything else in the patch notes actually? Maybe I should like go through them one more time to see a little bit what's going on. Also, these divine gifts, I actually need to check them out one more time. Because I kind of like skimmed over this. I still don't 100% understand the system. Does it normally start 30 minutes past the hour? No, usually not. But for some reason I said 10:30 a.m. Yeah, I guess you have to see this in action. Is there like anything really interesting in these essences? Maximum barrier after becoming injured every 20 seconds. Refill a potion every 20. I mean, this is like something for rogues, maybe. Actually, there's also something about new ice armor enchant on Sorks or something, right? Snowball makes you unstoppable and grants 400 armor. They apply ice armor and have a 20% chance to refund themselves. Could be kind of interesting. 45 1% if your maximum life per second is kind of neat. Just like slowly goes up. It's effectively 1% life regen, just like that. This is not terrible. This is good. It's kind of whatever. This is good. 30% move speed, just like that. And then it's on res. Yeah, I wonder how much I will care about these rewards versus the actual effects. Like, I think it will be more important for me to actually, like, you know, close the gap of my lacking movement speed than to get obols over salvage mats, for example. You're trying to leveling test all 7 days? Holy. Okay. Capstone Dungeons, big win? I agree. It's gonna be fun. I'll do a guide for returning players waiting for season 11. Yeah, for sure. I did one for season 10, and I think this is a pretty good thing to just do like every season. Okay, what else do we have in the patch notes that we still want to check out? So these capstones, 30. I wonder how it's gonna feel to like walk in there at like level 10 or something. It's normal difficulty, so it can't be that crazy. But you need like something, right? You can't just go in at level 1 because you have no skill points, you have nothing. So you need like at least something going on. Yeah, the thing is that's not a big reason to kind of like struggle your way through these capstones at the start, I guess. Because all you get is 2 skill points, I guess, right? No, wait, do we get more skill points? You get 4? I remember that capstone 1, 2, and 3 give you skill points, and 3, 4, and 5 give you Paragon points. So if we assume the same number of points, then this would be 4 each. And for Paragons, it would be, I don't know, because it's 28 usually. So maybe like 12, 12, 4 or something. You go with Puncture and Barrage call points for nostalgia. Holy. Add in some Shadow Imbue too. I mean, but leveling Shadow Imbue is actually relatively decent. Okay, what else do we have? The new items. Okay, we're gonna do some leap stuff and some charge stuff. This is just oof. Dance of Knives, Golems. Yeah, one of the more interesting items definitely is all the vein here from the Sorks. And this is... I'm not 100% sure if you can really make anything out of this effect. But at least it's some nice upgrade. This is gonna be very interesting to try a Beast Strike build. The problem is, I guess, that a lot of these like proc-based builds on Spiritborn are always just going back to Quill Volley. We had Andariel, that was Quill Volley. We have like now the Beast Strike thing, Quill Volley. We're gonna have Centipede Main Hall, Quill Volley. Everything's just Quill Volley because it hits the most times. And that's what matters most of the time. Any like lucky hit thing also like just goes back to Quill Volley most of the time. I guess one exception exists, which is like Thorns, which is actually Rake. And Balazan is actually Rake, I guess. Yeah, well. Yo, sun's up. Okay, we've seen the new items. Okay, anything else here about the new mythics? I'm really curious to see like how are the resistance values. For example, like Tyrius Might, it says 80 all resistance. So with HA it will be 120. Like, is that good? How much is that? I guess if you have the same all res values as before, this would be a lot. This would be... I think you have 8% normally, right? On the res roll? 10 actually. So if this is unchanged, then it's going to be like the same value as 8 all res rolls if you're in Equipterials. That's a lot. And then it's resistance percent as well. That could be insane. Notice PTR as a test server. Hydrasorg dies in season 11? I don't think so. PTR is up? What? Am I being one guide by Alex? What do you mean? And a planner. Ah, shit. Okay. Wait. Alright. Let's check it out. Oh, look at that, guys. Okay, let's see it. Do I have to make new items for this or what? Did you do Temper and Masterworks? This looks suspiciously like before. Oh, we have some new numbers though. Look at that. Okay. Yeah, these numbers are different for sure. Uh-oh. Only new items. Okay, let me check. Okay. I just had to explain a few things about new Temper and Masterworking. Okay, man, it's a bit difficult to type when you're sitting on my arm. So either you're here or you go down. Alright. Let's see how much smarter the mobs are. Well, let's see. There's gonna be some surprises about our items. What is this? 0 res. What is Merlin testing PTR? Shred Druid? Yeah, something like that, I think. Okay. So as long as we don't masterwork stuff up, we just put GAs, it's fine. Let's look around a little bit. Maybe there's like some other interesting stuff. Okay, so are there skill changes in? There should also be in, right? If we look at Barb, Kick is now maximum 500. Okay, so this was changed. If anyone finds anything that was not in the patch notes, let me know. Okay, event has 0 res. I don't know, maybe they removes it. It might just be buggy. Pretty sure they did not remove this. It's probably just buggy. What about the armor? The armor here looks fine. Okay. They probably changed the item power scaling on the amulets and stuff. Yeah, I was checking Wowhide earlier, but I didn't see anything on their page. Okay, here's life regen, guys. 1086 per 5 seconds. 1600. It's like 300 life per second. That seems not too high. Did they change life values? Not really. So life region doesn't seem crazy. What about life per hit? Here's life per hit. 159. But they said something about a cooldown there, right? So I wonder how fast, how short is that cooldown? Like, can life on hit trigger twice on a quill volley with rebounding aspect, for example? What about a blizzard? Or like a Starfall Corona's meteor? So I guess we'll try that at some point. Mm-hmm. 490 physical res. That seems like such a high number. Like the res values are higher than the armor values, which looks kind of weird. I mean, it's individual res, but 350 armor. So yeah, if I had to guess, it is like a 1-to-5 ratio. Look at this. Yeah, 70 all res, 350 armor. So in D3, it was a 1-to-10 ratio. That was the optimum. I think here might be a 1-to-5. Season 11 equals bad? Hell no. 228 life on kill. So that's like between 2 to 5% maybe. Doesn't seem that small actually for farming. Did it do anything with like weapon stats or so? Oh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That is some pretty big stats actually on your weapons. Okay. Flashbang. Weapons. That is pretty big. Is that on one-handed as well? Oh, no. Okay, so attack speed is only in two-handed. Life build is here, though. But it doesn't matter if it's a mace. No, it's the same. Like I said, two-handed has attack speed, but not one-handed. Interesting. Knife on kill was already there, right? Okay. These knife on kill guys actually seem useful. Okay, knife on hit is on the rings. We can maybe also do this here. Weapon, ring. So we can like sort it by either slot or by affix. So let's do both, I guess. It'll be interesting to see what else. Okay. Seems like this is kind of unchanged. These affixes here. Okay. What about helm? Healing received? I think it was already there, right? This seems relatively the same. I'm not sure about life per kill. Is that new? Okay, so seems like we have this even with eternal. Okay, so it seems like the values are just there now. Okay, so this is what it is. Anything else? Yeah, I'm not sure if Life on Kill existed on chest and helm and stuff. Was that a thing? I think not, right? I think it was like weapons and rings, and that's it. So that might be new. Let's see some gloves. Don't think that really changed much here. But I think the Life on Kill and Life on Hit as well is new. Let's just do this. Badge, Flay, Frenzy, Lunge. No, it's all the same here. These like pants are actually unchanged. Potion capacity is coming back. Oh shit. Hey, what happens if you like upgrade this? Okay, it goes from 3 to 4. Oof. Alright. Potion capacity was not a thing. Anything else? I think... Dude, I need to check this in-game actually, with the Life and Kill. I don't know. I think this Life and Kill is new on like all of the slots, right? If Renown is being replaced, what happens to Live Altars and shit blue quests? Oh, they become worthless. Happy COE day. I think about the new Jaguar Primary Hall, I think could be very good. Yeah, it's a 50% multi, so it helps you even if you're not trying to scale the Beast Strike. But you could try to like make it like a quill volley build and hit a lot and trigger the Beast Strike like 4 times per second for 3200% weapon damage potentially. You want the hours of your life back. Uh-oh. Yeah, maybe you can write an angry letter to Rod Ferguson or something. Maybe he's gonna give you those hours back. Okay, we have okay, let's just buy like one of each, I guess. Yeah, that's life per second. There's no life on kill on any of these. Anything that was removed. I guess all this like lucky hit chance to heal is removed. There's now life per hit. Okay. Home chest. Is that on glove too? I think glove as well. Pants, boots. It seems like pretty much everywhere. Here's life on kill. Here's life on kill. Here's life on kill. Okay, evade stuff is unchanged, it looks like. This is 1.5 seconds. Okay, it's the same as well. Yeah, the attack speed on 2 in a weapon is kind of interesting. And then the chance to make enemies vulnerable, this is also really nice to get on weapons now. But it's a pretty rare roll. It's very hard to get this. But it's very easy to get life and main stat. And then one other random additive mod or something. Although in the case of 2-handed weapons, you definitely want the attack speed. Or in some cases you might want the like a hit restore resource or something. More life per hit even. It's actually a bunch of decent stats now on weapons. Okay. What else? Life on kill, was that a thing on rings before? Mana on kill. Actually, no. It was mana on kill. Is that still here? Fury on kill? Yes. So it's life on hit and life on kill now. What about life region? It's also there. It's all there. We got this already. Oh. That doesn't bode well for the amulet, guys. What about amulet? Okay. Random 40% damage is still there. 8% lucky hit is still there. Oof. Okay, there's life on hits. There's life on kill. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, okay, lucky hit heal was already there. Yeah, so life on kill is, I think it's on every single slot actually. Yeah, everything has life on kill.
My demons are quiet here. Mostly.
I think this is it. And then we have auras, armor equals 1 to 5. What about the individual resists? 490 and 70. So there's 6 resistance types, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where's Fizz? Here. Okay, so there's 6 resistance types. And they are times 7 the value of all res. Okay. So yeah, it's like 1/6 more efficient to stack individual resistances compared to all res. This also means that if you commit to going for individual resistances, you need at least 6 different items that at least have one roll of an individual resist, so they can balance them out. Which I think in most cases you probably don't want to do, right? So I think in many cases you still go for all res, so you have like the overall survivability. And you don't really go for individual resistances unless you find out that certain aspects, certain affixes are like insane or something. Anything interesting in Dynamine? I mean, there's like more stuff to discover for sure, but first of all, let's empty this planner here and make a new one. I mean, if anyone finds anything about like skill or item changes, let me know. because I do expect that there's probably some stuff in there. We can like look around a little bit and see what happens. This thingy, for example, has 666 poison res. And there's actually not a lot more poison res than you can get on a normal item, right? What about Teriel? 80 all res and 25 total resistance. Yeah, so these numbers are just like not that crazy anymore now, I think. Even if you G8 us, this is not even 2 items. This is very, very similar to like 1 item, 1 all res roll. It goes to 70. This one is kind of big, I guess. But maybe Terrace is not going to be as crazy. And Andaris neither. How is Bone Spear looking? I have no idea. Probably bad. Although they did change something about the pants. Okay, let's see what else. Shattered Vow. Grandfather. What happens if you get ignore durability loss Sanctify on a Grandfather? Does it ignore durability loss twice as hard? Are there gonna be builds up for PTR? Nope. I mean, some people will maybe post some, but we don't have like max roll PTR builds or something like that. So interestingly, Doombringer did not get the life per hit treatment. It actually kept the lucky hit chance to heal. So this is actually relatively bad compared to us just having a lucky hit roll. But I mean, it's still kind of insane item, so. Oh, this is already updated actually. They added the effects here. Sounds like they just made 200 axe expertise even better. Because now you also get 10 crit for free. But Polam got 15% damage while healthy. I'm not sure if this or wait. First increased bleeding damage. Okay, so bleed builds go this. 200 mace is 15% crit damage while berserking. Yeah, I guess if you like reach crit cap easily, or you don't need crit because of Red Furor Ring or something, then something like this or this is good. It cancels out when you have 2 times ignore durability loss. Any specific uniques you want to check out maybe? It's like you have all these like fucking diluted like chaos armors here still. Oof. Maybe some surprise changes to some of the non-capped stuff. This still seems the same. This seems the same. This seems the same. Okay, it seems like they didn't cap anything, surprisingly. Barb 24 legendary affix. Let's go. Yeah, I'm not sure we have the functionality for a double legendary aspect yet. Apparently Ignition found a way to bug out the planner and at least add legendary aspects to uniques in some way. I'm not sure how he did that. Okay, can we find anything else here that was changed? Let's check some of the unique items. Yeah, it's kind of sus that it says +0 resistance to all elements. on all of these, because the item stats are fine and we see the values, and here we just see like nothing. This might be a planner thing. All the necks and the rings don't say any res. It's kind of weird how here it doesn't even show the Implicit anymore at all on these uniques. Here we see the 490 fire res. That's like a typical fire res roll. I guess they probably changed a few other uniques and stuff. How's this with a GA? Is it just 8? Oh, it actually becomes 9. Interesting. Didn't remove damage reduction affix. Yeah, they generally remove damage reductions, yes. I think shields still have it. You can check shields actually. So I imagine here we can still find it. And there's the R. Armor, res. Life on hit exists here. Life on kill. I guess we can add that. Anything else on the shield, actually? No random attack speed or something. There's the vulnerable. I'm not sure if that was a thing before. It might be a thing now on shields that wasn't before. Druid leveling will be polarized, best option. I don't think really much changes on the leveling there, so it's just kind of like you play companions and then whatever you find. Ah yeah, we can check our Varion. That's the entire list of stats. Okay, so there was no life on hit here, no life on kill, and no vuln. Okay. Okay, Varion. Yeah, it's still there. 50% chance to restore percent resource exists. I guess a new mace. Do I want to test about Lucky Hit 1? No, I don't want to test anything. I'm just noting it down where it exists now. Because this was not mentioned anywhere. I just realized actually we can juice up our teleport a lot with the Oculus now, right? Teleport double damage, teleport damage, 12 ranks to teleport. And it sounds like here you can actually deal more and more damage. So if you, let's say, teleport twice per second, you're gonna get 16 stacks. 800% damage, that's a lot of damage. I wonder if you can actually make this strong enough. I mean, look at that. Making an Oculus build could be kind of interesting. I wonder what they're gonna do about bosses. Okay, it won more some weapons. No. Okay, any other surprises here? Imagine if new master working also buff the implicit. That could be kind of wild on some effects. Look at this. This thing actually has life on hit as an implicit, I just realized. What the hell? Oh, did we check focus? He has life on hit, life on kill. Fallen. Was that a thing before already? No, the Voln was not a thing. Okay. So maybe something we should check about quarterstaffs or something. Maybe they're different. I kind of doubt it though. So you have the attack speed there. The Voln. Okay, that seems all the same. It's pretty legit, man. That's a lot of attack speed. And I guess it's not local, right? Yeah, it's just like normal attack speed. Okay. Would be very surprising if they added like local attack speed bonuses now or something. In an interview, they said Master could grant quality which will add damage or res or armor. Yes. But I mean, some items have like special implicits, right? Like, for example, here on the neck you have res, but then you have like, for example, barbs, and they have like battle trance, and you have the chance to gain a stack of frenzy. Like, is that going up now when you masterwork it? Yeah, Oculus was changed in a pretty big way. They're trying to make like an Oculus teleport thing. What are you testing first? I know, I think it's gonna like set up the first build I see when I log in, and then start blasting, do an Asmodan and a tower, and just gonna see what happens, I guess. And you have like a big list here. Set Oculus. Before Teleport was getting nerfed. Yeah, I kind of missed the part where they Giga buffed Oculus. This is there's a range, yeah, and it goes to 65, so this is actually not the same as in patch notes. I wonder if I can notice anything about tempers being different. If we look around. But tempers seem generally the same. One thing I could imagine is maybe something like the res ones and the cooldown ones. They also seem the same. And okay, the temper values are now the same as the rolls. 490, yeah. And armor. Armor is now flat armor and not percent armor. Which is also the same as a roll. So how much does that change the balance? So we can temper 20, it's 15% that they can temper, right? And then a roll is like 230. So if we assume we reach 2k armor with a 15% damage roll, that would mean it's a 260. So it's like slightly more than a typical roll. 230 is usually what you roll on gear. I'm not counting the masterwork now. So the temper lost a little bit, but not much. What about the rest? This is 50.
Need something blessed? Cursed, perhaps?
And the rolls are... Okay, this is masterwork, right? 72 point. It's the same as well, actually. Okay, this is actually the same as the temper. So this is unchanged. But the armor temper is slightly worse than before. Although not reliant on how much armor you have in the first place, I guess. So wait a minute, what about armor on neck? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Spiritborn stonks are going down, guys. Uh-oh. There's no armor. They removed armor. Uh-oh. Quick, guys. Sailor. Spiritborn stocks. Okay. Anything else here? No. Oh shit, wait a minute. Percent main stat is now also just like a dex roll. Oh god. Oh no, dude. What? I did not expect that though. And it's less than the normal item. You can have 121. Really? Looking for free passes and move speed. Yeah, something like that. GG, guys. Main set and amulet is gone, yeah. There's only like a very shitty flat roll now. Oof. Alright. Let's see if totems have anything different from focus, but probably not. This looks pretty much the same. Okay. Well, how does goaded now? How much does it actually have? 12% of all stats. It's not terrible. 18. Season of Melted Heart. Okay, but like I'm not gonna use Melted, Starless, Adaptability, and Hashad. There's no place to imprint Unyielding. Well, we would only use Melted Heart if kept like a 500 cap still works with resource cost reduction. And we'll have to see if that is actually true. Like it's like if resource cost reduction counts into the 500 cap for Kabalaka, then you might not want to say like at all. You like it? Next are the most rare items in the game and it feels good. Yeah, I also like that next have like this kind of like chase potential, right? But I think having like some sort of like, okay, this is a usable one, you know, would be nice, because now you have so much random shit here. Oh my god, man. Like previously you had main stat and armor, and these were just like two reliably easy to get rolls, and they're both gone. That's insane. Good luck, guys. Okay, anything else? Shroud is unchanged. What about some of the other weapons? What about Shattered Wow? Did we check that? Okay. Don't really see like any other surprises here. Armor instance full time. Well, if the instances were not changed, we can actually check if there's like anything about the instance here. Or the pots even. They look the same actually. So maybe it's like a planner thing. But I guess we should definitely check that out. Elixirs. Instances. This looks like completely unchanged here so far. But this might just not be in the planner. Skull is now physical rest instead of armor. Ah. I guess it's the same value, right? 1750, what? Holy fuck. That seems like a lot. Wait a minute, these are like insanely valuable. Like a roll is 490. With a GA like 740. It's like Not even a bit more than a third, I guess 40% of this or something. And previously a roll was worth more than the ruby or something. That was crazy. Okay, this is 250, so this is like the same, like times 7. Okay, I kind of forgot about the gems. So you can roll like 3 individual resistances, the ones that you don't care that much about, and then you put the other 3 with like a really big value in your jewelry. And so there's no armor anymore. Okay, that's good. How is Rogue looking? Kind of like a logout angle, but I guess you'll see. That is a lot of fucking rest, man. Like, look at this. Yeah, you have 490. It's 42% of a gem. I wonder if they're gonna make it really hard to get grand gems again or something like that. Because it was very easy in the previous season. So we'll see, I guess. Let's see if they change anything else on these. Damage of time, barrier, dex, crit, all power, strength, int, basic, own, will, alt, all. Yeah, they're all the same. All the way to shitty 32 life on kill in the weapon. Okay. So that seems unchanged. We got 1 hour to get us 20 guides. No problem. In giving orders, I give fist rest 2 now. Yes. Increases resistance to all elements by 0, but it seems like the calc is not working here. The armor still seems here. Damage or time duration increasing on Masterwork seems crazy. You mean on Shattered WoW? If it increases, we're not sure yet if the implicits increase. So they did say that the base effect basically increases. So that's in this case a DPS. The DPS goes up when you Masterwork. I'm not sure about the implicits. They might not go up. But in the case of jewelry, I think it's like the same, right? Like this is the implicit. Like here you have armor, it's like separate from the implicit, right? It's like this big number. And on the weapon you have the DPS as well. And then there's the implicit. But on the rings and amulets, it's not the case. There is no other thing, there is just the implicit. And that is getting masterworked. So there is definitely a chance that masterworking will also increase all the implicits. Masterwork improving all passes seems wild. I mean, it should stay at 1, right? It should be 1 plus 20%, still 1. Andar is crying right now. Yeah, dude, I expected this 666 poison rest to be insane on Andariels. But it doesn't look like, like that at all. Also, Shaco lost a bit of armor as well. Shaco had a lot more armor in live server. I guess I have it on a mule somewhere. Not sure where. Spiked armor. We should check that out actually. Did it do anything there? It's still 5%. What about the druids? Increase non-physical resistance by 5%. Okay. Yeah, so Shaco has 350 armor, which is a higher number than the typical 230. It's like 50% extra armor compared to a normal roll. And now it's just the same. They actually took the Shaco armor and copy-pasted it on every item. Armor is now damage reduction, increases auras. It does not increase auras. Armor decreases your damage taken and rest decreases your damage taken. They both work together for everything. Anything else? Res caps are gone. Yes. That's fine. Mythics need a nerf anyway. Now, Mythic Stonks actually went way up in this patch, but not as much as I thought. Like, I expected the Endari's Visage, like, the life per hit to be very good, but it's 86, which doesn't seem more than a normal roll, actually. It's actually half of a normal roll. So Andari lucky hit, Andari life per hit is actually very low. And the rest is also not really anything special. So I expected the life per hit to be very good, and the poison rest to be very good. And both are just, yeah, one is worse, one is slightly better. So I think Andari's stonks are still down. Yeah, Shaco is very good anyway. But also went down, I guess, because you can't do like Giga, 54% cooldown. Now you can only do 30. And that's the maximum. But you probably also want more cooldown on a bunch of builds, so this might be a reason to equip Harlequin. Plus, a lot of builds have way fewer skill ranks, so this is better. So Shaco is still gonna be good, I guess. Air is still gonna be good, but Stonks went down a little bit. Because, yeah, 20 now becomes 30 crit, and that's it. 2 becomes 3 core skills, and that's it. So this thing was also very good because of its stats. Yeah, Tyrius might. I'm not really sure. I mean, it is a pretty defensive item, but it's not really significantly better than another item, I think, in the slot. I mean, if you compare Tyrius to just like a chest that has like life, main stat, all res, and something, what would you even put on a chest like this? This. Yeah, and then you just put an all res roll, right? So basically, you get an armor roll instead of like percent resistance roll. You get willpower, which in Tyrius has no offensive value. Tyrius has like 20 to 30% DR, which is a decent aspect, I guess. Maybe even Disobedience can do that. Or, I don't know, Mind aspect or something like that. Spirit Bond aspect, right? You get a Temper, so you can put even more res on this thing. Or armor. Yeah, so I wonder if like Tyrius Might is actually gonna be like a noticeably better defense. Maybe if I have something like this. What about right here? Yeah, let's check right here. Yeah, this also seems unchanged. They might have changed this, but it's not in the planner, so this might be like some special stuff here that is maybe not updated. If your Varlop can be offensive aspect, wouldn't that be better than Tyrius? Well, you're gonna have the same outcomes on both. So that doesn't really change the consideration which item to use. One thing that will change which item to use though might be you might run out of aspects that are useful for you. And this is why you want to include more uniques in your builds. Going level to max to try to change this on a fresh tune. Well, I will level, but probably not today. I mean, if I level today, it will basically be like the only thing I do today. And there's a lot of other stuff that is important to check out. Thoughts on people saying that they destroyed Masterworking with that almost all builds? Ludicrous. This one also says 0 all res, but they didn't change this thing, right? How many builds will become unviable with the removal of Chaos Armors? Well, I mean, some builds only exist because of Chaos Armor, so those will cease to exist again. Like a bunch of the like evade core builds on Spiritborn. I know, Death Trap, I guess. And that's almost about it. I guess the Whirlwind like shout build, it doesn't exist without the perk. Raven, okay, yeah, there's like a few things that are like season 10 specials basically. Did they do anything about Dolmen Stone, I wonder? No, that looks pretty normal. What about the new boots? What are they called again? Kansen Stepwalkers. It's only the best character in season 11. Well, I had an answer to that half an hour ago, but now, who knows? Could he evade with New Potent? New Potent is only for Jaguar skills, right? Evade is not a Jaguar skill. The Feathers can get this Jaguar tag. But both of these effects don't help you for that. Of course, it will be Zork. Yeah, I think buffs are probably looking really good. Like if the unyielding hit stonk going down. I mean, maybe we still do Spiritborn unyielding hits shenanigans, and it's still gonna be very good when you start stacking armor, but it's gonna be much harder to stack the armor now without the % armor mod on the neck here. Usually you get something like around double the armor from that, and now it's gonna be kind of tough to do this. But it might still be valuable enough. I think Cataclysm would be good with those boots. Yeah, it might be something for Cataclysm. But I mean, do you really care? Like, what does it give Cataclysm is a question. You get movement speed that you have anyway. Yeah, I guess you get a cooldown. So if you can't easily get your cooldown, then this is the solution here, I guess. Yeah. If you don't get a cooldown otherwise, I mean, what's the cooldown normally? 45, 60, I guess. Okay, so it's 60. Yeah, it might be kind of important to get enough cooldown basically to make this permanent. And then I would say, okay, maybe that's just like a Cataclysm boot and that's it. And he's gonna throw this in there, get a GA on this thing. This +3 to Bad Omen is kind of weird. Applying Immobilize or Stun also hits a target with a Lightning Bolt. Dude, before I read this item, I didn't even know what Bad Omen does, man. I had to look it up. Yeah, it's changed. And then do Mjolnir, right? There's also movement speed by Cataclysms. Actually, they already get so much movement speed, man, for everybody. Then you probably do like a Cataclysm Temper. This would be this. And then, how's the cooldown looking? 30, 25. And this Tempest, 30%. So now it's 25 seconds cooldown, 10 seconds duration. Then you have this. Oh, it's not calculated. I'm not sure how much lucky hit you have here to proc Calm Before the Storm. How's this usually done? Actually, I haven't played Cataclysm. I've played Hurricane like back in season 5 or something. I guess I can do Zek Rune. He doesn't have it though. Oh, that's Arenas. Even went Rakanov, holy. This is 30. Yeah, maybe we can try to get around Aritas. Because it's not really that crazy, I guess. Although I'm not sure if this effect actually does something. And you've been considering Arita's build of great stuff to spread immobilize so those boots to group things up. I don't know, I feel like the whole like immobilize part and max movements, like all these extra effects are kind of whatever. I feel like this is mostly just a stat stick. Yo, Demon Spain, thanks for the time, man. I think I can actually turn off that hardcore ZF event thing. This is already Ogre. Okay. What build are we cooking? I'm not cooking a build right now. I was mostly looking at what actually happened with different items and so on. I kind of make a list here of what changed, what was removed. Anyone else found anything on like stats that were removed or stats that were changed that were not in the patch notes? Here's like the list of where new affixes can roll. Armor and res values. Is the season coming this year? Yes. Is the tower really get to a point where you have more support builds playing off others to push? Yeah, I mean, it's like the first time to really have a reason to play support builds. And at the very minimum, support a druid is actually a very good one that usually makes a party better. So yeah, I expect you're gonna see a lot of support druids in this season. And maybe some other stuff too. It will depend a little bit on, like, you know, how much boss damage do you need, how much, like, grouping up enemies do you need, and how much DR do you need, and so on. But yeah, support druid is very good. It's in the planner. Yeah, we have all the new items and stats and so on. A few things are a bit scuffed, but you can check it here. Hi, Eagle Knight. $50 minutes to go, okay. That was a long day so far. But we had a bunch of time to, like, check this stuff out here at least. I'm checking if there's any news about maybe some of the other, like, item fixes here with, like, masterworks and stuff. Oh. Sanctified affixes. Let's see this. Helm and ring with conjuration skills. Curse skills, helm and ring. Corpse skills, boots and chest. Resource cost reduction. Amulet, glove ring. It says power increased by 50%. Is that real? Offhand book. What book? Okay. We have seen this, right? This was on one of the previewed items. So it seems like this is correct. So I wonder if this is like the same for all classes and stuff. Armor, jewelry, two-handed. It says jewelry, but it doesn't call out amulet being like increased, for example. Where here it was a ring, amulet. Looks super easy to pick your items with this. Well, the only thing that can actually pick your item is if one stat is replaced by something you don't care about. Which is only one of the 5 possible options. All the other options are strict upgrades. We were hoping to see 10,000 viewers. Well, it's a PTR day, which is, you know, big, but it's not like a season start big. I didn't expect 10,000 for sure. The season launch is gonna be big though. +3 to core ranks on gloves and amulets. That is pretty big, especially if that is true, with the 50% increase. It would mean 4 core ranks. It's pretty good. Doesn't beat legendary power though. Dude, 37 movement speed, holy. Subterfuge skills. Willpower, cooldown. Uh-oh. Just sanctify cooldown on those 5 slots, guys. Or 9 in the case of Bard or something. Yes. Hi, Sophie. There's a lot of life. Wait a minute, this is more life than he can roll. What? And you can put it on everything. Okay, so basically there's like every category of skills besides ultimates. I don't think I've seen ultimates. And then most of the typical stats, like main stat, movement, cooldown, resource, max resource, lucky hit, attack speed, all stats. Then there's every single damage type. Percent this, percent that, 8%. What else do we have? Life on hit. Crit. Okay. Is there any category of skills that we do not have? What about basic? I see weapon mastery, brawling, mastery, macabre, subterfuge. He has basic. Okay, so that exists. Yeah, so I think it's probably just ultimate missing. What about defenses? Even imbuement is there. Yeah, no defensive skills and no ultimate skills. Is there any other categories of skills that we are missing? Wrath, I think, is there. Companion. What about agility? So this is there. Defensive. Yeah, so agility skills is there, but defensive is not there. Subterfuge. Yes. Ultimate. No. Conjuration, I see that. Mastery was there. Weapon mastery is there. Brawling is there. Macabre. Okay. Corpse was there. Potency. Okay. Yeah, so everything besides defensive and ultimate. I think. What else? What else was there? There's percent actually. So percent main stat is now removed, but you can't actually get it. Attack speed. All stats. Yeah, and life actually. Life is like a really high value. That was a lot. Now the question is life more value as Sanctify compared to, for example, percent main stat, right? Where's percent dex? So if you're looking at this here, 121, that seems like to be the same as a normal roll here. 121, but the life is 457, so the life Sanctify is more value. What about the percent? Yes, it's 5.8% int. So if you have 2k int, that is 100. Almost 20, how much? 116? So that is almost exactly the same at 2k. And then if you have more than 2k, it's better. So I think you probably need to have something like at least 2.5k main stat for the int to kind of break even with a life roll. Oh, sorry, for life sanctify. And then after 2.5k main stat, 10% int wins, I guess. Something like that. Anything else? Lucky hit, max resource, movement. That was like 500, how much? 526. It's like 20% better or so, 15% better. 15.1% better. Anything else? That seems like a lot. 16 max resource. Is there like some stuff? Okay, we can check out how many available slots are there in some cases, right? Like some of them have like a lot of slots, like main start, I guess life as well. Some stuff is pretty, yeah, like especially all the skill ranks, they're like only on 2 slots. So I think this usually includes the standard slot. Agility is boots, I know that. Corpse is maybe chest. Corpse tendrils, corpse skills, so this is boots as well. Hey, voila. Thank you, man. They all say magic affix, does it mean maybe rare high affix at some point? It could be just something of the data mine that's kind of weird, or yeah, maybe they just like have some implementation of this system, right? It's like another stat that is added to the item. So maybe this is like made it with like the existing infrastructure with magic, rare, and so on. I don't know. Which build will do integer overflow this time? I'm not sure about integer overflow. But you might see 150 from Hoda Barbs. We'll see. My bet is on Barb. Yeah, dude, there's gonna be some shit happening, like someone is gonna sanctify Berserk Ripping aspect on their gear, and then that Berserk Ripping aspect is like a version from like Season 2, and suddenly we're gonna have like integer overflow. Who knows? Something like that, probably. Okay, so the question is, how good is an 8% affix versus a main stat affix? So if you get like 120 extra flat main stat, you have 2k, let's say. That is not so much in most cases. Let's open a planner here. So this guy has 2.5k main stat. If you remove like this, this. That was like 30. It's like 8 or 9% for 180 decks. So yeah, I need to have relatively low main stat values for this to be better than the percent. Something like that, I think. Wait. Sorry, after. Not before. So when you have low main stat, then main stat is better, and when you have high main stat, then the elemental rolls win. And then at very high main stat, the percent main stat wins. Although, actually, is that true? No, percent elemental will always win after some point, basically. But realistically, they're already like one of the worst outcomes anyway, right? Because if you want specific sanctified affixes, then it's probably something like cooldown. Or, you know, these core ranks or something. And these are just kind of like the backups. Like, you don't really want to get life there and end and whatever. 37 movement speed, man. That's a lot. This could be interesting for some builds. But yeah, like all these others, they're like kind of nice to have. Okay, so now is a question. When we sanctify our gear and we actually remove a stat from our gear, how often will we be worse off than before? Assuming the stat applies to us, right? Like, let's say, okay, I don't get lightning damage on a rogue. But let's say I play a lightning build and I get lightning damage. Or I get like an attack speed roll or a crit roll or something like that. So how often would I be better off, or at least not worse? And looking at these numbers, not often, I think. So okay, this could be definitely an upgrade in many cases. This is like definitely premium. This is pretty good. This, like all these like skill ranks could be pretty good. But okay, let's look at like some random planners and just see what happens. Let's take our Heartseeker. So if I remove, dude, can I get, wait a minute, can I get double core ranks on this thing? Can I remove movement and get like +3 core and then +2 core? That would be interesting. I guess so. Sure, it's weighted, not 1 to 10. Yeah, this should be weighted for sure. Like a system like this should be weighted usually. Like the core ranks is definitely going to be giga rare. And then like the plus life and the plus main stat is going to be very common for sure. Yeah, you can sanctify anything. What class will I try first? Probably Spiritborn. Spiritborn is probably like the most interesting class to try first as well because of the defensive changes. Because Spiritborn always has this, you know, survivability problem, basically. So we're gonna get a pretty good like benchmark of the lower end of survivability. So here, for example, if I remove the stun like a hit, it might not really matter much. If I remove the cooldown and I don't care about cooldown, okay. Here, if I remove dex and get percent dex, it would be like a very mild downgrade. If we get basic ranks, it's suddenly a big upgrade. I can get flat life, that would be slightly more value than a typical life roll. I could get, okay, how about percent physical damage, or what is the cold damage? We have cold clip here, right? So if that was cold damage, 8%. How much is the dex versus the cold damage? It should be in favor of cold damage, 281. 265. That's 4% only from the decks. So that would be an upgrade, for example. How's the roll range on this? The roll range is like pretty big actually on this, holy, on some of these stats. Like look at that. 15 to 37. 8 to 16. Oof. 6 to 8 on this. Chill, slow, potency. I mean, some of these items really have stats you don't care about, right? It doesn't really matter if the chill, slow, potency is gone. Let's see this one. Is Sanctification good in general? Yes. I'm just looking at what happens if we hit the option where it replaces one of the stats. Like how bad can it be? Assuming we get a stat that is not completely trash and useless for us. Like if you're playing a Necromancer with golems and then we sanctify curse skill ranks on our gear, then obviously that's kind of a miss. Will be any PTR build on PTR? I mean, I might make some planners, but usually cooking planners is after the PTR. For now, we have to like figure out how the game even works. I mean, if you get a glove and then you remove your quill volley ranks, you're gonna log out, right? So this is not it. But yeah, like the attack speed, for example, is kind of like whatever, so this is fine. Here, like life versus armor versus even the basic ranks. Probably wouldn't hurt too much to replace this with like a good roll. I mean, okay, basic ranks versus quill volley ranks is kind of the same, just a bit worse. Movement, res. You can't really replace anything here. Rigorous is sometimes required to even play it. Dude, I could actually imagine we're gonna see a lot of people trying to like YOLO sanctify their necks just to try to get something on it. I think the system would be slightly more interesting if the pool of sanctified stats that can replace other stats is, you know, a better pool of stats. And then those that just add something are a little bit worse or something. Potential upside drastically outweighs the downside. Yeah, for sure. Update on live, Monka. Probably season 12, next expansion. Nah, with season 11 around the corner and no announcement. I think like 13 to 15. Casuals will 100% skip Sanctification. Bad move, I think. And I don't think they will. And once they get there, you know, this is just like part of the progression now. You know, at some point you will get there and you will start sanctifying. That's just how it works. Hello. Holy, wait, life is actually updating. What is going on here? Where's the prime evil? There. Is it safe to make a macro for salvaging in the other three? It is relatively safe, I would say. But I wouldn't recommend it. What is it update it's downloading now? Where's that coming from? How do you salvage fast? I have a secret technology for that. They accidentally pushed live season 11 instead of PTR. Let's go. Log in. 100 megabytes. Why is that random 100 megabyte update? They just have bug fixes? Is there any patch notes? Yeah, they only did like one patch really, right? They did like 2.4.1. A lot of bug fixes. That is the season. Is that season 11? Oh no, here, there's actually a 2.4.2. Okay, there is actually a patch. Bartok's Reign of Chaos Quest. Bonestone, Marmeladney. Still a reference using this weapon when it appeared as Chaos Armor. Tascam would last insufficient duration. Holy. Okay, I mean, this is like kind of minor stuff, I guess. Yeah, they're probably like all in on like season 11 stuff. Halloween event, there was some kind of Spotify playlist for the game coming on 24th of October. Okay. Unborg Lightbringer. That sounds like cope. Was there anything about it in the season 11 patch notes with Lightbringer? I mean, if we look around like this, just to kind of try to get this general idea, when you accidentally replace a stat on one of your items, there's maybe like a 50-50 for that to really matter, I would say. Like, obviously, if you replace chance of pull rest rate twice or like a percent willpower on this thing, then oof, right? Because the new stat will not make up for that, assuming it's actually something that applies to your build. But I don't know, if you replace the willpower roll here, and then you get a life roll instead, I mean, okay. Right? If you replace the attack speed and you get a crit roll, yeah, okay. Right, in most cases it will not really matter, it's just kind of like part of the typical item RNG almost. But yeah, some stats are definitely very important. Like here, you don't want to replace the 30 crit, you don't want to replace the core or the movement, right? This is like all really important. Here, if it hits the stealth, GG, right? If you replace all stats or life, you don't want to do that. So yeah, thanks Donald for the prime, by the way. They're gonna rename March of the Goblins event to Haunt of the Goblins. Holy. Gonna have like ghostly goblin coming out of the wall and disappearing into the wall. Can't catch him. We know we get lightning damage 75% of the time. Got most of the outcomes that make the item unbreakable. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a good reason to think that the good outcomes are generally more rare, and the shitty outcomes are generally more common. So this is like how we assume this will work. Although, I think when it comes to like PvE, most of the VAL outcomes have very similar chances, right? At least in PoE 1, I think I remember that. I'm not sure about PoE 2, and let's just take this one. It will not trash the item. I mean, in some cases the item will become trash when you sanctify, because it literally takes off the most important stat. Like if you have a Perdition Helm, and you have 30% crit on it, and then you don't have 30% crit on it anymore, you need a new helm, right? So That's just how it works. But okay. Can I see this here? Let's take like Random Claw. Soggettable, Corrupted. Wait, do they all have the same weight? Looks like it. And they all have the same weight. Yeah. What is the gray? Can I literally just do this and we go to the same page on PoE1? Holy, it works. Okay. So here we have a bit different weights. So there's like cold damage and fire damage and lightning damage. That's like a very shitty small flat value, I guess. Not even that small. That has more weight, and then all the others have the same weight. Just as an example from claws. But yeah, we would generally assume that the shitty outcomes are more common and the good outcomes are less common. So I guess we'll see. Claws are not in PoE2 yet. Ah, you're right, actually. Maybe that's why the rates look so funny. Let's see this one more time on like something else. So let's take one-handed mace, I guess. Yeah, it looks the same anyway. So here they have the same weights. But you also have like the kind of like, you know, you first of all have to hit the Val implicit outcome, right? Because you can also hit nothing, or you can also hit the extra socket, or you can also, like, you know, it's like the same as you can hit a legendary aspect, you can hit an extra stat, you can hit the indestructible. So first of all, you have to go through that, and then you have to go through the rest of the stats. So maybe the stats all have the same chance. Just get some enchanting weights, man. Yeah, like 90% of the sanctified outcomes is like plus life and plus main stat. And then everything else is like the last 10%. Sanctify can make your item worse. There's one outcome that can destroy your item, basically. Not exactly destroy, but it can make it worse. You don't think the PoE2 is unknown, not that they're equal? Really? Up to this point, I haven't data mined them? And with all of the crafting and whatever, it doesn't seem like it would be very hard to figure out, even manually, what the weights are. Devs think indestructible is the brick. Just watch me delete and venom. Yep. Sank denied. I like that. You have a feeling the replace an Apex won't make it to live of season 11? I don't know, I think I'm okay with that. And it doesn't necessarily immediately make the item unusable. That's the thing, right? Like, as I said, we just did a little experiment here looking at some of them. Okay, like, of course, on the Mythics, some of these stats are really good. And on the Amulet, with some passives or whatever, or like the skill ranks. But yeah, I think that's like roughly half or so of all the affixes where it's like, you don't really miss it when it goes missing. Like here, if I have like a willpower roll or an armor roll, or I sanctify one of them into a life roll, I mean, who really cares, right? Or it could even be an upgrade in case of I remove the movement speed temper and I get an even bigger movement speed instead, or I have movement cap anyway and I get life roll instead. Yeah, we're gonna get the double indestructible grandfather, man. That's gonna be sick. I'm definitely gonna try that. Goes on a list. Let's go. Good luck getting 2 mythics at the same GA. Well, no problem. You can force any GA you want now. When does season 11 start? Fixed Hibbert on Pulp Planner. Wait, what happened there? Oh. You mean like the... I'm not gonna redo this. I'm gonna do like a fresh planner anyway. I'm not fixing the items now and stuff. I'm gonna do like a fresh planner from scratch, I think, when I make builds for season 11. We will farm multiple and then break both of them. Yeah, I mean, it's like very simple, right? You sanctify whenever you get a backup copy. If you don't have a backup, you don't sanctify. But this only really applies in the cases of it's a very hard to get item or it has very important stats that you need to play the build, right? But I mean, if let's say that Sanctification is extremely affordable and you can just do it all the time whenever you want. In that case, I would also Sanctify basically all the time. Besides, okay, I have a Shaco and I need the cooldown. I'm not gonna Sanctify that thing. But other than that, you just throw it everywhere, man. You're basically just gonna win. And you know, some of them things will hit on the first try, GG. Some of them, okay, nothing happens. Some of them is like, okay, second or third try, you get something decent. And then, you know, after like 10 to 20 sanctifications or so, probably like half your gear is really good. And then the other pieces is just like, okay, you have to like, you know, get more copies of this, get more copies of that, and then try. How does it remove an affix? It says there's a chance to replace an existing affix with a sanctified affix. Wonder how Static works with barrier, whether barrier or resource is lost first. I guess barrier is lost first. Because I think Static protects your life. Can you sanctify before temper and masterworking? Yeah, but then you can't do the other stuff anymore. Okay, but leveling. I guess it... Wait a minute. There's actually something about leveling with Sanctify, right? How did it work again? In pre-Torment difficulties, after defeating a lesser evil within one of the game modes they've taken over, you have a rare chance to sanctify an item at a heavenly anvil. Yeah, okay, I guess realistically this just doesn't happen. I don't know, maybe like a handful of items or so throughout the entire leveling, I guess. I don't really expect much here. Hello. The Sanctification season is a part of the season theme. There's like a two-part season theme here. One is the like divine gifts that change the content and add rewards and difficulty. And then the sanctification to like, let's call it boost your items. Can you think of an aspect that can be bad for a build? Yeah, I mean, one thing to watch out for is Juggernaut aspect, Metamorphosis aspect, so this can definitely break some stuff. Potential breaks. So that's basically what we got earlier. And then Juggernaut aspect, Metamorphosis. So this would be like on boots and armors. Is there any other aspects that are actually actively a downside in some builds? I guess we can look around a little bit. Where we get like legendary aspects. Do they consider the aspect as crafting, or you can change it post sanctifying? Oh, that's a good question. I think they said you can still socket it, but maybe you can't imprint anymore. Woody pushing for rank 1 Spirit on PTR? Nah, there's no chance of me pushing anything on a PTR. Dude, there's gonna be some tryhards that will literally sit in town for like 3 days crafting their like 4GA amulet. I'm not gonna do that. So, dude, to log out. Yeah. Huh? I don't really see like a lot of like potential brick options here. I guess if something like back off was a thing and then you get Wild Bolt Elspect or so, but it doesn't exist anyway. So looking at all these here, I should look for the amulet aspects, right? Because there's also offensive and stuff. Okay, a Cursed Touch is a potential brick moment for Spiritborn. Because it bricks Vital Strikes, kinda. Well, it does give it some benefit and some downside, depending on what you care about. What else? Barb, new meta. Well, it's a new clickbait meta, at least. Well, let's not call it new, I guess. What is PTR? I think Barbs in general are gonna be a pretty decent this patch. Now it's gonna be very interesting sometimes to like figure out, okay, if you get a random aspect that you actually want, that you usually have in your build, but it doesn't roll max, would you like to imprint something else? Or do you accept that the aspect you actually want is now a lower value and not a perfect value anymore, and then you try to put like a new aspect on? That's gonna be kind of like a weird situation. Like imagine like, I don't know, you play Upheaval and then you get Thunderground as a random Sanctification outcome, but it rolls like 85%, and you're like, fuck. They said at a Bliss Studio visit they showed something that surprised me. Was it shown for Season 11? It was not shown. I mean, I saw a few surprising things, to be fair. And there's a lot of stuff they have not shown. Yeah, I don't really see much that would actually break a build, yeah. It seems to be like some kind of Spiritborn problem, actually, for the most part. Oh. Wait, this is like the real... Wait, 6 gigabytes, what the fuck? Oh, this is not fully done, actually. Update. Quick. Yeah, there's not gonna be a lot of planners for season 11, I think. Nah, this was just like the real... this was a live server that was not playable. That just had a pop-up. I'm gonna go bathroom real quick. Dude, 26 KBS? What the heck? What is going on? Is the server live or what? Let's pause this. Yes, it's live. Monka. Okay, maybe I have to wait a few minutes then. I can remove this thing at least. It's up. Ah, now 10 megabytes. Okay, here we go. You can get a drink and then it should be done. They're trolling me, right? Yo, 14 error. Thanks for the prime, by the way. Why is the production client being up? There was a patch actually. Yeah, usually you can play the game before 100%, right? So it should be pretty close to that. It says 72% right now. Patching. Play. Okay, here we go. Log in. It still continues in the background now, right? All right. Oh, hello. Yeah. 1 second. Okay. All right, finally, let's go. Anything interesting on data mine? Yes, actually. So we found out a lot of stuff. Character level update. Your total Paragon level. Okay. Okay, whatever. Why are they all called default? Okay, so these are actual season 10 characters. So let's log in and see what happens. Gonna level or boost? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna boost for the start. We have a bunch of stuff to try. But yeah, we just went through like the data mine on sanctified items and so on. And there's like lots of interesting stuff. Here's like the list of like what are new stats that can roll now, or what's removed or changed. So we noticed gems in jewelry is insane res. Skulls is now fizz res. Percent armor, percent main stat is removed. Then we get lucky hit 1 on weapons, shield focus, attack speed on 2 weapons, life on hit on almost everything, life on kill on everything, potion capacity on pants. Gonna be interesting for like Imbiber. So interesting. This is actually not a downside. We didn't use Ebon Piercer for this, right? Wait, can I still equip it? Oh, they lowered the item power as well. 540. Funny. But it's probably still pretty good, actually. Can I equip this thing again? Yes. And Fist of Fate. Okay. Chaos has left this item. I'm pretty sure that there's certainly some items for, like, Eternal that are still upgrades, right? Yo, only games, thanks for the big sub, by the way. Appreciate that. C4 finally good? It seems so. Okay, let's check this here. Okay, 1200 res. Okay, it says 900 res on these gems. Okay, let's just put this here. I mean, wait a minute. Do we have to do seasonal testing? Right, the Sanctification is season only, right? Okay, so never mind. What else? It doesn't actually say legacy. Here at the bottom it says legacy item. Is there like any other indicator besides that? 163 all res, 217 all res. 1800 armor. 400 armor. 800 armor. So for some reason I decided to put my shroud to 540 item power as well. Why? What did my shroud do to you, man? What is this? Like, the legendaries are fine. That's funny. 490 rest. So this is the same. Life is still low. Oh, interesting. So you still get the recipes, and it still shows like the entire list there. That's a bit odd, I guess, because it shows like you look at this and then you see the two stats. That's weird, but okay. This list is kind of nice to see, actually. It looks like very easy to like digest, I guess. Like, okay, ding, ding, ding. They just need like order it in the right way. Maybe like, maybe go from like, skill by skill or something. I'm wondering if we're gonna find any surprises in here, but so far it seems very normal. I did actually retroactively change my armor temper to flat armor. This used to be a % armor temper. And for some reason you have this weird armor aspect and then soul rift. Okay. But here they're together. What the hell happened to those pants? Plus 44 life? What? I can't do anything with them, the legacy. Okay, so, alright, we can't do anything anyway. 44, huge. Yes. Oh, they nerfed Cursed Aura, actually. They added 5 more ranks, but now it's actually minimum 0.5 seconds instead of 0.3. Sneaky nerf. What? It still says 0.3 when I imprint it again. But the best roll is only 0.5, which I don't have. What? Plus 3.7% intelligence. What happened? Like, some of these legacy items have really weird values, right? Why is this 3.7? And here's my 44 GA double masterwork live. Okay. Very funny. Here as well. Oh, you want to check actually what happened here with our res and instance. Increases plus 5 res, armor plus 5. So this is probably a multiplier, right? So they have almost 10k, almost 2k. Increases all res by 675. So it looks like you need like 1 all res per 2.5 or something. Yes. Okay. So 2.5 int is 1 res. 1 strength is 2 armor. Should write that down actually. So this is the 1 to 5 distribution that I talked about, right? We have exactly 1 to 5 here. And this gives me 62% DR, and this gives me 62% DR. So that's exactly what I said. Okay, so in D3 is 1 to 10. In D3 you would like to have 10,000 armor with 1,000 res, or 20,000 and 2,000, ideally. Yeah. Interesting, it actually says fire lowest, even though they're all the same. Physical is higher than the rest. How come physical is higher? Why do I have so much physical res? Ah, because of the skulls. So if we remove the skulls, let's look at the before and after here actually. 140 and then 70 everywhere. We actually have this Giga Fizzres here, so it's actually true. Look at this. I didn't have the big ones. Now they're all the same. Let's see what happens when you add 750 auras. 90k. Dude, we have the technology. Look at this. You look at this, and you actually see what happens to your character. It's incredible. So each diamond is roughly 10% extra toughness for my character right now. Alright, testing some broken items. I just want to like see the general like system, right? And someone's gonna make a nice little graph of this, and then we're gonna realize that 1 to 5 is always the best ratio. But it'll be interesting to see like how much it can be like skewed a little bit. Because for example, now we have like a 1 to 3, right? And now we would like to get more armor to get more EHP. Like if you have now the choice to like roll this dodge to either armor or res, we would prefer armor. Because it's like not the 1 to 5 anymore. But I wonder by how much it matters. Okay. Let's make a real character, I guess. You killed World Boss Asmodan on normal at level 2 and he got level 25. What the fuck? Wait, World Boss already spawned? Wait, did it like spawn exactly when that server went up or what? I wonder how dodge is valued in toughness. Good question. I guess it might just be the multiplier. But then it doesn't really give you like the EHP, like max hit, I guess, right? You have EHP and you have max hit. And both are kind of important. It would be nice maybe if they displayed both. Maybe toughness includes the dodge, but then you can mouse over and it says like, okay, max hit damage taken. That would be cool, actually, if that was directly in the game. Does the camera seem further out? I don't think I changed anything about the camera. Okay, I cannot actually get into the game, guys. Anyone else? Is there a way to know what's a good amount of toughness? Well, you can watch my video in a day or two. Yeah, I can't log in apparently. So something's up with the seasonal servers. Elite slap hard in Helltide. Uh-oh. Let me in. Oof. How is a person know what number to hit for the ideal poison resistance they are now? Well, we have to figure out, okay, how much toughness do you need at certain points, right? So this is what I actually want to do. I have this sheet prepared where we're gonna check, okay, what build are we doing and what content are we doing? What world tier and how much toughness do we have? So I'm just trying to collect a bit of data on this to kind of see, okay, like, you know, what is like a normal value, right? Like in D3, I know roughly how much toughness I need when I go to, you know, T1, T6, T16, you know, pit 90s, pit 100s, or a push, for example. And it's going to be exactly the same here, where, okay, I go into World Tier 1, okay, you want 20,000 toughness. You go to World Tier 2, you want 30,000 toughness. You go to World Tier 3, you want 50,000 toughness, or something like that, right? So this is basically how it's going to go. Yeah, somehow we cannot log in. Seems like this is only a seasonal server though, so this was fine. Let's see if I can log into this guy. Gems are back to dropping as mage gems and not fragments. There are a few sources of gems, like from whisper caches sometimes. Is there World Tier 4? Yes. Okay, it seems like we can't log in anywhere at all, actually. Unlucky. Servers are down. Too many people logging in. I'm gonna check if there's any news. PTR, known issues. So I found that one at least. Okay. Will it let me in? Who knows? Alright. That is a long known issues thread. Oh my god. Okay, let's see. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. we have the first overflow already as well. Hit 10. Oh no. Contest Gaming. Uh-oh. Of course it's on Barb. And what else? Okay, so let's see this here. Shattered Vial Paragon description is incorrect. Infinite duration activated with 0 charges. Molnick ring description is incorrect. Necromancer Hand of Nas fails to upgrade skeletal archmages. Oh boy. Missing descriptions. Rogue Starshards incorrectly updates the charge counter on the skill bar. Rogue personages no longer spawn when Shadowclaw and Bursting as aspect are combined and triggered. Sorcerer Snow White aspect improper gives damage reduction instead of armor. Sorcerer Isadora doesn't affect multiple enemies. When the Tempering Recipe allows Kraken energy to zap additional targets. Ah. Yeah, this was like season 10 life bug already, right? Doesn't deal damage on its initial hit. Can cause vigor, costs to double when using payback. What the fuck? Sapping Legendary Paragon doesn't function properly. Great. Okay. Masterworking. Items below 750 can be masterworked. Non-necessary masterwork capstone for a masterwork greater affix. Okay. Items of all greater affix can be masterwork capstone. Reset all ranks icon appears incorrectly. Sanctification. Items at 750 and above cannot be sanctified in torment difficulties. Heartseekers do not state where they are obtained. Items that innately have the indestructible affix appear to be sanctified even though they are not. Oh, Megalo. Okay. I wonder if you can even sanctify a grandfather. Oh! We're logging in. Holy, okay. This evils after defeating Asmodai and opening Belial's Hoard, it can't reopen the Hoard. What the hell is Belial's Hoard even? Lesser evil memories can be auto-looted. Various UI, texturing placeholder issues. Okay. The portal cannot be enacted in normal difficulty. The surging heat effect in a Torrid Menagerie capstone dungeon can trigger various item affixes equipped by the player's character. Okay. The map of Sanctuary can't be accessed. You can advance in escalating nightmare dungeons. Okay. Alright, anyway, so here's our known issues, guys. What's this? My god. Latency? Wait, this is like a... not even a town. This was like randomly in the event zone. Boom. Okay, we have 11,000 toughness apparently. With our random gear. Plus 4 kill volley. Holy. Okay. Blizzard is on the line. Yeah, they were just telling me about the next patch and stuff in Season 12. So, nothing to see here, guys. I just realized they can roll all res and singular res. Look at that. That's a thing, apparently. Yeah, you can have all res and single res together. That's interesting. Dude, everyone's emerald is literally gonna be like all res, life, dex or some shit. Because you're not gonna get those fucking puzzles. Everyone's gonna break their good necks. It's gonna be glorious. What does unyielding look like? We can take a look actually. Seems to be the same, apparently. So unyielding is just like free real estate, pretty much. Look at this thing. Okay, I guess. Maybe the Spiritborn Stonks going down was a bit premature. Guys, buy Spiritborn Stonks. Quick. Alright. Yeah, I mean, you just have so much armor. Turns out. Because the base values are really high. Look at us here. 1800. 700. 26. And like, you just get it. you just have it. You know, you don't have to do anything. What? Look at this shit. Wait, how much more is this than on live server? That's like almost times 10 or something. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're probably gonna nerf unyielding. Like, they're not just gonna give us full unyielding for free. They're gonna do something. Go T4. There is no penalties anymore. It shouldn't matter, right? Yeah, there's nothing there. It still says monster kills grant 600 more XP, but they did say that it applies to everything now. Yeah, with the same toughness, same armor, and so on. Okay, so what is our DR here? 58. 57. So my Necro at like 10k and 2k had something like, what is that? 62.2 and a 62.2 or so. And like max hit taken like 70k or 80k. Life is 2.4. So if that was like, I think my Necro had like 10k. That would be 40. What about Paragons? Life. 2% total armor. That used to be flat armor, right? 1.5% total armor, 1.5%, 2%. I guess I had to kind of check like how does this compare. But I guess generally these nodes are now worse than before. I have to get up for a second. 1 minute. Okay, we're back, guys. I think I might actually level a character tonight after all. I kind of somehow got in the mood of doing that. Maybe after trying out a few things and rolling a bit of gear. Should we play fresh or boost? I mean, there's a bit of reason to do both, right? How can I teleport to the forge? I guess we're supposed to do the quest first or something? So there was something about sapping not working properly. Did I restart the queue? Yeah, I let it run for like 10 minutes or something. At some point I got in. It actually worked. Okay, we have to check real quick what happened to sapping. There was like a known issues note about sapping board. From 8 to 24 with Asmodan kill. That's kind of funny. Seems like he gives a lot of XP. Is that the summoned Asmodan or is it the world boss Asmodan? Where is he? Innocent has 2 legions. Ah, it's because of Nahanto. Slay Duriel. The whisper icon looks kind of funny. Okay. Ah. Asmodan. Wait, you can just go there and do it or what? Wait, do we need anything for this? Can you just summon him or what? Okay, sapping works fine. At least I damaged part of it. I'm not sure about the resources, maybe that was like bugged or something. Because that's 15 flat vigor, but maybe 1, 2, 3. I don't know, everything seems fine. So I guess we're good. I'm gonna say they definitely have to do some rework on Paragons at some point, right? Because this looks kind of odd now. It's like percent total armor, percent total res. I don't know. Is that just how it's gonna be? Okay, napkin math time. So these nodes used to be 15 flat armor, and now they are 1.5, so it's divided by 10. That's the percent. How much do we have? Okay, let's say we have 10k, right? So with 1.5%, that would be 150 per point? Really? That's a lot of armor. These armor nodes seem kind of insane. If you compare to what you can get from like gear, right? And the gear armor rolls, they didn't really go up. Look at this, 525 on a GA. It's like 30% higher than before or something like that. But this fucking node is like 10 times higher. What about this here? 1.5 total res. So previously, you needed 80 res and 100 penalty. So 180 res, right? So one node was a little bit less than 1% of the total that he needed. And now it's like 9 res. It's like 1% extra. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I feel like these armor nodes have gained a lot of value. And the res nodes actually lost value. This is like what I'm feeling right now. It seems like I have to do the season quest line. I don't know. Maybe not. I have no idea. So I have 4K life. This 1K life per 5 seconds means a quarter of my life per 5 seconds. 5% per second. Okay, a 4K is pretty low. But even if I had double, it wouldn't be terrible. Okay, so they actually removed the implicit and then put it like this here. It's actually like one of these big stats now, like armor. You see this 217 auras? It's similar to like this armor value. On the live server, this is actually just a normal implicit. More similar to what attacks reduce evade cooldown says. It has like the smaller font and stuff. But now it's actually like the main, you know, effect basically. Why did I get this? Okay, we're trying our first masterwork, guys. 1508 armor. It's 50 optosite, 1 soul, 2 ward. We got 3. Oh, it seems to cost the same at all ranks, actually. It doesn't cost like anything at all. So it's like maybe on average 2 per click. So 10 clicks for 50 optosite, that's 500. 10 souls, 20 coining boards, and like 1 million gold. It's like nothing. Okay, so Neve Iron, it needs 1 Neve Iron to do a reset. So it seems like it's gonna be a material similar to like Scattered Prisons or something. Drops from World Boss, Bartok, Astaroth, Belial. Sundance elites and bosses in 9 dimensions. Costs 1000 out of sight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only. It's also missing the icon. Yeah, so if this is the new Master Icon cost, that's absolutely nothing actually. It costs 1 million gold to reset. Almost no Opticide. Wasn't that something about you get less Opticide? Wait a minute. Okay, you get 85% less Opticide. In Season 9, a good benchmark was 800 Opticide per minute. That may be slightly higher now. But okay, let's say 100 Opticide per minute, right? It cost me 500 to masterwork. And then another 500 for the capstone, so 1000 in total. So that would be farmable in like 5 to 10 minutes, I think. If they didn't do like any other like big outside changes. They already say sanctified because of the ignore durability loss, which is kind of funny. I actually don't get Neve Iron from this boost, it seems. Toughness now says 1.8. Kind of funny. 3000 vigor though. That was kind of weird. I really don't want us to have percent armor on our gear anymore, right? Even from Jackum Shell they removed it. This thing has now all res and armor. I guess you want an attack speed roll on this thing. And we want the Vuln. No, we don't care about Vuln actually, right? So just roll attack speed. And then make it a GA. It's gonna be very strange to think about items right now. I gotta say. I did get used to this. Okay, let's try a little bit more. So we're missing almost nothing. In the partition. +3 core ranks. Nice, I can. Am I gonna do Shattered Wow? Maybe I'm gonna try this actually, because I'm making a stinger right now. So maybe I'm gonna try this. Although this might be only something with Sanctification. Because I need Unyielding, I need Pestilence, and I need Infestation aspects at least. You're having a hell of a time in Helltides and normal straight away. Not as faithful as it was. Interesting. I'm definitely gonna load up a level 1 character and try a bit. What is that? Yeah, 2-handed weapons can now roll 20 attack speed. Little piece of melon. One sec. Back. Why buff two-handers which are already overpowered due to the doubling of most important aspect? I don't know. I don't think there's that many builds that actually prefer dual wield to one-hand offhand. It's usually only when you have like one insane aspect and then no other good aspects. And you don't need like the cooldown or something from the offhand. Okay, again, a lot of these are corrupted eyes of Belial for some reason. Not sure what that will do exactly. He's suspecting me going to return the Quill Volley meta. I mean, Quill Volley will have its own build, and then a Centipede Hall build, a Jaguar Hall build. And maybe some more stuff. Maybe Andariel build as well, I guess, or something like that. Okay, we need to like do something for our Obols here. This is getting out of hand. Midday Hunt. Yeah, I don't really expect much here, but that's a big harmony. So that should now guarantee to land on movement speed, right? If I do this, I must start this thing up. Yes. Okay, that's a pretty good helm, I guess. We should save that. %30 healing received. Increased by 350% of healing received bonus. Up to 400. So like 130% roll is actually like around 100 for this. So we need 4 of those. Oh my god. What the fuck? I will sank that Emawaka, don't worry. And you get rid of these obols here. This is too much. I guess it's like a Gamble Emerald all season angle again. You saw integer overflow? Yeah, apparently it has to do with select, people think. Dude, here's my first amulet. 2 ranks to potent. Oof. Of course now. And it's like giga nerfed. Movement, dex, life regen. Guys, get used to having a lot of trash on your necks. Like, look at this. 1 vigor on kill, 28% damage, healing received, poison rest. Resource, movement, fire, cooldown. This is probably like one of the better ones. Dex, life per second, cold res, resource cost. Dex, life regen, fire res. Life, vigor, attack speed, movement. This is probably also one of the better ones. Dex, life, resource, lucky hit. Life on kill, healing received, fizz res. Oh my god, dude. Wear damage. Yeah, forget it, man. Holy. Double passive movement neck. And it's actually for my build. What? Wait a minute. We're logging in. Okay then. It's actually all the centipede stuff. What the fuck? Okay. Gotta take it off for the real test. I mean, I'm gonna sanctify this thing. I'm gonna get absolutely nothing. Dude, how many obos are there? I just want to try to get rid of the opals so I can loot the other stuff. Dude, there's actually a pretty significant rest gap between 750 and 800. Look at this. 138. 217. It's like 50% more. More than that. It's like 55% more or something. That's insane. Like, you actually cannot use the 750 neck at all. Looking at this. It's like an entire Aurus roll that's just gone missing there. You look so happy and excited. I mean, there's a lot of new stuff to try and explore right now. I'm just like, you know, looking at so many things at once, basically. Ah, shit, we need some space here. Okay, there's all these like body parts. Why do we need that many of them? What did you do exactly? Why do you get like 10 of each of them? Okay. For some reason I have no pants. Not sure how that happened. You can only do utility or defense. Even the resistances are actually really good templars now, I guess. I think we're gonna see it quite often that they're gonna put res on us. I wanna see how much it changes. So let's write this down. $44.7, 43.2, 42.7, 43.1, 44.7, 42.8. Someone in local chat is gonna think I'm sending some coordinates or some shit. Ah, wait a minute, it's not random which res I take. I can actually force the res. Huh. Okay, so let's look at fire. Fire is at 17. 17. It's 59.0 DR. $23.46. This is 65 DR. So this gave me 6% extra DR when I already had nearly 60%. Oh, it's the other way around. So this is 17% extra damage reduction, basically, for this element. 17% is pretty noticeable. And it's not GA. And what's the roll? Roll is, okay, it's like a small range. Okay, how about armor? So we have 11, 793, 65.1% armor. Twelve, 267, 65.8%. So here we only got 0.7% extra. Because we have a lot of armor already. Yeah, like I think we are aiming for a 1-to-5 ratio, and I'm already at a 1-to-10 ratio, basically. So we only got 2% extra, but it works for everything, not just for fire. You don't understand why they made defenses harder to understand? Yeah, I think they simplified the system a lot once you understand that toughness is what you're actually looking at. All Persians changed, got wrecked already. Oh no. Okay, anyway, seems like 2% is not really big value. What's that life? My life is 6k. If I add 140, that is actually comparable to the armor roll. Besides the fact that I have to regenerate it. Fueled, resilient is probably the big thing here. Thanks, Cypress. Appreciate it. Okay, we made a range. It's no random resistances. So we can always put like, you know, the small resistances on our tempers and rolls, and then we put the big resistances on our jewelry. So let's try this. Also, how's this now? Oh, wait a minute, they changed the ring to all res. It's now all res. Interesting. Now, finally, now that the patch happened where these random resistance values on the ring doesn't matter anymore because it's actually useful, now they changed it to all res. Fuckers, man. I was like, okay, yeah, now we're gonna get a bit of like extra lightning and a bit of extra poison res here, and then we can like try to make up for this there. Now it's just all res. Okay. There's actually no like single res anymore at all. I mean, in some builds, this was actually a consideration to try to get like 2 times the same ring with like fire res, right? So that they can cap it. And now it's like just all res. Interestingly though, Starless Sky Stonks went down because it has the same Aura's number as the other ring. It used to have double Auras, which was actually really good. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Okay, just click it, guys. We don't care. We don't stop. We just keep clicking everything. Well, we probably want to temper first, right? Okay, what do we do now? We don't want utility tempers, really. We want core. We want, where's the swarms? I think there's a swarm temper. Yeah. Why is it at the bottom? Looks so weird. Dude, I have no idea what I actually want on this. Like, is lightning res good? Who knows, man? Do I need the res? I have no idea, man. Apparently we hit a cold res here. What was our movement speed? No, that's a good question. Do we care about the offensive, but the offensive or the weapon more? Primary, Jaguar, Spirit, Hall damage. So we can't do like Gorilla Hall Potency, for example, to get more barriers anymore. So there's only Ravenous. Then Stinger hits twice, which doesn't do anything. The other option is just like a lot of additive. It's like 200%. It should be like probably in the range of like 10% damage, 15% damage when I GA it. Whereas Ravenous would be 4 ranks to Ravenous, which is 10% damage, but I already have 7 ranks, and then it's doubled against Healthy. So this might still win. Let's go to Ravenous. You have access to the tower? We should. It's gonna be a lot of attack speed there. I think like PTR testing is gonna be very chill from now on though. Because it's just like masterwork everything to 20. Just click it. You don't care. We probably want like Hunter cooldown here or something, right? I'm kind of missing these like icons here. We have like this capstone thing here, so we can see, okay, this is done. But there's like no progression, like, you know, like every single masterwork step before was like, we saw something. Trigger neck. Yeah, the funny thing is putting this on a neck doesn't even do anything. That's kind of wasted, man. But you also don't need annealing there. Because you have like 15,000 armor. So, oof. I guess ideally you get like Infestation or like a random ring Sanctify. And then you put like, I don't know what, Conceded here or some shit. Okay, what else do we do here? Craft gems. How's our resists? So you want a poison, a fizz, and an all maybe? Oh, what about this? You gain 30% increased poison res. 1291. Okay, it's like straight up doesn't work. Nice. Okay. Oh, maybe it's already out of town. I should check that. Yeah, it's the same number. Okay. When the season actively rolls out, we have to complete the capstones to move forward in difficulty. No, I think you can still choose Penitent if you want. I'm not sure about like Torment unlock though. That might be with the capstone. That's a lot of poison risk. Okay, so 1300 is 53%, 1900 is 61%. So we take almost 20% less fire damage with the 700 XRS. This 900, this 1k extra is a bit more than 20% less damage. What about this here? 3.6k versus 1.3k. This is 72%, this is 53%. So it's like 40% less damage taken from poison. What if I add another skull? 72, 78. So I went from 28 to 22. It's also roughly minus a quarter. Now these gems are very impactful actually. To min-max like what you want to take damage from basically. Okay, now we have 60,000 toughness. Wow. You probably want to roll a few things. For example, you want some attack speed. Oh, I'm not sure if I'm gonna get enough resource actually with my setup. I might be struggling with resource a bit. We also... I don't think we need this actually. Oh, there was the attack speed. Okay, yeah. Don't think you want dodge chance. So if I roll this off, it's not gonna be a GA anymore, right? What can we get? Res. Basic. Armor, potion. Maybe we don't care. Lightning res. Maybe that's fine. We need stinger ranks, to be honest. 50% chance to restore. Oof. Ah, wait a minute. We don't need resources. We have this here, right? Oh, they removed it. It used to give us resources, and now it doesn't. What about this? How's my fire res? Gonna be very low fire res if I roll this off. Oh god. Only on PTR, guys. At least we can do one thing better than the Zorks, which is teleporting. Let's do that. Maybe I'll do Ton. Neo here. I might have to put a Lum rune. I'm not sure if I actually have enough resources like this. There's also Zack, we might need the cooldown. Okay, let's see. 180, 120 affix. Okay. So now they're all masterworked. It's so weird how I just kind of click it and then everything is masterworked and that's it. Okay. So what do we do now? Do we have to do the quest line, I guess? Find the voice to the College of Light. Okay, so we have 62,000 toughness. We are in, let's go Torment 4. I guess I can use instance as well if you want. Corrupted Tongue of Asmodan. Duriel, Belial, Law. Is new DR infinite or does it cap? I guess it's infinite. But maybe it has like a cap at 90 instead of 100. Okay, so they did change the instances, but they don't seem to do anything. $15, $4. Ah, no, it does. Okay, it does actually multiply our values. But I think it adds together with all of the Paragon values. So this 5% extra is actually like 3% extra or something. Armor. I guess your life is much better than that. Yeah, this thing actually lost value here. So previously the life and the armor instance were pretty close in value. But now life has gained a little bit. Because the armor rolls on gear are higher now. So you can roll armor and use life instance. Basically. We don't need all these boss mats here. Cold resistance, experience gain. Okay, so what do we do? Let's see how much we struggle with our resources here. But it might be okay. We have this. Rogue potential in season 11 looks relatively weak to me. But we'll see. Did they share the rest phenomenon? They did not. I mean, I see a few data points they have there, but there's no formula exactly, right? I calculated on the right. Yeah, I guess some people like try to like reverse engineer it or something. Should have numbers on. Sinful Torment. He's the first like new elite affix. Okay, I have no resources. I need to do something. They changed the damage number? Oh, I didn't actually pay attention to that, did they? I guess you try Igni Lam. Okay, it's just like a very tiny room here. There's a blacksmith, there's a stash, there's a jeweler, there's kind of chilling here, and a raven for some reason. Where the hell are we? If there's a raven, I wonder if there's like actually a waypoint here so we can TP in all the time. I know Cultus. Did a high heaven send you? Okay. Seems like there's not too much lore behind this. Contains a small cache of gear and unlocks Darius Purified Blessing slot. Okay. There's the XP stuff. Andario, Asmodan, Belial, Spark. Okay, very standard stuff here, I guess. Greater cache of the lesser evils. Mystery, greater archetype cache. Only ancestor islands can be sanctified in this difficulty. Alright, you know what they say? YOLO. What happened? We got, wait a minute, we got an affix. Okay, we got a protector that has a lower roll than the minimum. What? What? Okay. Nice. Okay, let's try this one. Item is indestructible. Holy dude. Okay. Slam the amulet. Affix upgraded to greater affix. Yo. Good neck, guys. Alright. New affix added. 8 crit chance. I think this needs a bit of a better animation stuff though. Sanctification failed. Wait. That's a thing. Alright. So you can also just... Wait, why does it say failed? Anyway. Item is indestructible. Holy. Affix replaced. Oh. I don't know what it had before. Wait, it replaced... No, wait, I didn't imprint it. I completely forgot to imprint this. Can we imprint it? I need new boots, I think. Wait, it here, cooldown. Okay, it replaced the temper with cooldown. That's actually kind of nice. Alright. Yeah, I have to look at this here, so I also forgot to imprint this thing. Yeah, it looks like you cannot imprint. Yeah, okay, so I need new boots. I forgot to imprint these boots. Oops. Life per second, and I think we don't need life per second or something. It's put movement speed and we blast. So we do the roll. We do this. 6 vigor per second. Wait. I can still do this here because it said sanctification failed. So it allows me to just do it again, I guess. New affix added. Poison damage. The game knows. Okay. We have to put something here. And here. So this is duelist. And this, I guess we do layered wards. Hello, man.
What is his basket?
I think it's in the other room.
You didn't bring it here.
No. Well,
Why did
He
you
was-
let him go?
he was chilling here.
Yeah. Darling, your daddy love you.
That's not true.
Yeah.
Let's do Forest Power Stonks, I think. Okay. Yeah, Forest Power is actually Giga Stonks now. That's actually an insane aspect. Alright, Sanctify. Affix upgrade to greater affix. I think this is the dex. Yeah, it would be nice if it would actually show you like more precisely what happened, right? New affix added, 3.6 dexterity. Okay. Affix upgrade to greater affix. Okay, so we got one legendary aspect so far out of 10 sanctifications, guys. That one is like the worst possible thing you can actually roll. Fucking 315 barrier every 20 seconds. Log in. Let's go. Okay.
We are forced to abide by the rules. Even emerging for the lesser evils is risking my entire being. The heavens have made up their minds. In the time of the eternal conflict, before sanctuaries, he would have imprisoned Asmodan, chaining him forever. The fracture it would have caused among the lesser evil, but before Tyrael could strike, I called for his aid. Blind and Tyrael, his heart too.
Look how happy he is in his basket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, show him.
I may lack his courage.
Yeah, this is a little basket, guys. Where he gets carried around. Yeah.
Like a king.
His royal fluffiness.
There is no fear. A slain angel does not truly die. The longer beings roam sanctuary, the more There is no fear. There is banishment and transcend. The longer beings roam sanctuary, the more I've observed. I thought their death was quiet.
Anyway, I guess we start blasting and see what happens. Do we do anything with those boots? I guess we keep it as a grim reminder of imprint your shit first before sanctifying. Oh, escalation sigils look a bit different now. Interesting. Why do they give us 50 Ascendance tributes? Okay then. Okay, I can't open a world map here. How was the visit? I mean, they're still here. Belial's invasion. Belial has taken hold in the pit of artificers. Beware his lies. Okay, so actually... Andariel's invasion. So I have like little icons. Okay. Duriel, and then Asmodan. So what happens after I finish the Whisper? Should we check Asmodan? sure what my resources are saying, but I hope it's enough now. World Boss Asmodan. Let's try it. Apparently the Hell Tide was removed from this area. Usually the World Boss area is a Hell Tide zone. Belial's altar summons Asmodan and the forces of Belial. Duriel. And Dariel. Did they change the damage numbers? They don't really seem very different to me. Yeah, someone said the damage numbers look different. I think at some point they should probably add the option to do the freestyle damage numbers where sometimes they combine and it's just like much cleaner. Like in D3 you don't see every individual hit, you see like combined effects sometimes. So that it just doesn't overload everything. Why did Spiritborn get a Plague Storm, Blast Hammer and not Necro? Hello. Oh, here it comes. Asmodan. Okay, the spawn image is kinda cool. I'm going to Nephilim. Oh my god. What the fuck, Merlin? What do you want? Oh, I'm dying. Okay, Asmodan. Merlin is helping us with Asmodan here. Oh. There's a big Belial, man. What the hell? And a breath. Wait a minute, where's that? Ah, that circle is forest power, right? Okay. What is this here? Lila Enraged Head Rotten. Belial's chosen. Man, what is wrong? Okay. We died, guys. Where are we? Outplayed by Duggo, yeah. He's pretty tanky actually, but I guess it's like solo world boss. It doesn't say he's resilient anymore though. Dude, I'm getting yoinked here. I don't see the resilient stuff, so I wonder if I can actually just like one-tap him with enough damage. Or if they just remove the resilient effect from him, but not from real world bosses. Has anyone done a real world boss? Okay, there's a lot of eyes here and giving me a big dot. Notice no resilient buff too. You're not making it easy, man. Dude, I can't believe that Azal actually has some moves in this game. I somehow just expected him to do nothing, and just stand there and die. I'm not sure why. Dog affix. It's kind of funny, man. That is like actually like full-size Belial, just like breathing over the entire floor here. What the hell, man? Dude. Okay, this was 4 health potions. Goodbye, pots. Okay, I'm getting blasted here. Does he heal? No, right? Okay. What's my toughness? 1.3 million. Okay, keep that in mind, guys. I'm gonna put it in the sheet later. 2.3 million. Oh, wait, what? Okay, someone just met this guy. Someone just arrived here. What are they playing? I can't inspect him because he's invisible. So he's a Zork. And this other guy, I'm not sure what he is. This is also a Zork? Are these two Zorks? Belial's Horde, 5 corrupted eyes. Ah, so this is where you need the eyes. So I guess you get them when you do the other stuff. It's basically like a lair boss horde. So what does he drop though? Because there's one Neve Iron. Is it just like a random loot from all over the place? Because Belial doesn't have his own stuff. Heavenly Sigil was in there. What did the guy say? It was not me who killed him that quickly. I mean, if there's no resilient mechanic, then you can probably just go in and basically one-tap this guy. I see a lot of frozen orbs. Maybe frozen orb is like insane. Is he playing OG Lightning Spear? I mean, frozen orb is something I expect to be pretty good. Like how he just like splash. That's hilarious. Okay. Wait, can I just like AFK here? I didn't actually contribute. Two sigils. A lot of living steel and stuff. Okay, but like wait, which one was this one here? Was this Duriel? This is Andariel. So Capeleka checks out, X-Files checks out. And I guess the Belial Horde is just like random stuff. I need to figure out where to get Neve Iron. I think it said like Bartuk, Astaroth. Also here apparently. Belial. World bosses. Okay. Or to Withering Fist login. This Aswan spawn animation is very funny. Okay, it's actually one-tapped him. Oh, there's Beat-Dropper. Yo. Is that Beat-Dropper? Private profile? Oh my god. Wait, everyone can open whatever they want or what? Ah no, I can only open each of them once, yeah. Seems like they're not refreshing. I guess I have to at least go back to a new instance or something. What, man? Let's see what else it dropped here. Oh, that's a lot of sigils. 4 heavenly sigils this time. 5. Endurance, Cyber Sonntag, Flicker Step, yeah, that checks out, right? Still looks like a Whisper. In fact, I never got the Whisper. I guess maybe only the guy who gets a killing blow. Okay, so Andariel, Spiritborn loot, Cyber Sonntag, Sunbird, Azure, Flicker, Locran, Soulbrand, Tybalt, Exile. It kind of checks out. So it seems like we are getting this here, and then I don't know what Belial's dropping. I guess everything. I have a slight suspicion that Stinger is not it in Season 11, guys. But the good news is, it only goes up from here. Oh, wait. Here's a lot of action though. It's Asmodon fight. It's actually crazy. And then random elite spawn as well. Oh my god, I'm getting one tapped here. What is going on? I realized I actually need to temper some vortex size on my stuff, which I didn't do. Okay. Got him. Somehow I'm getting like paragons on this man. I think like Arsenal is getting like giving us like insane amounts of XP. Someone said they went from like level 8 to 24 or something. So I think there's something off there. You removed all gear except Edge Master and Star Shards, removed Paragon, and then the knife still doing infinite negative numbers. I can get 13 sigils. Gumbo time? Gumbo time. Wait, how did we get there? Hellish Descent, recommend low. Is this the capstone? Capstone, okay. Return to Hadriel. How the hell do I go there? Do you just walk here again? Oh, there's a real world boss though in 2 minutes. So we can check if like a real Asmodon spawns, and at the very least I want to see if Resilient is still a thing. Go there from questline and then kill a shard. Okay, I'll try that. Oh, I completely forgot about my glyphs actually. So this is probably why we're kind of weak. Any more Paragons? I didn't want to live anyway, right? Okay, how's it looking here? 20 seconds. Okay, wandering depth, so we can check this. Kinda scuffed, but... Why am I spawning so many swarms? Like, where are all these coming from? Passively. Okay, this guy is still resilient. So it seems like only Azmodan is basically like a lair boss, I guess. This is why. Oh, this guy died. Wait, is this new? Is it like some new effects here? What is this? Ah, this might be like the season thing, right? Where it like drops meteors or something. I see meteors all the time. But they don't seem to hurt us. I'm not gonna do this entire fight now, it's gonna take forever. I just wanted to see about the resilient. I wonder if Kerrigan also has the... Oh, actually, let's see the beam. Holy! Okay. That seems very dangerous. I actually had full life and like half barrier or something. Okay, why is my toughness like going all over the place though, so much? Okay, this was 4 potions. And didn't even like full heal me. Do I actually have healing? I don't think I do. I'll stay here. Boom, okay. I wasn't full HP, but I had like a nearly full barrier. It actually executes you, look at this. Interesting. Cool. I still don't know why my... why is my toughness like all over the place like this though? Like why is it 1 million now? Where's that coming from? It keeps going up, 2 million. What the fuck is going on? Am I suddenly like giga tanky or what? Where do I from? Okay, let's stand in the next beam and see what happens. Here it is. No, it still insta-kills me. What? I think something is really weird here. Doesn't it include a barrier? Is it a barrier? But when I use my ult, suddenly I lose like 80% of my toughness? Like, I don't get it. Like, why is it going all over the place like this? Look at my toughness. It goes from like 100k to 2 million. Like, what? Does that include my current life and my current barrier, maybe? My understandable defenses, okay. How close can I go? How far can I go away from him and then get hit by the beam? You can go quite far, it seems. You can extend inside of him while he's doing the beam, but I wonder how far it goes. Okay, something is really altered. I think that the calculation's like fucked or something. Look at this. It says I have like 2 million toughness, which seems like ridiculously high. And then I just get one-tapped. So something doesn't really check out here. Yeah, full barrier now. 2.4 million toughness and it's not moving. Yeah, it seems to include toughness and maybe life as well. And instead of like showing your max life, it shows your current life and your current barrier. Question is, does that make sense? Okay, let's see how far we can go before we get beamed. We're like in the, look at this, we're in the beam. I actually tried to get hit. Interesting. Like, it was glowing, but didn't hit us. Yeah, this does not seem correct. Look at my toughness. So it goes up whenever my barrier goes up from auspicious. But now it's 1 million. I think there is some miscalculation with barriers. If I remove this, we have 58k. Then as soon as the barrier starts ticking, it just like multiplies. Like, this is wrong. Like, I have 800 barrier and it just went times 8. Yeah, no, they just messed something up there, I think. There's a PGA ring. Heavenly Sigil. Yo, thanks, Momo. Cataclysm Bulwark incoming for Druid. I wonder if Cataclysm is gonna remain strong enough. Okay, so this is like a big fat portal here. Actually, you can't miss it, as you realize. Why is this thing so big? Look at my tiny portal. The resolve stacks boost your toughness so hard. Resolve stacks are under calculation. Resolve stacks? Ah. No. It's not a resolve, because it goes up very slowly. It goes like +1 every 5 seconds, right? It's definitely the barrier. Look, the barrier goes up and up and up. Okay, let's move to the armored hide, right? Yeah, this kind of checks out. 46 million. And then with resolve. Okay, we have to block now. Yeah, 58. This checks out. This is 20% DR. There's nothing wrong there. That's the barrier. That's the wrong thing. Okay, guys, Gumbo time. Sanctification failed. Thank you very much. Affix upgraded. And then what are you doing? New affix added. Resource cost reduction. Affix upgraded. It seems like getting legendary aspects is very tough, guys. Sanctification failed. It failed again. Item is indestructible. I'd rather take the fail. Affix replaced. Movement speed. This thing actually has double movement speed. Look at it. It works. You can get 2 times the same. What else do we have? X-Files. Indestructible ring. Holy shit. Hello.
Why didn't you bring his basket again?
And a basket. Yeah, okay. I can do that. Okay, guys, I have to carry his royal fluffiness. Look. He needs to go to his room now.
He's uncomfortable with that.
Yeah. Not bad. What is going on? Why am I in the air? No, he always goes in. If you hold out the basket for him, he always goes in. I think gets carried around. He likes it. Okay, affix replaced. Fire damage. I wonder if I can get a damage type that is not my own. Fire exists on Spiritborn. Affix upgrade to greater affix. This is a very good weapon. Never mind, it's a glaive. So new affix added. That is a lot of life. Wait, 913 life. That's a lot of life. I guess it's higher because it's two-handed. In fact, it's actually exactly double of a normal life roll, which is 457. So this is double and then like rounded down, it seems, by one. Sanctification failed. Wait, Sanctification failed also doesn't consume a thing. I had 6 and then still 6. Indestructible. Affix replaced. Fire damage again. New affix added. 3% dex. Insane. Okay. So when you get a new legendary affix, it doesn't say anything. And then you have to look at it. And now you have 2 affixes. That was actually quite an affix to get, to be honest. 70% faster while you're moving. Interesting. It actually max rolled the aspect, which has a 10 to 70% range. That's hilarious. So now I wonder if I salvage this thing, will I get this for the codex? I guess we should, right? Legendary affix will always be the best. Basically, yeah. I mean, okay, in terms of like raw DPS, you would have more damage if you get a GA on your perdition and that hits the crit instead of having a defensive power there, right? Because I expect that the Sanctification feature respects the like the slot restrictions for legendaries. So I don't think I can get an offensive power on my helm, for example. But I guess realistically, defense matters, as we have just seen. And this means you generally want to not get a random GA on your pair of perdition, but you want to get a good defensive aspect. And then this means you want to get defensive, or like you want to get an aspect in every slot, right? You want defenses here, offensive here, and who knows, maybe like a duelist aspect on your boots, and so on. Hesha, because this one is actually kind of good. Didn't hit the ultimate cooldown though. So now we can try the reroll with Neath Iron and see what happens. Went to Vuln. Went back to attack speed. And we say YOLO. Unlucky. Dude, I'm gonna be so fucking indestructible. It's gonna be insane, guys. Watch out. At some point my entire character becomes indestructible. You don't need toughness. Alright. What's my attack speed here anyway? 93%. That's pretty good actually. Wait, is this thing sanctified? Doesn't seem sanctified. But I don't have anything left. I think this is a YOLO angle. This leads to Kyoba Shard. Ignore durability loss is the best affix. Yep. Seasonal. Sanctification. What the fuck? Why does that drop them all? Oh, they're consumable? Okay, that makes sense. They have a very interesting glow, actually, and then when you click them, it actually has like a dissipate animation. Okay, guys, it's Gamba time. Let's get stones. What should I stack? 100, okay. They need to replace temporary scroll with sanctification. Nah, I get the sanctification stuff from various sources, so I don't think you're gonna get items at a fast enough rate. It seems like you can definitely sanctify a lot of gear. Wait, why can't I do this? It seems like they are sanctified and it doesn't let me put them. Unmodifiable. Okay, so I think I did everything. I want to try a dungeon. Let's try like some T4 dungeon content. See what happens with escalation. Chaos. Maybe gonna get chaos item, guys. Watch out. Lights watch. Salvage Mythic gave 4 sparks and 2 to craft. Sus. What's the point of indestructible items? Well, it saves you the repair costs. The indestructible is mostly just like, you know, the failure to hit anything good. So it's just like the shit outcome that you can roll. Okay, Exile. Let's not kill him too fast. But why am I pulsing like this? What is this? There's like some animation around my character. I'm not sure what it is. What is that? It seems like Exile doesn't really do damage. Okay, with the hits here. Need more damage. I kind of feel like Stinger is not going to be a big thing next season. Is Pestilence Storm good? Yeah. I don't think we're going to continue the Stinger guide for next season on Spiritborn. We have plenty of other good builds. Okay, here's some new elites. Shit. So these are actually melting. I mean, Stinger has always been like good enough, but not really meta or something. Shocklands, Chilling Wind. Ah, this was actually a like dungeon elite here. Butcher drops the axe, but Exile doesn't drop the ring. True. Should I give away to re-sanctify? Nah, the fun part is that you can only do it once. That's the whole point of the system. You know, to delete your copies. Okay, so Gilded. Shocklands, Unstoppable, Fire Enchanted. Unstoppable is now an affix, holy. Did they actually drop a lot of gold now, or what? It would be very nice if it actually showed Like how much gold you collected, right? Because seriously, what are all these like swirly things around me? Is this on a season? Tie damage has a chance to stun. Okay, so somehow we unlock this, and this, but not this. I'm not sure what I did. Durability loss. We got Butcher and Exile here. Something broken actually. I feel like Butcher still doesn't really hurt. And my character is relatively squish. We're kind of just chilling here. Okay, drop the axe. No PTR issue, you cannot advance in escalating nightmare dungeons. Oh. True, I forgot about that. Let's see what happens actually. I think it's like little blue glow. Mortar, fire, enchanted, veiled. So this is becoming invisible or something. But you can still see the blue glow. They're very fast actually, and these guys are very fast. What happens then when I press it? Nothing. Unlucky. Okay. Going to try Shattered WoW with this build. Yeah, we could definitely try that. But we have to hit... Okay, either you give up Starter Skies, but I don't want to. Or we remove Writhing Moon, which I guess does make a bit more sense. And then we can equip the Shattered Vow and put this on the neck. Yeah, I'll try it. But let's try like a pit run or something, so we actually feel the difference. Like here in Team 4, it's like not that easy to judge. I'll do it in a second. Okay, repair. I also want to try the Writhing Moon and the cooldown reduction and see what happens. This item actually lost a bunch of value because the only stat that really mattered on this thing is the chance for swarms to deal double damage. Everything else is kind of irrelevant. And we can't masterwork it. You wish the kill speed in T4 was exactly what I have here. Yeah, that would make some sense, right? Cultist altar. Okay. So does it go faster? It looks like it's jumping a little bit, right? Okay, what about we have multiple dummies? Yeah, it definitely works. So you can go Eagle Hall and put the other attacks. But if you go Eagle Hall, you don't have Gorilla Hall. And if you don't have Gorilla Hall, you're not playing Spiritborn. So that's a bit of an issue. But it works. So the cooldown effect actually does not just apply to base eagle skills. That's kind of good. Yo, Varus, thank you, man. What if you have multiple skills on cooldown? You can definitely see it on Vortex, like it's coming back real fast. It makes it sound like only one skill. It says reduce N equipped eagle skills cooldown. But it kind of looks like it's the same speed, right? I have three abilities on cooldown now. And it comes back the same pace. Look at the Vortex. I can try 4. This still looks the same as when Vortex is alone, right? This should be way faster. Maybe not actually, because it also has the normal cooldown, right? Like it just actually cools down by itself. It's a 12-second cooldown. I was waiting like 5-6 seconds, so I got like roughly half of it. Okay, I think it is actually splitting the cooldown. It definitely seems slower when I think about it, because a lot of the cooldown is just like the normal recovery. This is more like 8 seconds here, maybe. 8, 9. Instead of 12. But if I don't have anything going... This looks more like 6. Maybe 7. It's very sus. Seems like it reduces all of the cooldowns. Like, I count this now and it actually came down to like 7 seconds under like every scenario. It was 8. We saw someone get Sanctification increased to gem level. Increased to gem level? What gem level? And why is Stinger always so weak, by the way? Can we like make this build good at some point? That'd be cool. Right, you can teleport to the capstone dungeon. Look at that. You don't even have to ride there. That's a bit lame. Increased gem effect in this item. So, I guess it's like really good for jewelry, but doesn't beat a legendary aspect anyway. I think legendary aspect is always just like the jackpot, basically. And it seems to be quite rare to get. I want to do the pit, right? That's the pit. Does not work for runes and additive damage in weapons. That would be kind of interesting if that would boost like their offering generated or something like that from runes. And we wanted to try Shattered Vow as well, right? Where's my Shattered Vow? Guess I have to YOLO on that one. Okay, chance to become berserking. And we need a normal ring. Okay, what can we actually get on this thing? Auras, 1 life per second, 1000 life per 5 seconds. You shouldn't really need that. Okay, YOLO. How do you have a full map on PTR unlocked? You just have it when you do it once, you have it forever. Okay, I have to remember to imprint. What else? Ditch. We have another problem, we can't imprint our neck. So now we can't actually move the aspect. Oh no. We have to get Giga neck as well. Free GA with free passes, man. Look at that thing. Unlucky. Tower's open now. I'm gonna go tower. Greater affix. Okay. Affix replaced. It removed lucky hit, chance to become berserking. Oof. Guys. Oof. Well, I guess we need a new Shattered Vow. That was kind of funny. Okay. Now nothing will happen, surely. Literally unusable. Yeah, it's actually like killing 2 of the stats, right? Because you also lose the attack speed while berserking. Sanctification failed. Affix upgraded. Okay, we got more chance to become berserking. Woohoo. Alright, so we have that. We got the okay, we got a new neck though. I need to make a new neck. Anything here? Anything like remotely close to the neck we have? I don't think so. Here's unrestrained power. So we do pestilence. We do Temper what? Hunter cooldown. Okay, masterwork. That's a lot of movement speed. How's my movement speed anyway? 200, 200. Dude, why am I just capped on movement speed? Like, what is going on? Where's all this movement speed coming from? 37? $200 anyway. What? Oh, it's like, okay, I have the feathers. Also, totally forgot my mercs the entire time. Not so many. Oh. Somehow I have like giga movement speed. He is 30. Okay, so I can't really choose anything here, right? It's just like, okay, do I want the purified of this or the corrupted of this? Movement speed or res? Armor or stun? Barrier or potion? Unstoppable. Or 45. How did I get this? Oh. I didn't add a socket. Ah, we can. Okay. So you can still add a socket. Oops. Ah, it's not sanctified actually, right? I forgot. Okay. It's actually not sanctified. No, dude, I don't know. 1 to understand power seems kind of shit, to be honest. Did they make the... This seems very sus. Did they make this more common? Okay. Kerrigar. What happens when you load an already existing character on the PTR? Like nothing is shared of a life story, that's the whole point. You can't benefit from PTR on your live characters. Aha, pit, tower, beta. Select tier. I'm just gonna do it. We don't have anything unlocked, so unlucky. Say goodbye to runes. Okay, slay enemies to summon a tower guardian. I have to collect the progression globes. First tower run, guys. It's only a tier 20 though, I can't open higher. I wanna keep taking screenshots of elites. Or they die, preferably. Okay, here's a Pile of Power. Deal greatly increased damage. Okay. Also, I have like a Sword of Damocles above me. Oh. A Pylon of Speed. Becomes double and hinder and gain greatly increased move speed. Holy. So what did I say? There's 4 pylons and one is a duplicate. Goblin! Okay. And a shielded pylon. Oh wait, what is it? Pylon of channeling. No resource have greatly reduced cooldowns. Okay, here's a map. Also, what are these red dots? Okay, progression also actually shown on the map. That's kind of nice. Okay, so these are elites. They actually show. So you have map hack for the elites, yeah? So there's our map here. So there's like, I guess this loop that I didn't do. I wonder if it is a loop, actually. I want to see this. Pet picker still crap. Yeah, it's pretty bad when you don't have one. Goblins kinda troll. Yeah, the goblins drop progression orbs, actually. So you can like choose to hunt it down and... Oh, here's the last pylon. Here's another speed pylon. Holy... Non-physical resistance. Okay. Okay, I have to kill the entire champion pack to get the morphs. So there's like pretty much D3 rules. I wonder what happens with elites and minions. So I think rare elites are called elites. Super elites don't exist anymore, which used to be the triple affix guys. And champions are now blue packs. And it seems like here I have to kill the last guy. We actually almost one-floored this thing. We got like 95%. Can this build work in Season 10? It's one of the weakest Spirit Bomb builds you can play in Season 10. Because it doesn't really get anything from the season theme. But you can play it. Okay, so there is Reprisal. And there is Vengeance. I guess Vengeance might be something like an Avenger mod. Where when you kill one, they get stronger. And then Reprisal might be like you hit them, they retaliate or something. Holy, big pop-up. Tier 20 completed, man. Insane. Also all the monsters despawned. Okay. Reprise is some version of Thorns. Yeah, that's exactly what we needed here. Okay, I did not unlock another tier. No entries. Okay, Leaderboard is just like not working right now. Time remaining 6 days, 22 hours. Okay, this doesn't work. Okay, it looks like I actually have to like do a pit to unlock stuff. Maybe I'm gonna get the season thing up. Season thing, what's that? Okay, here's like one of the eyes. Okay, this guy just instantly explodes, so I can't really... Okay, the eyes looks at me when I click it. Okay, it spawns a bunch of dudes. And some... Ah, that's what I talked about, like the Ilu like monsters, yeah. Okay. Destroy Betrayer's eyes to draw out Belial. Ah, so can we always force Belial now? I wonder if it actually drops like specific extra loot or something. What the hell? Illusory. And you have to like unlock pit tiers to push tower. So if that is how it works, it means that the tower has to be harder than a pit. Like significantly harder, right? Like you need to be able to push the tower tier that you want to push. And not like you gotta try hard unlock it, I guess. Right? If the pit is actually gatekeeping you from doing the push that you want to do, that would be fucking stupid. Bonus skill upgrade for not dying. Okay. We got Belial. So is there a point to take these? I guess it's just like more stuff now, right? So one thing here that is really good about this is that we're gonna have less backtracking and less... Oh, there's no monsters left anymore because you stick the eyes. So I guess temporarily that's actually a solution. Who am I kidding, actually? Maybe the eyes are actually counted into the progression. Oof. I spoke too soon. Now it just opens. Belial's Lair. So is it like a real Belial or small Belial? Small Belial, I guess. Okay, I don't know which Belial it was. he just didn't appear. Okay. Deceitful Mary, what is that? No Belial. Oh, it's lore. Nice one shot on T20, guys. Thank you. Okay, let's unlock Torment 2. Not sure it would be stupid. I intended to be an interlocking challenge. Yeah, but I cannot really imagine that they will perfectly balance out the challenge between pit and the tower. Or like every build that we can think of, right? So basically what will happen is that if you tie the tower unlocks to just pit clears, there will be some builds that just can't push high in the pit because, you know, maybe the rules are different. In like the, in the tower you can use a power pylon and kill the boss, right? And the build that has shitty boss damage will be able to kill the boss in the tower in like a high tier, but not in a pit. Or like in a pit you have like, you know, you can fish for like a good boss and then maybe push the pit higher and then, okay, you unlock the tower that way. But either way, we want to not push the fucking pit, right? That's the whole purpose of the tower. We want to not push the pit because it fucking sucks. You know? So, that's the entire reason why the tower exists. Like, why do I have to first do the pit to then unlock the tower? And if the pit is like remotely hard to do compared to the tower push I want to try, then we have a problem. But if like, you know, the tower is generally, I don't know, 10 tiers lower than whatever I can do in the pit, okay, that's fine, right? So... yeah, realistically, you know, I want to push the tower and unlock the next tower tier. Like, I want to clear a tower and then go to the next tier, right? I mean, at the very minimum, give me that. Like, you know, I've cleared it. Let me go on, right? Like, why do I have to go back to the pit? That makes zero sense. Well, that should definitely change. Yeah, 100% the same difficulty. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that they have the same scaling. I don't see why they should change the scaling between tiers or something like that. It's fine for them to have the same scaling. And then tower is maybe generally easier because of the pylons and because of progression orbs and stuff, but I don't know yet, right? I guess we'll go to wherever is like the limit of this build, and then we're gonna try, okay, what actually happens when I do, you know, pit 90 or tower 90, right? We're doing pit first, aiming to level the glyphs. Yeah, for sure. Like, tower is something you're gonna do, you know, late. But the problem remains, like, if the tower goes above the pit, like, if I can push higher in the tower than I can push in the pit, but I can only unblock the tower by doing the pit, I will not have a push anymore, suddenly, right? That's the thing. So, at the very minimum, the tower needs to unlock itself. Okay, seems like this Belial fight is a bit different here. Yeah, if it goes both ways and either way unlocks the other, I think that's probably just how it should be. They should just unlock each other. They're like almost the same system, where one is like the leaderboard mode and the other one is like the farming mode and so on. And would there be any potential downsides of them just unlocking each other? Not really, right? Because if you're pushing very high tower, then, well, congratulations, you already got rank 1. So who cares about whatever pit you unlock from the tower, right? There's no benefit to that. If you cannot finish the pit that no one really cares about anymore, then you don't get a reward anyway. So it doesn't matter. But if you finish a high pit and then unlock a tower tier that you want to do, that makes sense, I guess. Yeah, but I think the problem remains that you have to make sure that the tower is always easier than the pit. I think that's the most important thing here. The tower needs to go higher than the pit. Because otherwise we are going to be in the situation where we are forced to push the pit in order to unlock the tower tier for a push. Which sounds kind of weird. And okay, if the tower unlocks itself, I guess you can go like tier by tier in the tower. That's probably fine. But sometimes you don't want to go tier by tier. You want to go 2 tiers or 3 tiers or something. But maybe that's like a relatively minor issue, I guess, in this game. Yeah, people keep telling me something about Dance on Ice Rocks and insane damage. Yeah, I mean, I haven't played it yet, so I don't know what's going on there. Also seen Barbs with infinite damage. Very nice. Having 2 samey dungeons sucks. Well, they're samey for now, but now that they separated the leaderboard stuff from the rest of the pit, they can do whatever the fuck they want with the pit. So that's something they have to look at, right? If they ever give us, like, you know, like a real mapping system or an endgame, like, Atlas passive tree system, you know, they can now include the pit. And they can do crazy stuff. Cobium. I'm out here doing negative damage. So yeah, apparently all classes have it? Okay. I haven't seen it yet for me, so I'm not sure. Maybe it has to do with like a sanctified effect. Or maybe one of the seasonal powers. What build can do 150 on current patch? None. But we're not far off, actually. You're halving the pit copium so hard. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, I think. No negative damage. Oh. I think it's a Merc. Oh, that would make sense. Maybe some people are running with something on the Merc. Probably Altkin. It's always Altkin. Okay, so unless I press this iron, there's no monsters coming out. There's just like some random explosions. Any new DLC announcements? Well, this season update is not far off from a DLC. And it's free. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how even with the Belial Isles, I have like so little progression. I got Neve Iron. I'm not sure if the gift guy gives you any Neve Iron. I got some from killing a world boss. But if Emrock doesn't give you anything, maybe you just have to accept whatever GA you get. I have a feeling fighting Belial every single time is gonna get a bit old. Also, you have to wait like 20 seconds for him to even appear, which, by the way, does count down the timer. Wait, there's big and small Belial. What the hell is going on? Okay, what about... I wanted to check the crystal explosions. Okay, Tom free. Big Lyle and Little Lyle. Do we get these extra pit rewards only if we... I have this thing unlocked now. Can I put it? No. Makes a bit immense amounts of gold. Okay. This guy has shielded affix, Monka. You're gonna assess the item, another 35, but can't use until 60. Interesting, from what? From a season rep? I think that can happen. But did you find it? Is it just like that? Did the item changes now? That means skill tree upgrades got a large priority bump. Yeah, it kind of seems like they want to, you know, get a few things in place already and refine them a little bit over a few seasons before they do like another big thing in the expansion, right? So that's kind of like what I think is happening here. So they decided, okay, fuck it. You're gonna do this a bit early. Maybe slightly push back the expansion. Because, I mean, that's basically what they did, right? They were supposed to release the expansion this year, and they didn't. And they were like, okay, let's just do this. Yeah, I think. Very hard. Season rank 1 cash. Ah, you got the ancestral items there, that's kind of funny. Is the fight ever like different in some way? Wait. I was standing here and it didn't actually hit me. He also doesn't aggro on me when I'm invisible, which is kind of funny. Okay, let's see the breath. See, the breath always comes from the right. Oh, that's a knockback, man, holy. Okay, these waves don't really seem to matter. Dodge. I want to see how the Elias bolts compare to Belial's attacks. Dude, he's a fucking Lord of Lies and he can't sense me when I'm invisible. Look at him. Yeah, the breath is always from right to left, it seems. Oh. And it fucking throws you, man. Very far. Ah, I'm trying to catch one of the bolts. How much barrier do we have? Funny enough, Elias also can't find me. Okay, this did like maybe 20% of my barrier, or 25. Okay, we can outrange the breath here. Yeah, Belial's attacks are kind of like whatever, they do nothing. The breath kind of hurts. What if we stand in the middle? Okay, we get bonked around. What about the crystals? No. Oops. Wait, did the one... Ah, this was Noxus Resonance popping, I guess. That did so much damage there, okay. Because I crit him. What's my crit chance? Way too high. Have you read on PTR yet? Yeah, I died a few times on Wandering Death earlier and Asmodan. I was trying a little bit how it feels to do world bosses. They seem to hurt a lot. I mean, the setup is not terrible. You have 8k in life. 20k armor. I mean, I don't know. I was expecting some pretty big Spiritborn stonks, but it turns out Spiritborn did not actually get any tankier because everyone just has 5k armor, so you're not like stacking extra armor on a Spiritborn for that reason. I guess you might... They'll probably change unyielding hits. Too many DI, yeah, this is bugged. When you have barrier, it just shows like way too much. My real value is like 60k or something. Season 11 impression, default good or default bad? Where are the stocks trending? Definitely trending good. Yeah, this sort of Damocles effect looks a bit weird. Like it just follows you around and then someone it falls down. Okay, one of the elite effects is non-physical resistance. I wonder if it's also like a physical resistance one. Okay, see the crystal. The crystal hurts. It also does in the boss layers, so that is not surprising. For example, the Elias bolts here, that was only like 30% maybe. The crystal was probably like 90. Oh, actually one shot. I was full HP. Do you have to wait like another 20 seconds for him to spawn? Yeah, the spawn animation could be a bit faster. And maybe Belial shouldn't show up like every single time. So you see, maybe doing negative Gazane damage on Poison Dog. Yeah, someone said it has to do with a mercenary actually. Okay, tier 50. Is Band of Breath ring still around? Band of First Breath, I mean. I got one, yeah. I forgot to socket a weapon, sanctified it, had socketed gem strength times 100, but could no longer socket it. Socketed gem strength is kind of an interesting effect. That was not Kitawa, this was Belial. Is it just me or do we need more progression to clear a pit? Oh, Winker. Interesting affix. What about doing a pit and not draw out Belial? Yeah, maybe this is what you want to do. You click it 4 times and not draw out Belial. So you don't have to wait for him. Might be the move. Then there's only like C-Hack and then Mother that you have to wait for a little bit. Slider effects. Fucking T4. Let's go. Wonder what happens when you take Brahia, for example. Ah, shit. 50% resistance to all elements, 15% armor. So I wonder if it's still the same. Maybe the stonks have gone up actually for right here. I wonder if Variana can actually trigger the, what is that, dominant passive? Attempting to knock down enemy. I have to try this at some point. How do you get purified? I don't know exactly. I had a few of these things, and then I had a bunch of them, like, purified suddenly. Maybe get it from, like, doing the season quest line and stuff. Some season wrap? Okay. So I guess you just get it while you play. It seems like it's very easy to get. Because I had it like after like a run or two. So I think you're supposed to get them very soon. Executioner, this guy. Okay. You have to figure out like what all these affixes do. There's also another affix called Martyrdom. There's one called Splitter. There's Depth's Grasp. Oh. These things actually hurt. I just realized. Dude, what's going on with the Fortify? Why does it just like instantly go up there? Any Belials in chat? Oh, it's because I'm invisible. He doesn't aggro when I'm invisible. Okay. No, Elias almost one-tapping me. What about the breath? Ah, shit. Oh, the breath is still going. Oh. If I had run out of the bubble a bit faster, I could have died there. Funny. But good to know that the bubble actually prevents the dot from killing you. pit and tower clears account wide, so I can push on one class and open another. Yeah, this is not really a big problem though, I think. As long as they make sure that they can always access the tower tier that they want to do. Okay, we're slowly getting into interesting territory. Let's do a 60. The song is Memory Reboot. Guy is gilded. Does he drop gold now? Don't see gold though. Ooh. Seems like once stuff starts not just evaporating, they actually hurt. I mean, I have 8k life. That's not that little. The shielded thing is disappearing. It looks like the shield disappears when I kill all the other guys. Dude, my fortify looks very odd. It's like going up and down. Like, why? How's it happening? But I is now in the pit. It's part of the season theme. With Quake. So it spawns like this floating thing and then... Okay. That kinda hurts. Wait a minute, enraged head rotten. Yeah, the monsters definitely seem more threatening, and a lot of the elite affixes. Also, the world bosses seem much harder. Dude, I think Soulbrand is actually going to become a real good item next season. Like on Spiritborn, I could actually imagine myself running with Soulbrand or some shit. Only sigil in the pit. Okay. And able to spawn the lion pit 5 on 5 eyes and he's a no show. Do we have like these things here? Maybe you have to get one of the powers online. That's what I can do with Shadow Drow, guys. I think we have too much attack speed, right? 74%. Okay. It's kind of weird how the tempered GA is like at the bottom there after the affix. I don't really like that. Did season rank 1 before converting account from normal servers to PTR instead of season rank 1, but can I get your skill points? Wait, do I have the skill points actually? I have no idea. $246 spent, 71. I have them anyway. I kinda expected to see like a pretty noticeable upgrade. Dude, why is this guy so fat? Look at that fucking spider, man. What the hell? Really? Okay. Oh. Bitch. Ah, so Gilded is like one of these Everrise, like nuggets. Interesting. So it doesn't mean he drops gold. Maybe he does, I don't know. I think I saw one of them drop a lot of gold when I killed him, but maybe it was coincidence. It would be fun if like some of the affixes actually meant that they drop specific stuff. Okay, it definitely seems worse than before. I'm kind of surprised by how much worse. But why? Hmm. How many floors are now in the pit? I think it's still 2. Why do you use the corrupted tongue of Asmodan? Good question, actually. I think this is used for when you farm Asmodan. Then you can like use it to open the caches there. I could need iron. I got it from world bosses. I think it also says Bartok, Belial. You can maybe just like kill Belial a few times and get a bunch. Might be worth trying. It's kind of funny right now, like every elite pack I fight, I'm checking, okay, what are the affixes, what do they do? And like trying to understand what is going on here. Like some affixes are pretty obvious, but others I'm not really sure what they do. Like Martyrdom, for example. No idea. How do defensive changes feel? I'm definitely a lot squishier. Archer explodes on death. Do we have like the explosive affix for that already, or fire enchanted? Actually, that one still exists. Yeah, it's hard to say because there's also like these random Belial effects going on here. So I can't really tell what is like just the elite and what is Belial. Fire enchanted still exists, and explosive. It looks a bit different, it seems. Yeah, this 45 looks kind of odd how it's like slowly draining and filling my life. But it kind of looks like it's bugging out. When it's like draining and filling at the same time, it looks like bugging. I just realized I did a huge mistake by equipping Proud instead of Jack and Shell. Can I stay behind the... Okay, we can. It's not single target damage. +4 potion capacity, man, Logan. How's my Paragons actually? 5 gaunts. What? This thing has just life and nothing else? What is going on? This thing doesn't have like the Giga DR anymore. This used to have like this DR while they have barriers. Okay. Also, this glyph is not online. Okay, like I have a lot of really scuffed stuff here. Can I even do revenge glyph? If we had like a little bit of fawns. Actually, we have fawns through. Armored hide, but I have to get a Jack shell. You're gonna be more squishy now. I'm not sure if I like that. But let's see how much. Okay, we did not hit either the armor or the res. GA. Unfortunate. So we lost like 20% of our toughness. Time to sanctify it. He did a 235 time in the tower, and seems like a basic activity with little strategy. I mean, try to make that timer 4 times longer, and then we'll see, I guess. If you do like a 2-minute speedrun, then there's not really much strategy, I guess. New affix added. 13 maximum resource. Okay. Yeah, +4 potion capacity is actually legit when you use the Imbiber or the Guzzler glyphs. Spirit one has one of those too. Here. 3% increased damage for a missing health potion. You have 4 default, you can get +4 there. And Soul Brand. How much is that? 2, 3. So you can have 11. You can get a 33% damage buff on that thing. I think Soul Brand is actually not a bad item anymore. 4 TDR, armor alive. And this thing has more DR than Tyrael. The armor roll is comparable to the res roll. Then there's like the percent res roll on Tyrael, which is okay, pretty good. But then you also get like this Giga Barrier generation. And live. You don't have the movement speed though. But I don't think that Tyrael is necessarily a lot better. Tyrael just works under all circumstances. And feels good. But Soul Brand? Yeah, when you use Imbiber and barriers, this seems like a good item now. Ah shit, I can't temper this thing anymore. I wanted to change my temper, but unlucky. Okay, let's try a 70. On Soul Brand, barrier pops, and so do you. Okay, we have to play Mard Guard and Beast Cornered. Wait. Okay, Second Shell definitely makes things stay active a lot more, which is good. Oof. Deleted. Yeah, I think Hunter is not the way anymore for this. Better go Protector, be tanky, yeah. It's crazy, man. I'm taking so much damage. Like, I actually can't live with this. Fight this guy. Like, Frenzy and Berserker. This guy's like a soul eater, man. Look at this guy. You can't kill this guy, man. I think he gets like extra damage when he's low HP or something, and he just fucking wrecks you suddenly. It's insane. I'm gonna try this again. Holy man. You're hard stuck at the first elite. I can't, dude. I can't kill this guy. Time to repair all my items. Hmm. Indestructible will be biz now, yes. You don't want those legendary aspects, guys. Just put indestructible on everything. So you can die your way through the pit. Chance your double damage tempo was stacking exponentially the longer I spent. So it is something with Dance on Ice going on. Okay, interesting. That's my actual equipment there. Dude, I have no idea what stats I actually want on my stuff, yeah. I guess not Vigor and Kill and wound damage. Okay, why does it unequip my starters? Oh. Yeah, Shadow is like, oof. But let's see. Deswegen has Shadow. Hm. That card. Hmm. I think that's just how it works. Very nice though. I have to imprint this thing. Pestilence on this. Infestation on this. What? Wait, did I not select 2 nourishment on his neck? Wait. And this is also only 1. Dude, I'm 100% sure I selected 2 nourishment. Wait. Am I tripping? It is bugged. Yeah, it says 2, but it actually is 1. So if I roll it again. Okay, so you just can't roll 2 to a passive. Or something like that. This also has 1, this has 1, everything is 1. Here's 2. Okay, fuck it, I'm just gonna sanctify this. I don't care. Affix upgrade to GA. Shadow Res. Almost. New affix. 71% gem strength in this item. Yo, 2,900 virus. So now I have more fire res from just this gem than I have cold res or shadow res. Seems legit. 5,700 by the way. That is actually a pretty good outcome. It's not an aspect. I've only gotten 2 aspects so far, by the way. But auras, I mean, it's a lot of fire res. And I think in order to like kind of understand, like auras is worth less. Auras is always a downside, basically. If you can somewhat even them out, you generally want to do individual res. Yeah, I kind of want to get the fire res anyway. This is 61. 77. This gem, like, it's actually crazy. Look at this. So I have 52% damage taken, and now I have 77 reduction. It's half. This gem halved my fire damage taken. Crazy. +1 core skill appeared as +2 and it shows 121 strength, it appeared as 116. Okay, it seems like just the numbers are off all the time or something. So maybe the other amulet actually rolled +2 and it was fine. Okay, so what did I change now? We have Protector, so we want to invest into Protector, of course. Hunter is not it here right now. So let's see how this feels when we have Protector and giving us some barriers. Do we need the attack speed potion? 44 attack speed while berserking. I guess so. I have like 4 PTR videos already or something, actually. But not from today. I'll record some stuff later. Okay, let's see how the toughness feels. So Protector is roughly perma up. Seems good. Toughness definitely seems a lot more comfy than before. Crazy how good Protector is actually. So it feels like day and night, really. Wait a minute, can I get an Escher Ekizungi in here? That'd be kinda nice. Didn't really consider it, but I think it would make sense. We put like a normal weapon again, not the Shadow Wow. It's probably better. Also the ultimate cooldown reduction will help a little bit. Ooh. Plus the pull in is gonna be kinda nice. Like my vortex actually is too small. I think I'll probably just put counter attack there so you have like a backup for the defense. I think I need to like make a bit of more of like a support kit on some of the skills that I have on Spiritborn. I have Soul on my bar, I never press it. I have Vortex on my bar, it barely does anything. I'd like to get some stuff there. It's kind of cool to Fortify and Jack of Shell. It actually like works against each other. And I don't actually drain my life that much. I mean, it still goes down, you know, but it's not as bad, I feel. Yeah, it kind of sucks that the barrier display is bugged. Like every time you have barrier, like your toughness is just like all over the place. So I have to like kind of like check before and after, like how much toughness I have. Yeah, I'm using mouse wheel. I know what you mean. Toughness takes into account max life and barrier. No, it's bugged to shit, man. Look at this. It says 4 million. Now when my barrier is gone, it says like 100k. What do you mean? It was bugged. Could be because of something like this here, maybe. Maybe it has to do with... I know, it doesn't have any like barrier mod anymore. So it's not that. And considering that this build is already kind of doing like a 70 easily, and there's like a lot of upgrades you can get, I'm actually not too worried about the player power. Like, this is like one of the weaker Spirit-Bomb builds probably next season. Yeah, there's a Shadow, wow. We're gaming with mythics, guys. 3 mythics. Oh, I can actually barely sustain my life, yeah, sometimes. Okay. I guess I don't necessarily need to keep up my armored hind all the time. Why is he like AFK like all the time? Then he just dies. Kind of funny. Hmm. We have gamer subs thingy now. I had this for a while actually. What? Belial in the pit? Yes. Here we are. Okay, this was a 70, right? So let's go back to the quarter stuff. The amulet. Actually need a new amulet. I also want to try Asha Ekazungi. Ignore durability loss. Insane. So if you have 11 ranks, and then we get 7 more, which means this is 200%, it's gonna be 270. That's a 35% upgrade. And then a 47% upgrade. And the pull alone is probably like a double dimension AoE or so. It's pretty good. And we give up Shadow Vial for it, basically. Let's see what happens when we do this. We need unyielding hits. Neck. Or we use our big neck here. Infestation. But that's Hunter cooldown, never mind. Okay, I think we need new neck and new ring. Yeah, that's like one of the problems of Sanctification. If you're not sure what you want to do, and then sanctify your shit, I guess it's not such a big deal. But in this case right now it is, because I just sanctified everything and now I can't really do anything with those items. Anyone needs iron chunks? Dude. We are in Torment 4. Where's my GAs? Hello? Oh my god. 30 healing received. Do I want that actually? Yeah, but not with knife on kill, I think. Do I have anything here? Resource. Life, movement, dex. That is like an amulet. Okay, that seems good. Okay, we need everything kind of. I think that's poison. Maybe cold. This. Light. Right. think there's like a general priority list from top to bottom with resistances. So if like the top one is higher than the bottom one, I think that kind of checks out. When I look at this. But I guess ideally you have to make somewhat even. Okay, so what do we have here? Igni and Lum. Let's take that. What's my attack speed? 97, okay.
Wonders of sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you? The magics await your return.
I'm playing Stinger Spiritborn right now. Okay, this is Umbral. Inevitable. So I guess now this will probably be Unyielding. I expect Unyielding will probably be changed to require more armor. And you actually have to like try it a little bit. I was gonna put it on the neck now. Infestation, like whatever. And then we have Starless, Esha. You have more ultimate cooldown now, so this should make this kind of comfy. Time to break the items. Are potion upgrades completely gone? Yes, but you can roll them on pants. And Soulbrand also has extra. Do I roll this thing? Extra poison res.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
Due to Apex. I guess we'll do that. Affix upgrade to GA. Is this rolled? The deck's right. Okay. Affix replaced. Oh, I think this was res, right? Unlucky. Shadow and poison. Okay. Anyway, I start blasting. What about poison spiders? I don't think the poison spiders are really that dangerous. I mean, realistically, this is probably gonna get fixed because right now it does actually nothing. I have to do something with anti-venom. So that could be a solution for like a bit of extra poison stuff on the Spiritborn. That would be helpful. I need to get the 1 and 1 here. Let's take this out. I'm not sure about the Soar shenanigans, honestly. I don't need this either. Could do something like this. We can also do Resilient, actually. Don't think we need that anymore. How long till the next rework? Season 15. Does the R exist anymore? Not really. Heroes might has like the R and maybe some other like, you know, specific sources or so, but it's not really a big thing. Just went invisible. Oh yeah, he's veiled. Suddenly this build feels a lot tankier. With a monkey. Oh, never mind when these guys are clapping me. I think maybe instead of counterattack and soar, I can actually put like 2 random Gorilla skills. Which is gonna be like tankier in general. With more barrier gen. That might not be a bad idea. And if you had like a resilient temper, they could get like some giga value actually. Put like a concussive stomp. Ouch. Almost getting one tapped here. Yeah. So this is gonna go into the tower and see what happens. This is like a pretty slow run now. So you're gonna see like what happens in the tower. If I do the same tier. What about the 27 Paragon, 13 skill points on old little statues? The little statues give you attributes and 4 Paragons. And you got them all from the capstones now. Yo. I need to check what happened there. Because it was basically like from full HP. I was at way more HP than Pit Boss when he did it. Strange, I feel like it should be the opposite now. You want faster boss fights and it's only a 10-minute timer. Like why would it have more HP? That would be weird. Because Cracking Soul seems to be similar to this Chaos Word affix. Stuff like floats to you. Yeah, it seems like Shadow Vow is not it what was built. Kinda surprised. I feel like I'm doing a lot more damage. I went up 5 tiers and it seems like kinda similar pace. The Escher, Kazungi and stuff. But previously I didn't have really any grouping, so I guess that makes sense. I only had the Vortex and was like kinda small. Let me tank the breath. Or the succubus. Okay, succubus, yes. Right here, tanked it. It leads now on minimap. In the tower, yeah, I think in a pit, I'm not sure. Let me tank the crystal. Right here it is. Actually crazy, even with a 300% Noxious Resonance. A single target feels so low compared to AoE, it's crazy. Okay, so the crystal kills us. And I think this was pretty much a full barrier, right? Let's finish this here so I can actually get the unlocks. The counter attack protect me from this? Dodge. Okay, it works. Gonna be kind of tight actually. In a fight. It's fucking Belial, man. What is going on here? Yay. Corrupted Eye of Belial. What do you do that again? The Mystic Circle not being triggered, you don't see it glowing. No, I think it's just like the white glow from the gorilla. It glows in the color of whichever circle you actually activate. In this case, gorilla, I think it's actually white. We have gorilla skills, so. I can't change this anymore. They could roll like cold press. Okay, we made almost the same pants. This one has GA armor, and he has dodge. So it should be generally better actually. Into Brigade. YOLO. What? 21%. me pants. Yeah, I guess it, like, I also had the other thing that rolled out of bounds. Here, 315, and the minimum is 524. I wonder if that's intended. I guess. So you just get like a plus minus something value. Oh. Kind of funny because on this aspect they can actually not go below 1, I suppose. Let's see the toughness difference. 135k. 120. 17, 110. You have so many gorilla skills now. I want to cast this one every 6 seconds anyway. Would actually be at the point where I don't necessarily need the gorilla main hall. And I'm also not 100% sure if this actually even applies to my swarms. Neither do I know about this, or I guess it all doesn't actually apply. I don't think this actually applies. Although, I mean, core skill works. There's no real difference between 3GA and 4GA anymore. Only on uniques. Okay, it seems like Rakia is useless right now. Okay, we're trying tower now. 75. I did change the setup a little bit, which is mostly making us more tanky. You can only GA tempo with masterwork? Yes. Actually, yeah, there is the SCGA from like Sanctify. Does not work or what? Let's try to like kite down a bit and see what happens. Tower 75 seems way harder. What is going on? Is this guy ever following us? Kind of OP to see the elites, I gotta say. I guess I forgot that we get the progression globes here, right? Wait, what happens when I die? There's like minor monsters spawning. Are these from the elite, or do they just appear? Wait a minute. Master Goblin, he just drops orbs. Oh, just just farm this guy. Easy. How's it going? Does he ever vanish if I take too long, I wonder? Or does this keep dropping forever? Like, I feel like I'm not really killing stuff and I'm kind of staying on time just by farming this goblin. Ravager for the win. Holy, we killed him. So the elites show from like any distance, but the Pylon does not show. Interesting. Dude, the Pylon is actually fucking tanky, man. Look at this. What? That's insane. It takes me like half a minute to just hit the Pylon free. Okay, screw it. Get some mobs. So maybe. Actually, a progression glow spawn for these guys. Is there more monsters spawning? Dude, this Pylon is like wait, it's like tankier than the fucking elite. I literally cannot even. This guy is like in a corner. There's nothing around here. Like, even if I click it. Let's see which one it is. I don't know speed. Wow. Worth. Oh look, another Pylon. Can't wait to whack that thing for 2 minutes. That's gonna be worth. For sure. I'm not sure how long I need for the boss, but I'm pretty sure it's more than 3 minutes. So I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here. Yeah, I feel like trying to free the Pylons is not it. I don't know, unless the power Pylon is like ridiculous. Okay, I got a bunch of champions here, that helps. I kind of feel like the fact that I kill everything around the Pylon before I ever have a chance to unlock it is kind of weird. I think they have to like at least half the HP of the Pylon or something. Pylon of Power. Okay, now we have like a nice comparison here. How long does the thing last? It lasts half the duration because it took me that much to actually find any enemies. Do we get kicked out when the timer's up? I wonder what happens. Okay, so the power pylon was not enough to kill the next pylon, which I had already ready to spawn. When it comes to quad GA item when you fully master it. On a unique, nothing. On a legendary, you get 5 GA. Okay, got a channeling pylon. Insane. Yeah, I think the players will just like ignore pylons altogether. These guys, they're just way too tanky, man. And 2 of them don't do anything. Like, what the hell do I want with a speed and a channeling? Okay, another pylon. It seems like I can actually pretty consistently like one floor these things. If you want. You can just like... I think the previous runs also like I had like pretty much the entire progression in one floor. Like, it would be nice if I could at least see what is the pylon, right? But I don't see it in advance. Or maybe you do see it, I'm not sure if they had look different. Towers don't progress towers. Yeah, this might also just be temporary. Like, towers not unlocking the next tower tier makes no sense at all. So they might have not just... they might just not have implemented that, basically. We got a... greatly increased damage. Tier 75 failed. Okay. Can we just like walk through this now? Can't keep running. Look how big these floors are. Yeah, the pioneer spawns seem kind of comparable to the phase, so... Oh, but it's the same as in the pit, I guess. Just that here you can get 4 pylons. I think it's always 4. And there's 3 types, and one of them is twice. But yeah, the rules seem very similar to the 3. So you have to make progress, and then at certain randomized XP progression thresholds, you get the next pylon ready to go, but you have to find it. So you have to keep running until you find a spot where a pylon can spawn. So it seems very similar so far. Wait, how do I close the tower? Is this like just decoration, or does this actually do anything? Okay, so far one thing seems to be true. The tower seems to be harder than the pit, which is good with how we unlock the tiers right now. Because right now you have to do the pit to unlock the tower. And if that remains like this, the tower needs to be harder than the pit, so that you can easily get the tier that you want in the tower, basically. I think that's pretty important. You know, I want to push a certain tier, and then I want to do that tier until I get it, right? Okay, let's try this again, and ignore pylons. I think I'm gonna be way better off. I think I just spent 5 minutes whacking at pylons. the hell? They're all stunned. Oh, they're stunned. Was that Mariana? I think so. Oops. Dude, they're actually lagging on this build. What the fuck? Did not expect that. Somehow it sounds like delete these elites way faster than the trash mobs, which is kind of interesting. There's a gobble. There's a pylon. I'm just gonna ignore the gobbo for the most part. And, oh. Okay, so what happens now? Can I continue? 5 seconds, okay. Well, I guess we just got some free real estate here. Thanks. Okay, we're not gonna turn to the pylon, I guess. Probably not gonna happen anyway. I was thinking about like trying to pull everything out of the pylon and see if I can kill the pylon. The pylon seems to be so tanky. Now it comes upon the blue packs, and these guys are like running away from each other. What else are they? Wait a minute, there's fucking constructs in here, I just realized. They brought back the constructs, dude. Holy. I kind of still feel like there's something wrong with the Noxious Resonance calculation. Really, my melee damage is so good and single target is so bad, and it really doesn't make sense. God. Dude, when the protector's not up, I just evaporate, man, it's insane. It's very hard to pull stuff like this. I guess we should not try to do like some giga pulls. We just do like, you know, one protector cast, blast whatever we can, move on or something. So I'm like better protected and... Wait, this guy, did he just go through the fucking wall? What was that? It's coming again. So minions don't actually give any extra progress or something, right? Will it give us anything special? It's a minion with 4 affixes. How much does it give? Okay, I couldn't even see it. Okay, floor 2. I need Vortex and Vortex Slice for this. Fire is my favorite. Debilitating Storm. Some new affix. I do these guys with shielding, and then one of them is like full HP at the end. I don't know, man. But at least magic monsters have not that much HP. The rare elites are definitely tanky. Oh, I didn't give anything. So does this do anything? No. Wait, the things did pop out here at the end. What the fuck? Was a bit weird. So here I killed the whole blue pack, like 6 guys. Or maybe this one is still there. Okay, boss time. Wait, this has ads now from this other guy. Storm Conductor. Okay, it's like a first mate, but lightning version. Basically, Grimoire 2.0. Holy fuck, man. Didn't expect the boss to be that tanky. Tankier than a pylon? Yeah, I can't do it. Okay, so what happens is, if I have to guess, it seems like Pit and Tower have the same scaling for monsters. You get a little bit of like extra stuff from like the progression orbs and the pylons and stuff if you can unlock them. But you have 5 minutes less on the clock. And so far I've not seen a boss with ads. This guy seems tankier than the Pit 75 boss actually. Like I'm just like hitting all the time. This was like 1.5 minutes now. It lost like 15%. He seems like twice as tanky as Belial over there. It also doesn't really hurt. Okay, so it's 2.5 minutes, I got in, yeah. It's a bit like a 10-minute fight all the way down to 0%, what the fuck? Why is he so tanky? What is going on? Okay, get this big fat pop-up. But the guy is still here. Kind of a weird boss. He's like casting these like lightning mortars that do like no damage whatsoever. Did he even hit me? This thing hits. Into tower with groups? Yes. Okay, let's do a 70 tower. Let's see how this works when we actually have a chance of succeeding. Mod check stricken. I mean, to be fair, this is like a very weak build on single target. Do we care about finishing the minions, actually? Not really, right? If they're like too tanky, I think you just leave them. These, like, I just killed all 3 minions and watched the progression bar, and all of them just gave me nothing. Okay, then. It would definitely be much more comfy if I played like Noxious Resonance with Balazan or something, because I would have Rake and cooldowns and while pulling stuff I can actually like keep my barriers up and so on. I think I should not try to make these Giga pulls with this setup. If I can't pull them... If I had Vortex, it would be a different story, but with the Protector, pulling them 3 times... A bit overkill, I guess. I need to get something to get out of this. See, putting everything on top of the pylon. I don't think there's a chance they're gonna kill this fucking pylon. Look at this, the yellow elite? Look at this. It's like 10%, the pylon is 80. Like, what? How are you gonna kill this fucking pylon? You know what this game mode is missing? Damage reduction elites. Right. How much does this goblin actually drop? Doesn't look bad actually, if you can manage to kill it on the fly. It's like at least 5%. Support builds or groups will start getting used for mob lockdown. The purpose of a support build is not for mob lockdown. Everyone can lock down enemies, you know, as much as they want, very easily. So if you add an extra player to the party, he needs to at least buff the rest of the party by the same amount of HP that he adds to the enemies. And support druids can actually do that. So we're definitely gonna see support druids. Maybe some others. Okay, here's another Guardian Wrath, which is a vampire that does a bunch of stuff with fire. Fire and shadow. Yeah, support barbs could also work, but I'm not 100% sure if they actually bring enough damage. Does the Steel Grasp weapon work as a party buff? I think the Iron Maelstrom Amulet works. Yeah, in a Foreman party maybe a support barb could work. Because you have Steel Grasp, I guess you have Warcry, you have Iron Cry, you have Challenging. So everyone is like invincible, Giga resources, speed, unstoppable, a bunch of damage, and they can pull stuff. So it might be good enough. But I mean, pulling is already done by the druid anyway, I guess. But there's like a different way of pulling that the barbs can do. So, wait a minute. Why exactly did this guy just heal the full HP? What? Wait a minute. What was that? Does he have like vampiric affix or some shit? Dude, I don't see anything. Like, how the hell was I supposed to tell what he's doing? He has 4 healing potions as well, refilling 1 every 30 seconds. Okay, let's try to find out what causes him to heal. It might be like the big stab attack or something. If you tank that. This one. It looks like it. When he stabs. Did he just fucking stab her here and heal? No way. Wait, I wanna see that. No way, dude. That can't be real. It is on like 15% or something. Okay, so I went to the side. Look at this. He hits fucking right here and he heals. What? What is going on? Or maybe he hit me. Okay, maybe he hit me here. I can't really tell. Could be that he, like here, he's doing like the back and then the stab. I see like a block there, so maybe he hit me. Because it didn't really move. Maybe it was me. But it looked like it was right here. Because I actually went to the side, but maybe not far enough. Is this with Selic? No, this is not a Selic belt. This is Stinger. There's no Kapaleka or something. Yeah, we saw the heals at the start. It's the stab that causes him to heal. Okay, so it appears that when he heals, he doesn't move. Or maybe he moves until he hits someone. And if you just stand on top of him, he doesn't move at all and just heals. But he was another small heal, you see? It was not a big heal, it was a small heal. And another one. So maybe he gets like one big heal, and then he also gets like a vampiric affix or something. And he's like, every hit hits him a little bit. Yeah, that's both heals. Look. Interesting. The tower run has completed. He may now exit the dungeon. Check mark. Thank you. Any chance I'll be willing to make a druid support build? Kind of tough to play supports when you're doing hardcore SF. Hmm. One second, guys. Actually, I'm gonna get Oh, some water, baby. Okay, that's one thing I would like to try, which is actually going with Melted Heart and see what happens. Dude, I think I should stop sanctifying all my shit. At least the legendaries, where you can like temper and masterwork and whatever. Dude, yikes. Can I at least get the resource generation GA? That would be nice. First casting is legit tough and you aren't overpowered and underleveled. That sounds fun. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do some leveling tomorrow actually. I want to try the leveling after all. Actually, I guess you can pick up these melted hearts and just sanctify them, YOLO. Why does it not show the nameplate here? The arena got so busy for something like Dance on Knives. Interesting. 2 GA neck. Okay, so 50-50. Of course. Sanctify them and see. Interesting, Masterwork to 20 can hit GA on implicit. Oh wait, really? Wait, why the fuck are there enemies in here? What is going on? And the guy moved. Wait, where are these guys coming from? What? What are they doing here? Wait, slay enemies to summon a Tower Guardian. Wait a minute. That's a different kind of tower. Look at him! Where is he going? Hadriel is fighting back, man. They're trying. What the fuck, man? I mean, where's my NPCs? The NPCs are not interacting with these guys. Yo, go Hadriel. Can I talk to him? Okay. Somehow I'm in the tower, guys. I don't know. It is what it is. I can't change my skill points. I can't change my gear. Okay. Something is wrong here, I believe. Wait, let me out. What? Hello? Okay, that. What the fuck, man? Oh, 7. Okay, so it seems like it reset now. Dude, it's actually hilarious that he was like moving in to try to attack them, but he doesn't have any attack. He can just look at you. Look, he's just looking. Anyway, wait, we need to add sockets first before I forget that. Indestructible neck. New affix. Gem strength. New affix. Fire damage. Yeah, I want to get the 150 resource. Because I think if you want to have like a melted heart build, you kind of want that. No matter what. Here's a resource GA. It's kind of funny, I can watch the socket disappear for a split second every time when you press the upgrade. New affix. 9.5 total resistance. That thing's actually kind of legit. Dude, we got a new legendary aspect. And it's fucking, what is this called? Eluding aspect, man. What the hell? Becoming injured while crocodile grins unstoppable for 4 seconds. Incredible. $57 all stats. Okay, so let's take this one. I think in order to make Meditate work, we need no Esha Ikizungi, I guess. I have to go back to our normal glove with unyielding on it. Infestation. And now I have to go back to Vortex, I suppose. I mean, I'd really like to have Vortex size. And especially now that we have Melted Heart and insane amounts of vigor like this. We need a new pair of boots and put Vortex size. And then we also wouldn't really need Resilient because you don't care about maximum life anymore. We can go with different pants. Okay, let's do that. Let's do this properly. You go double Vortex size. Gem strength. Gem strength is very good actually for these jewelry gems. They are really powerful. Healing received is something we don't really want. Dodge. I need to try the new boots as well and see what they do. But we're gonna do some Copenhagen builds and then we'll do that, I guess. I guess we can do this. Old Thunder Spike. I wonder how Temerity will do actually. Temerity is a pretty good item. I think it might be something we're gonna use on a bunch of builds in the future. Dodge, knife, life fizzers. We don't need life rolls anymore, really. Maybe to play with Melted Hearts. He has Temerity. 50% chance to heal for 242. Oof. That's actually kind of low. But on a big lucky hit build, decent amount of healing, I think. Okay, so I got these pants with cold dress. Vortex. Vortex. Okay, 46 is good. Yikes. Do you have like temper scrolls? Is that a thing? Do they exist? Or do we just say, oof? Just get one of them GA, no problem. Currently using Temerity, it's Giga. Yeah, I could imagine on some builds. I actually used it on, I think I used it on Stinger in the past at some point. Porous Power Door is also something. Dualist. Let's do that. We have the sockets. Let's masterwork this thing. Easy peasy, GA. And you could actually reroll the GA, right? But I don't have Neath Iron. Can we get it? No, right? It's not in the boxes. Ah, we got Vortex Sites here, GA. Okay, easy clap. Now we don't need life, because we have Melted Heart of Siddiq. So we put armor or res. Not sure what res actually. Shadow, cold, lightning. Okay then, let's take the double lightning, maybe. Wait, I can still be all res, right? You can have double. Yeah, you can have all res and single res. I wonder if this is intended. Dude, it's giving me so little the toughness mod. Like, not even 5%. Wait, is dodge not calculated? Oh, interesting. Dodge is actually not calculated into toughness. So it's not EHP, it's actually max hit, I guess. Okay. Toughness. Okay, 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 okay. We have to fix our rest stuff here, so this is like a fizz. This has cold, lightning, lightning with double lightning. So let's remove that. Shadow's kind of down bad. Yeah, let's try this again and see how it feels. So we have 35k toughness because we have very low life pool now. Basically none. We have 11k vigor, which is honestly not much more vigor than I had as life before. So I don't think I'm actually going to be particularly tanky now that I think about it. I had 8k life and barriers and stuff. And now we have this. Like, it's not even an upgrade, I think. And what we gain? Okay, we have 80% all stats. which is definitely decent. Because it's better than the Dex and Oppressive. We lost the cooldown on our Protector, which is the Monka. We also lost, we have to put this here, I guess, and we have to put something there. I don't think we need this. I think Gorilla, Primary, I don't know. We lose all stacks when you stop attacking for 1 second. There's actually 2 typos in this tooltip. Why does our variant have 3 affixes but can roll GA on the implicit? Huh. Wait, can we get our variant here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Yeah, maybe this is like wrong or something. Which one is missing? The all res. It used to have all res, right? It's missing, I guess. Maybe this is why. Put on ring for 50% more vigor. It's now a tanky ring instead of offensive. I mean, yeah, in that case, you definitely get some value, right? Like, we have actually used Midday Hunt on, like, Payback, I think, last time, right? So, okay, what are the benefits? You have a bunch of attack speed, and then nothing, and a passive that is, like, kinda doing something on the poison build. And then you get 50% vigor, which can give you 50% EHP with the Select. It can give you, like, decent Capeleka scaling, decent Payback scaling. But let's say you play a Capeleka build. Would you run this when you have a Select? Maybe, right? It's good toughness and offense. So at that point it might be okay. Especially if you happen to have a bunch of legendary aspects, you know, on top of it, right? Like if you get this thing and you actually get like unyielding hits on it, that would be pretty big. So yeah, I think there might be like these cases where like this is an item you don't really want, but suddenly you might want it when you actually get the real big aspects. Like you just YOLO, Masterwork, Sanctify, and you know, 1 in 100 actually hits something. No? Consume is capped now. Yeah, okay. I guess that is a problem when you have a Select equipped, but not without Select. Although it depends. Have you tested this by any chance with like resource cost reduction with Capeleka? Does it actually count the resource cost reduction? Like when you have 250 and a starless, is that the cap? I guess that would be kind of important. Yeah, I'm not sure if you'd actually want to run Select, right? But maybe. I was gonna try a bit of Select now and see what happens compared to like the previous setup that we were running. I don't think I actually need this last point here. Yeah, RCR is gonna be important to know. Like typical Capeleka builds are like in a range of like 250 or so resources, and then a starless will make it 500. And even without starless, you can get like resource cost reduction from other sources. Okay, I have like 0 resources. What the hell? Wait a minute. This is not good. Problem, guys. problem. Okay. Wait a minute. Where is my resource? I need a better way to get resources, that's for sure. So how do we get resources is the question. I have an idea. A very good idea, actually. One that will certainly not be fixed by the time that this patch goes live. Okay, problem solved. Swing is 12 seconds cooldown with Jack and Shell, 4 seconds. Okay, easy for that. Use the region from Heart of Zenek. Yeah, for sure. That's gonna like not attack for 6 seconds. That's gonna be good.